Chapter 88 Heather POV. Now that we were mated, my next problem was Mason. He would start transforming into a lichen immediately. According to Brenda, I should not inform him of this change. Brenda told me about it at the last minute, and if I did not want a stranger as my mate, I would have to risk it. Now it was up to Mason and how strong he really was. The next 24 hours would be critical. Will the lichens who kidnapped me take longer than 24 hours to get here, so Mason has the time to change? He had to change before they got here. I don't know why. I just know he needed to be a lichen before they arrived here. I had no idea how far away they were, and if they would start coming straight away or not. I just wanted to be here for him and not be dragged away again. Mason, can you stay in bed, please? I asked him as he started to get up. What is this? I feel funny. Is this what the mate bond for lichens feels like? He slurred as if drunk, as he peppered me with questions, and I knew I had to warn him about what was about to happen. Mason, I am so sorry, my love. I kissed his lips and watched him as his face turned to confusion. Sorry for what? My love, we're mated now. Is that not what you wanted? That is what you said. He asked tenderly, kissing me back in a sloppy manner. Oh, poor love. He wanted to be tender, but he was slowly losing his ability to think. You're going to change into a lichen now. It's a funny feeling. That's what you're feeling. It's going to take up to 24 hours. It could be less, but that depends on you, I said, trying to hold back a sob. I'm going to be like you? He asked, shocked, but he seemed to be pleased at the thought. Sort of. You won't get all my abilities, but you will get stronger and faster, and much taller. Your wolf will change too. I'm so sorry. I should have asked your permission first, or warned you this was going to happen. You could die if you're not strong enough to accept the lichen change. Please, my love, please don't die. Mason had turned pale, and I was not sure if that was part of the change or the shock at what I had just said. I would risk it anyway. I'm not gonna die, I promise, he said, before he closed his eyes and his transformation started. Mason lay on the bed, out cold. Now it was up to him. There was nothing I could do for him. My healing powers can't heal self-inflicted wounds. That was why I had such a hard time with blood being taken. That guy made a mess of my arms, and I could not heal the bruises because I had allowed him to make them. So it's the same for Mason. I cannot heal him. I can only wait and see. Brenda said he was strong and would do well, but even she could not guarantee that. Mom? I mind-linked my mother. I needed my mom to know I was home before I told the king and queen. Heather, where are you, love? Mom asked softly, concern clear in her voice. I'm back in my room at the castle. Can you come over? I asked, softly but in a pleading voice. Of course. I'll be there in half an hour. I was in town. I'm close by. Mom broke the link. Now it was time to tell the king and queen. Zoran? I mind-linked the king. He would be the calmer of the two, I hoped. Heather, dear, where are you? He asked softly, his worry evident. A lot had happened in a short space of time. I'm up in my room. I would like to talk to you if you have time, please. Give me a moment. I'll get Ellis and come to you, he said, and closed the link. Now, this was not going to be easy. Zoran might be furious when he finds out what is happening to Mason. A soft knock surprised me. I half expected the knock to be harder and more forceful, but the king or queen had surprised me again. They had done this a few times since I had met them. Not at all what I had expected or believed they were going to be like. I got up from where I sat beside the bed and opened the door wide. Zoran entered first, followed by Alice. It was Alice who first noticed Mason on the bed, seemingly asleep. "Why is Mason asleep?" Alice asked as she walked over to the bed to look down at her son. "Changing," I replied without thinking. "Changing? Changing into what? And why would he be?" Zoran asked. He too was staring down at Mason, who was starting to show signs of his change already. I'm not sure if that was a good thing or not. "How are you here, dear? I thought you were taken by the lichens." Alice looked completely lost, not sure which answer she wanted first. "The lichens did take me. They sprayed me with a liquid that made me immobile. It was scary being able to hear what was going on and not do anything about it," I replied as I sat beside Mason and took his hand in mine, hoping that he could feel it and that it would give him some comfort. You never know what a person can hear or feel when unconscious, having just been through that myself. "They're sneaky, those lichens," Alice spat out. "Alice, Mason is turning into one," I calmly replied, and waited for that to sink in, and the next lot of questions to start up. "How? No. Why?" Zoran growled out at me, and I knew he was getting angry, just like I had expected. "We marked and mated, and because of that, he will become like me, a lichen. Though not exactly the same, he will be stronger." "What's the catch?" Zoran asked, knowing I had not told them everything. I looked up at him and replied, "He might die. The transformation is dangerous, and not all wolves are strong enough to go through the transition." "You did this!" spat Alice, her anger rising as she understood the implications of the mating. "Why did your father and mother not become lichens?" Zoran asked, confused by all of this change. "I have no idea. I only know that each generation, the woman will give birth to a girl who will carry the gene of the lichen kind. My healing abilities are a clear sign that I had the gene. When I was stabbed, somehow it triggered my transformation into a lichen, and I'm still coming to terms with all of this. I can't explain it all." I sighed, as I remembered I had asked Brenda the same thing, and she could not explain it all to me. Mom then came bursting through the door and rushed over to me, covering me with her love. Dad followed soon after, and a group hug began. I looked up and saw the king and queen watching, and let their guilt flow over me, as they realized they had not greeted me or comforted me in any way. "Oh, sweetheart, we were so worried," Dad said as he peppered me with kisses. "Mom, Dad, I mated with Mason." Mom and Dad stepped back and looked down at Mason, still on the bed. "He's changing," Mom said, and I nodded, though it was not a question. "How long?" Mom asked, and the king and queen frowned at the questions, as they had not thought of asking that themselves. "Up to 24 hours. We just have to hope he lives through it, and the lichens don't arrive before the transformation finishes." "The lichens are coming back?" the queen asked, and I looked at her as if she was stupid. "They want to mate with me and get my powers. I wanted Mason as my mate all along. I just wanted him to show his true self, and he has. So when I got the chance to come back and mate with him, I took it. They're going to try and follow and try to stop this." "How long?" Zoran asked me, as if I had all the answers. I have no clue. And with that, Zoran rushed out the door, and the familiar sound of the alarms went off. Though it was not about the Lycans having arrived. It was the sound of the king making the castle get prepared for a possible attack.
Mason, POV. Mating with Heather was better than I expected. The best sex ever. And I don't mind admitting I have experienced having had many women before her. Maybe it was because she was innocent, and taking her virginity made it more alluring, and my mate made it better. But whatever the reason, I can't wait to do it again. My wolf was over the moon, glad we had our mate at last, and all the excitement of being mated and wanting to get cleaned up and cuddle her. I went to climb out of bed, but my head started to throb, and I felt the world was spinning. Heather told me to stay in bed, which I happily complied, and then proceeded to tell me I was changing into a frigging Lycan. Wow, I wonder what I would look like when I finished changing. My wolf would be awesome. Heather was worried I would die, as most wolves can't handle the change, but my wolf is the best and strongest, stronger than my brother, so I was not worried, and to be with Heather I could have risked it anyway. But if I died, would she? Before I had a chance to ask any more questions, everything was black at first, and slowly I could see colors and was looking around a place that appeared like a mirage, moving and floating in and out of focus. I rubbed my eyes, but still everything stayed the same. I could not bring anything into clear view. It gave an eerie feeling of being here, but not here. Now that does not make sense, but then nothing does here at the moment. Everything had a distorted appearance and nothing made any sense. It felt like I was in a mirror maze. But the mirrors were all warped, making things look funny. I tried to look around me, wondering where I was, and in the distance I watched a wavery mirage-type figure slowly walk towards me. I think it was walking. Either way, it was coming closer. As it got near enough, I could make out that it had a woman's shape, and it was floating, not walking. But the figure was still a blur. "Hello, Mason," the garbled voice greeted me. "Hello?" I replied, and it sounded more like a question than a greeting. The mirage chuckled at my response. It was not a female voice, but it was not male either. It was like that sort of distorted garble, making it very odd. "Welcome to my little world," she said. Yeah, I'm calling it her, as she had a lovely woman's shape. "Where am I?" I asked, hoping to at least get an idea of what was happening. "Here you will change into your Lycan. You will be tested to see how strong you are. But be warned, your strength being tested is not your muscles." The blurry figure faded away, and I wondered what strength she was talking about, if not muscles. Another blurry figure arrived, slowly floating towards me. This time it appeared to be a male with a female on his arm. When it got close enough, it looked like my Heather was on his arm. I let out a loud gasp as I watched her float towards me beside that man. It sounded like she was giggling at whatever he was saying. My rage at her being with another man exploded in me, and I wanted to kill the man who dared to touch my mate, and I took long, deep breaths and swallowed it, trying to remind myself this is a test, and maybe what I am seeing is a test of some kind. Remembering the lady's words about being strong made me think this was the test, or one of the tests, and I looked at the blur that appeared to look similar, like my mate. But the blur slowly changed, and I clearly saw that it was not my mate, and I sighed happily that I was right. Was this a test of trust? I do trust my mate. If my mate was with a man like that, it would be for innocent reasons, and not that she is cheating on me. I know this with all my heart. Heather is the strongest and most beautiful person I know, and she would never betray me. The next two mirages were similar, about trust, and for me I had lots of trust in my mate, and they faded away quickly. But the next one was of my brother and his mate, and I felt the tears run down my cheeks as I watched in horror as my brother was torn to shreds. I tried to reach them, but I was not quick enough. I wanted to scream and tear the person who killed him to pieces. Then I saw his mate have her baby, and I watched her pick up her child and name it after my brother. And my heart broke for her. I wanted to comfort her, but something in the back of my mind held me back, and I stayed where I was, watching the event unfold, telling myself over and over again it was all lies, and not to believe what I was seeing. That image blurred and faded away, but the ache in my heart lingered on, as I thought of my brother's death and his mate's grief, and no matter how much I wanted to comfort her, I knew that it was not my place to give her the comfort she needed. The next 2 tests were similar, with death in my family and my heart grieving the losses, and while I was grieving, a thought came to me. If I were Lycan, I would live much longer than a werewolf, and so these events, they were not in truth, showed me that I would lose my family one by one as I stayed alive, living a lot longer than any of them, and I grieved the future losses I would have. I cried for a moment, or maybe longer, as I could not tell how long I had been through these tests, and then I hardened my heart. As long as I'm with my mate, I will endure, as she too will have to outlive her family. Together we shall get through the losses over time and support each other as our needs arrive. The tests kept coming, and my resolve grew. My mantra through each test was the same: as long as I had my mate with me, I would be able to bear it. Then it showed me the loss of my mate, and I collapsed on the ground beside the blurred vision of my mate, and I wept unconsolably. My mate, my life, was gone. I could not believe it. I tried to tell myself it was a test and was not true, but the vision was so real. I tried so hard not to believe what I was seeing, and I asked the vision to wait for me, as I would not be long before I would follow her to death. I told the blur how much I loved her, and that she was the love of my life. Then blackness filled the place, and I lay down on the black ground of nothingness, and let exhaustion take over, and the blackness consume me.
Chapter 90. Heather, POV. The alarms going off all night was annoying, making sleep impossible. Why it went all night long was beyond me. We kinda knew we were on alert, so they could turn it off now. But then, watching my mate slowly transform into his Lycan state was also hard to watch. Mom, was watching me change hard for you? Mom had stayed here with me. Dad had to return to work, and then he would head home. He still had my 2 younger twin brothers to take care of, and knowing I was back and safe at the moment was all he needed. Mom was the one I needed beside me. Yes and no. I watched in fascination more than fear. At no time did I consider that you would die from the transformation. I had not read anything in the books alerting me to such things. In all the years since the war was over and the princess was lost, we had no way of knowing all of the Lycan's transformations. You were the first I had ever heard of. Mom replied, as we watched together Mason change a little bit more. He had grown over a foot in height. I think he was 7 feet tall now. His chest is huge, his chin more pronounced. Do you still have a wolf, or do you stand on 2 feet, like in the storybooks? Mom seemed to be rambling, and I was grateful for it. I have a very large wolf, and I don't run on 2 legs, I replied, as I stared at my mate. He was twitching, and a tear ran down his cheek. It made me a little unsettled at the sight. Mom leaned forward and wiped the tear, looking up at me with a frown. He looks to be having a hard time. I wonder what is happening to him. During his transformation, you said you were in training with a woman, but what would Mason be doing? Surely he is not in training? Mom asked a rhetorical question, not really expecting me to answer, and I was glad about that, because I had no answer for her. I had no idea. I just hoped it was something he could cope with. I was almost in tears myself, watching that tear trail down his face. Suddenly, the alarm stopped blaring, and Mom jumped up and ran to the balcony window and looked outside. And I wondered why she ran there. "Mom?" I called to her. "They came through the balcony last time and took you while I was fighting one of the men. I was just checking that no one comes up this way again." Mom made sure the balcony was locked and closed the curtains, then came back to sit back on the bed. "Well, if they come here now, I'm ready for them. I have a few tricks up my sleeve, and their stupid spray will not work on me this time," I growled out as I stroked Mason's hair out of his eyes and softly kissed him on the lips. There was a knock on the door, which had Mom rushing over to answer it. The king walked in and stared down at his son and the transformation he was reaching. "How is he doing?" he asked. I watched him approach the bed and look at his son with love, and I knew he really did love and care for Mason, and it was hurting him to see him like this. "New clothes? You can see he has grown. He's going to need new clothes. We're not sure if anyone in the castle has anything that would fit a 7-foot man," Mom replied flippantly. Zoran looked at Mom for a moment, before shrugging and looking back at Mason, and I watched him lean down and kiss his cheek. "As you've noticed, the alarms have been turned off. Time to get some sleep. But the guards have tripled, so no need to worry. We have every camera on and extra men watching the screens. If anyone enters the perimeter, we will know. We won't be caught off guard a second time." Zoran brushed his fingers through Mason's hair and smiled at him. "Thank you," I said, and meant it. That noise was giving me a headache. "He's looking really good, isn't he? I'm looking forward to seeing the final result." And with that, Zoran gave Mason another kiss on the cheek and left the room. "Well, that was nice of the king to personally come and let us know about the alarms. Would you like to get some sleep? I can watch Mason," Mom offers kindly. "No, you get some sleep. I'm wide awake. I don't want to miss a single change in him," I said, and looked back at his face, and was glad no more tears were streaking down his face. Mom grabbed a blanket and pillow and lay down on the sofa, and I smiled at her feet dangling over the edge. I remember when I was young, finding Mom asleep on our sofa in our lounge room, waiting for Dad to arrive home after a night out on patrol. Mom always had trouble sleeping when Dad was out on night patrol, and she would go to the lounge room and lay down on the sofa. Sometimes she slept, but more often than not, she would just lay there, like now. And I was wondering if she would sleep or just lay there for a few hours and just rest. How much time went by, I was not sure. The sun was now sending a long, thin line along the carpet, where it managed to break through a slit in the curtain. Mason did not move or cry again, though he did stop growing in height and his features stopped changing. I hoped that meant he would wake up again soon. At least he had made it through the night, and that was a good thing. And so far, no sign of the lichens, which made me glad. We were about halfway, and depending on Mason, it could be closer to finishing. Brenda had said up to 24 hours, so he could wake at any time. I was trying to be optimistic and hopeful, but I will take anything that will get me through this. Chapter 91, Heather POV. The sun rose in the sky, and Mom woke up. She managed to get about 3 hours sleep. She went to the bathroom and freshened up, then returned to give me a kiss on the cheek and check on Mason. He still showed no signs of waking up, but he had stopped changing. I found it frustrating that I could not feel his emotions or him. He was a part of me for such a brief time, but when he fell asleep and started transforming, all my ties to him were blocked. Somehow I knew they weren't broken, just blocked. Maybe this testing could be hard on me, or maybe it blocks me so I can't influence the outcome. Either way, it was annoying. Mom opened the door to a maid, who wheeled in a trolley full of food, and another followed her, and in those arms were full of clothes, new clothes for Mason. They both gasped at seeing me in the room, and then stared at the prone man lying on the bed. I'm not sure what the castle gossip was at the moment, but these maids would start a whole new lot of chatter when they left. I guess the king had not told the castle of my return, or of Mason's state. They turned to leave in a hurry, whispering to each other as they went, and just as they reached the door, they remembered their manners and quickly turned back to me and bowed, then rushed out the door, closing it softly behind me before I could say anything. Which I guess is a good thing. I'm not sure I wanted to say anything. And they could make up a better story about Mason being asleep in bed than I could ever dream of. Food? Mom asked. I knew what she meant, but I think I must be in one of those moods. Smells like it, I replied with a grin. Mom's face whipped up to stare at me in shock, then burst into giggles, and the room's atmosphere instantly changed. Well, if you can smell it, tell me what is on the trolley. Mom lifted a lid to one of the plates. Bacon, eggs, tomatoes, mushroom, toast, coffee. Oh, yes, please, coffee, I said as I rushed over to the trolley, and Mom, who had poured out 2 cups of coffee. Can you eat? She asked, placing some toast, bacon, tomatoes, and mushrooms on a plate, knowing I dislike eggs. Thanks, I replied, and started to set up the table with cutlery. Hey, what about me? I'm hungry. The groggy voice of Mason broke my table setting. I dropped the cutlery and rushed over to my mate, who was sitting on the bed, naked, and I threw my arms around him, giving him a long kiss, which he returned with gusto. Get a room, Mom shouted at us, then chuckled at the comment. I broke the kiss and looked at her. Mom, is this not a room? I looked at her as if confused, and more chuckles filled the room, and Mason's booming laughter joined us, and I almost swooned at how deep and husky his voice was now. Mom, you finish setting up the food. I'll get Mason some clothes, I suggested, and headed over to where the maids had placed the clothes, sorting through them and grabbing a track pants and a shirt and boxers, and giving them to Mason. He stood up and started to dress, right there by the bed. My mother chuckled again and turned her back and continued to be busy. Mason then went to the now set table and grabbed one of the coffees, downing it in one long swallow. I guess he was thirsty. He then sat at the bed and looked at us expectantly. How are you feeling, son? Mom asked, as she took a seat, and I watched Mason as I also sat down. Energized. I'm impressed with the transformation. I look good, he said matter-of-factly, and dug into the food. He looked hungry. Mom poured him another coffee, and we sat down to eat happily, when there was a knock at the door. I got up to answer it as I was closest to the door. When I saw it was the king, I opened the door further and motioned for him to enter. He took one look at Mason eating and rushed into the room excitedly. Son, you are awake, Zoran said, and both Mom and I burst into giggles. Today was a day to state the obvious, and I knew exactly what Mom was thinking. This got both Zoran and Mason staring at Mom and me as I walked back to the table after closing the door, giggling all the way. Mason nodded to his dad as he shoveled more food into his mouth. Zoran sat down and joined us for breakfast. I saw Mom's eyes glaze over and knew she must have informed Dad of Mason's completed transformation, and I smiled. At that, I got my mate back, and I was wondering what was in store for us now. Brenda had not even hinted at what our transformation could mean, just that it had to happen before the Lycans could force what they wanted onto us. Zorn informed Mason of the security changes and of the impending arrival of the Lycans. I had no idea when, just that now that they had found me, they would not leave me in peace. The chatter was comfortable, none of us asking Mason what went on when he was transforming. I had not shared that he had to go through a test, just that he might not survive the transformation. So far, Mason had kept his mind blocked from me, so I could not see what happened. Maybe he was waiting for us to be alone for him to share it? Alice came rushing to the door, not bothering to knock, and hugged Mason from behind, then pulled the desk chair over, and we all squeezed together so she could join us for breakfast. Wow, this room suddenly felt crowded, and I felt the need to push them all out. This was not my feeling. I looked up at Mason and saw him close his eyes and take a deep breath. Alice, Zorn, thank you for joining us for breakfast. I think Mason would like to take a shower now and get freshened up after his ordeal, I suggested. They both looked at Mason and could clearly see he was struggling with something. They nodded at me and got up. Catch you shortly, son, Zorn said, and walked with Alice out the door. I better get back to the twins. I'm sure your father would like a break. Mom gave Mason a kiss on the cheek, then me, then left the room. Thanks, Mason murmured, and got up and went to the bathroom. I'm not sure what was going on with him, but I felt he needed this time alone, so I sat there and drank my coffee as I waited for Mason to get it together and come and explain what was on his mind.
Mason, POV. The smell of bacon woke me from the strangest dream I had been having. Some woman named Brenda was giving me all sorts of training and instructions, and Brenda was glowing with pride at how well I had adapted to my new body. Weird, right? I loved the pleased look on my mate's face when she heard my voice. It was deeper after the transformation, and she rushed over to give me a kiss, and boy did I need that kiss. The clothes she gave me fitted nicely, and I was glad she had thought of getting me some that would fit. I certainly won't be fitting my old ones. My stomach reminded me why I woke up, and I thought I would shower after I filled my belly. There was so much I wanted to share with Heather. Heather was watching me closely, and I understood I had changed a lot, and I guess only time would tell how my mind had accepted the changes. I was still emotional from the testing and the thought of losing Heather. I swallowed the first coffee and it hardly touched the sides, and then I sat at the table. Well, sort of, though our tables and chairs are larger and stronger than most because werewolves tended to be taller and bigger. I still barely fit on the chair, and I wondered if it would hold my weight. My legs had the same problems. I could not sit comfortably at what seemed to be a small table and dug into the food like a starving man, and that was how I felt. Very hungry. I had to be careful not to be greedy and eat the lot. We were having a nice threesome breakfast. Then Dad arrived, and that was okay. He was filling me in with what had happened since we chatted last, and what was going on now that Heather had returned. And yeah, a lot has happened, security-wise. We thought we were good with our security. Heather had shown us how stupid we were when going clubbing and letting girls jump at us, and then the poisoning and now the kidnapping. We had to look at all our procedures again and whether my brothers liked it or not. The security would have to tighten, and I felt the need to protect my mate even stronger now that we had done the deed. Mother then walked into the room, with her head held high, as if she was entitled to just walk in without even knocking. And that pissed me off. I was surprised how quickly my temper rose, and I was having trouble keeping it under control. I wanted to spend time with my mate and not all these people. I had more or less got mated and fell asleep. I needed to hold her and maybe do a little more than that, but I have to listen to my mother's voice, and it was grating on me. Yeah, Mum means well, but she had got used to getting everything she wants, and not thinking before jumping in, and right now, just making us squeeze closer together when I'm still getting used to being another foot taller and wider. I felt closed in and fighting the need to burst out in anger. Heather picked up on my unease, even though I was blocking her at the moment, and I was surprised she still managed to pick up some of how I felt.
Zoran, Alice, can you give us a little time? Mason had only just woken up and had yet to have a shower. Could you please leave and I will contact you when he is ready to sit and talk? All this may be a little overwhelming. I know it shocked me to wake up and be a lot taller and completely different in looks.
She had then so politely kicked them all out. Even her own mother left, giving Heather a quick kiss on the cheek and whispered something in her ear. Heather nodded to her and followed the people to the door and closed it behind them. And I heard the click of the lock, and that sound seemed to calm me right down. I wolfed down the rest of the food that was still on the table, eating more than double the amount I would normally eat, and I still felt I could eat all that again. I looked guiltily at Heather, having not shared the food, but she just giggled at me and pushed me towards the bathroom door and the waiting shower. The shower water was turned to the hottest it could go, and after some adjusting to the height of the nozzle of the shower jets, being taller, I had to bend my head to fit under it. It was too low. I must see if I could get some sort of extension to the pipe and get it raised a bit higher. I managed to calm down and get ready to chat to Heather. She deserved to have this block unblocked, but I did not want her to see what I went through in front of the others. It was private, and I would only share this with her. I dried off as I thought of the best way to approach this, and wondered if unblocking her would be the best. I hardly got out of the bathroom door and Heather was on me, kissing me like a hungry demon. Her needs were close to what mine were, the need to touch and feel and be with my mate. I realized it was my wolf that had taken over. Without me realizing it, I had shifted into my wolf and the two lichens were bonding and mating. I was kind of shocked at first that I had not felt the shift to wolf, but I left them to do what they needed to do and rested back as a sort of passenger. Boy, these two could go at it with some vigor, and I was in awe at how my lichen could be so gentle with his mate at first, letting Heather's wolf, Sky, take the lead. And then something snapped, and the gentle, caring Ezra turned into a rough, needy wolf, and their build to climax was intense. I was exhausted by the time these two had finished, and proud too with the stamina my wolf had, and Sky too for that matter. What happened after they finished mating, I was not sure. I woke up on the floor, cuddling Heather close to me, and my wolf was purring softly inside my head like a contented cat. Talk about confusion. I hate cats, though I did not mind waking up with Heather in my arms.
Chapter 93. Heather POV. Clearing the table of the dirty dishes and placing the trolley outside our door, I made doubly sure that I locked the door again. I could feel Mason when his mother walked in. He was barely holding it together with his dad. His mom took him to his limit. It wasn't really his mom or dad's fault. They wanted to see their son was awake and well. My mom had stayed in the background. She helped to set the table with food and stuff like that. So Mason didn't give my mom a second thought as an intruder. His dad was another thing. He tolerated it because he wanted the information, though I think his dad could have waited to give him time to eat and shower. His mother was a different story. She came in without knocking and then started with the, "How are you? How do you feel? What happened when you were out like a light?" And poor Mason did not have the time to answer one question when she was already firing another. The only thing I could do was shoo them out the door, and my mom had to go too, or it would have looked odd sending only one out the door. When Mason came out of the bathroom naked, my wolf Sky took over, and I let her. I knew she needed time with Ezra and bond. Once that was done, our whole mating ritual would be done and dusted, and it had to happen before the Lycans came back, hunting for me. And they would be disappointed. Ezra was being gentle, giving Sky time to adjust to Ezra and his massive size. Don't get me wrong, Sky was almost double the size of a pack wolf, but Ezra was another size again too. Together we were a normal size together, meaning I was the size that I should be for the massive Ezra that he was now. He stood a little taller than a large horse, and I was up to his shoulders. We were perfect together. I was pure white, and so was he. It was rare for a male to be pure white, and I was eager to find out why that was. I have no clue why I expected him to be black. I fell asleep after Sky wore me out after her romp with Ezra. They certainly have stamina. Sky told me the bonding was now complete before she fell asleep, and I wondered what that meant. I had to open the influx of information I gained when I mated with Mason, but I wanted to do it with Mason so we could understand together and could ask each other questions about what I had learned and how we may see things slightly differently. I stretched out my body and felt Mason pull me closer to him, and I felt safe and secure in his arms. But I knew I could not stay like this all day. "Mason?" I whispered as I turned around in his arms to look at his face. I peppered his face and cheeks with soft kisses until his eyes opened up to look at me. He pulled me closer to him and captured my lips for a deep kiss. "Mason," I managed to say as I pulled back begrudgingly. "What?" he whispered back as he licked and kissed my mark on my neck, making me squirm. "We have to get up and talk. We have a lot to get through before the Lycans come looking for us." I pushed at him and smiled at his growl of annoyance. "I like it where we are. I had no idea that carpet was so comfortable," he grumbled, trying to pull me back to him to snuggle a little longer, or to do other things. I wasn't against the idea. "Sweetheart, I need us to look at the information we've received. We need to understand what's going on and what could happen. Please?" I begged. Mason grumbled something unintelligible and sighed, sitting up and pulling me with him. He kissed my neck and took another deep breath, taking in my scent before releasing me and standing up, leaving me sitting on the floor, getting an eye view of his erection that he was hoping to use. It was a grand sight to see. He grew not just in his height, and I was looking forward to using that magnificent specimen. Mason looked down at me and smirked, knowing what was going on in my mind, and wiggled his hips, making the member bounce, and I licked my lips before lifting my head up to look at him and smiled back, knowing he was going to be disappointed by not getting to use it right now. I raised my hand to him and he took it, and with strength I thought he had not yet gotten used to, pulled me to my feet and into his arms. Or maybe he knew he would have me in his arms and did it to shock me. I giggled and kissed his mark and pushed him back. "I think we need a shower before we get dressed. The dogs had a rather long session, and I'm a little gross at the moment," I said, and headed to the bathroom, wiggling my butt as I passed by him. He reached out and grabbed me, lifting me up into his arms and carrying me to the shower. I guess he was going to use that impressive shaft after all. He did all the work, turning on the water and taking me under the spray of water, never letting me go. He kissed and sucked and nipped his way around my neck and throat, and to my breasts. He found a ticklish spot and worked on that for a little while, until I was groaning with frustration. Slowly he lifted me up, and I watched the ceiling come closer to me. Luckily, we had high ceilings in the castle, and he lowered me onto his shaft, impaling me with a sudden thrust. He pushed me against the shower wall and started to move in and out of me, the friction hitting all the right spots. My body was quick to rise to the need. We thrust and groaned and wiggled and bit each other until I screamed his name and he exploded his load into me. He held onto me with his two strong arms as my body went weak like a newborn puppy. All too soon, as we had finished our shower and were back in our room, we decided to sit on the floor. Once we were dressed and held each other's hands as we opened our minds together and looked into that information that had flooded into our minds when we first mated. Talk about information overload. Mason groaned and withdrew one of his hands and rubbed his forehead. The digestion of this information was going to take a little while. I called Sky forward and asked what she knew, and she just huffed at me, as if I should have already known the answer to that question, and refused to talk about it. Lost with no other choice, slowly, I had to wade through it myself. I closed my eyes, and slowly the information that was trying to fill my conscious mind brought it to a more acceptable level of receiving it. Once I managed to do that, the rest was easier, as I already had some of this knowledge. I was getting more comfortable as I received the information. I loved going to the library and reading books, so this was not too much different. And soon I found I could ask a question and have the answer appear. Now this is more like it.
Mason, POV. Waking up to lots of kisses from my mate had me hard in an instant. This was more like it, my mate in my arms. I had waited too long for this. And then she said we had to talk, and it seemed I was not going to mate with her now. I felt a little disappointed. When I stood up, I could smell her arousal as she stared at my erection and licked her lips. She wanted it as badly as I did. Well, shower, here we come. Picking her up and taking her to the shower with very little resistance, and entering her and filling her with my seed was also accepted, so I was on cloud 9 and loving being mated. We sat and the information was too much. My head wanted to explode, and then I felt Heather in my head and sorting the information out of me, putting it in some sort of order, and soon it was flowing at a speed I could handle, and things were making more sense. There is a lot of Lycan history here, as well as abilities I should have, as well as Heather, though I knew she had some great abilities already. But this is insane. One particular piece of information that stood out and shocked me was that Heather and I were now the new king and queen of the Lycan people. I was not sure how that worked, and would need to talk to Heather about that, as it did not make sense. Did they not already have a queen? I am no king, though Heather would make a good queen. I had said that once before. Oh shit, she is a queen, and I happen to be her mate. Then I have to be the king. No, I won't believe that until I see it with my own eyes. She could be the queen and I will be the queen's consort. Yeah, that sounds better. I can be the consort, so I don't have to worry about running a pack. That is why I am the second born. I was to be a beta, not a king. Heather's lips grazed mine, and I opened my eyes to look at her and saw Sky's eyes looking back at me. And I frowned. Before I could even think about what that meant, Ezra had taken over again. I did not feel him taking over, and this was starting to worry me. I should have some control over my Lycan taking over. Surely I do. Don't worry, my love. All will settle as it should. We have to get used to each other first, and Ezra is a strong beast and can easily take control, but you will have the control at the important times. For now, we have to let our animals have more time. I heard Heather's voice was in my head, talking to me as calm as could be, but was not at all shocked that Ezra had taken over, or that Sky and Ezra were having their own wolf conversations. I got bits and pieces of it, but for the larger part, I listened to Heather and stopped trying to take in what the wolves were talking about. Again, we were in the back seat, as Ezra and Sky growled and howled at each other. I heard a knock at the door and was glad that Heather had locked it. Now was not the time for someone to come barging in. "Who is it?" I heard Heather call out, and I looked at her through Ezra's eyes and wondered how she could do that. I am barely about to make a grunting sound. "We heard growling. Is everything all right in there?" called Mum, and I should have known she would be hanging around, waiting to get in here and continue her little tirade she was doing earlier. "We're fine, thank you for asking, Alice. Our lichens are just getting to know one another and bonding. We did not think the Kingdom of Wolves were ready to see us out in the forest, so they have shifted in here and letting them get to know one another." Heather was amazing. You would not have known that she was in her wolf. Sorry, no, that is not right anymore. In her lichen form. And she is beautiful. Although I am watching through Ezra's eyes and hearing through his ears, I can see, hear, and smell everything, and I can feel his love for Sky and Heather. It is getting stronger the longer he is in his form, and I think I am starting to understand what Heather was saying about letting them romp together for a little while. Because when we leave this room, they will have less time in this form, until we get used to how our lives are changing. "Okay, well, dinner is in an hour. Will you be coming down to eat?" Mother was persistent. I gave her that. She looked at me and I nodded at her, happy to go downstairs and get this over and done with. "We shall be down for dinner," Heather replied, and I heard Mother's footsteps leaving. Wow, I can't usually hear anything outside the door. It is supposed to be soundproof. This lichen hearing is better than my wolf hearing for me to hear that. This is scary stuff. These lichens are powerful.
Chapter 95. Heather POV. Seeing Mason come out of the bathroom in nothing but a towel, the sight of him before me, his hair still damp, his body so beautiful, I loved the changes that becoming a lichen had made to his body. It made me all warm inside, and soon Sky had taken over in the blink of an eye, and it was way too quick for me to stop her. She was on her mate before I had a chance to blink. Soon we were mating again, bonding greater than ever before, and I was enjoying resting and letting Sky have her way. I had lots in my mind and took this moment to think and try and clear my thoughts, allowing Sky to do what she needed to do. Mason was also in the back seat as well, and I could feel him wanting to get this over with and get back to talking. This has been a confusing few days, and I feel like this is just the tip of the mountain of changes that were about to happen in our lives. When the meeting was over, I felt my body changing again, and looked at Mason to see the same thing was happening with him. We were growing again. Now that the lichen side of us had finished mating and completing their bond, we were one in more ways than before. While they were mating, I had heard and smelled Alice at the door, and agreed to come downstairs and join them for dinner. When they shifted back and let us take over control again, Sky moved to the back of my mind, and I felt her make little circles and lie down for some rest and sleep. Looking over at Mason, I felt shocked at the size he was now, and then I looked down and gasped. I was just over 7 feet tall, and Mason seemed around 8. We were both huge. I would have to make some adjustments to our clothing, and hopefully I could meet up with the dressmaker and get some larger clothes made. Both of us also had to go barefoot, as we had no footwear large enough to fit our large feet. I wondered how much larger our lichen wolf size would be if we gained some more size, not just in height, but in body in general. And something inside me told me that I had changed in another way that I had yet to discover and understand. I noticed Mason's eye color had changed. Looking in the mirror, mine had too. We looked nothing like we had only a few days ago. The people in the palace were going to be shocked. "How did you talk with your voice when you were in wolf form?" "It was a little surprising to hear you like that," Mason asked, as he finished making the adjustments to his pants. We had to wear track pants as nothing else would fit, and the length of them came to our calves. We both struggled not to laugh as we tried to squeeze into them. Get used to surprises. I feel like we have more in store for us. I felt like I was avoiding answering his questions. Saying anything out loud would make it all the more real. Having dressed as best I could and making the adjustments to the clothing for Mason, we left the room together. I was so glad this was an old castle and the ceilings and doors were high, or we would have had trouble moving around. We did not bother with the elevator, not sure if it would be high enough. It is a modern addition to the castle. It means the height may have been good when I first changed, but the second change, there was no way an 8-foot-tall man would fit in it. We walked down the stairs 3 at a time, and that even felt like too small a step. People gasped audibly when they saw us on the stairs. Together we walked into the dining hall, and all the chatter I could hear before we entered the room immediately ceased when we entered. All eyes were on us, and even the king and queen had their mouths gaping open. They had never seen anyone that tall before. We eclipsed those who kidnapped me in height and stature. Approaching the top table, I wondered if the chairs would be strong enough to take our weight.
Don't worry, those chairs can support our new size.
Mason mind-linked me, as if he could read my mind. And for a brief moment, I thought he might be able to. We had new abilities. He might just have that gift. I heard him chuckling beside me, but not elaborate on what was going on in his mind. We reached 2 empty chairs that were waiting for us. Mason pulled one out, being the very courteous man he was trying to be. I chuckled this time, and he looked at me with a smirk. Yep, we had reached a new level in our relationship, one that would not change until we died. It was not like I could get rid of him now. He was more a part of me than ever before. Werewolf mates were on a different sort of level of bond. This was life-changing, making the male feel the need to go all protective over his mate. But this lichen level brings the idea of soulmates or fated mates to a whole new level, and I was enjoying it very much. I could feel his every emotion and thought. It was like he was telling me what was going on in his head, a sort of running commentary. He was like having another Sky in my head, constantly telling me when I'm wrong or what she wants, or arguing with me. Now I had 2 voices in my head. I managed to block Mason out, like I do when I put Sky out of my head, and made sure I was not sending him a running commentary. This was all so new and slightly confusing. I was hearing multiple voices. I wonder if he can hear Sky when she speaks to me. No, that would be embarrassing. She could be a dirty dog when she has the mind to be. And it was not just his talking to me. He was inside of me, like we were one body, and our weird joined feelings. I'm out of words to explain how I am 2 people sharing one body, and I know he feels the same. I am inside of him as he is inside of me.
Sweetheart, if the voices are too much for you, think of that little box we made for all the information. Place it in your head. Send all the talking there.
Before I realized what I was doing, I made those little choices in his head, and it calmed all the many voices in mine. Mason sat beside me, and I looked around the room, seeing all of those eyes still on us. Mason grabbed my hand from under the table and gave it a squeeze. I gave a very small nod, accepting his comfort, and grabbed a plate of chicken pieces and placed them on my plate and then some on Mason's.
That will not do, my sweet,
Mason said, and grabbed the platter that had the chicken pieces and changed our plates to the platters that the food was on. He grabbed a few jugs, and they became our drinking vessels. He filled the platter with vegetables, and soon our plates were filled enough with food to fill 10 people, and I still wondered if it was going to be enough. I was starving, and I knew Mason was too. No one said a word about the changes Mason made, using jugs as glasses and platters as plates. They filled their own plates, and soon the chatter began to grow around the tables. I could hear most of the whispers were about Mason and me, and I knew there was little else either of us could do about it. What I was pleased about was my mom and dad being at the table. Mom got up and gave me a hug, the best she could, and kissed Mason on the cheek. Dad nodded his greeting from his chair, both very aware of how people would view us now.
Have you finished growing?
Alice asked, sounding a little worried. I believe we have, I replied, hoping it was true. I did not feel the need to grow anymore, and I was way over the size of an average man, and poor Mason was gigantic.
Maybe the dressmakers can make you some clothing. That would, better fit for now. And later we can look at what would be better suited to a lady of your size. And what do we do about those feet?
Alice meant well, but her ability to articulate a clear sentence at the moment seemed to fail her. The shock was evident in her tone.
Mason, POV. Before we even reached the bottom of the stairs, I could hear all the voices. I tried to block them out but had difficulty. I could hear everyone's thoughts clearly, even Heather's, though she was more worried about entering the dining room and scaring everyone with our new size. And I could understand that we were large. Then when we entered the dining hall and the verbal voices stopped, the mental ones continued. And some were damn right rude. Heather giggled at me, and then helped put the voices out of my mind. She must hear them like I do. So glad she understands what is happening, because I surely don't. Heather tried to make up a plate of food for us, but the portions were way too small, so I had to take over by grabbing a platter and jugs and using them like normal people use plates and glasses. This made Heather giggle again as I built a decent-sized meal for us both. The room had their eyes on us, and I knew we were most likely a big novelty for them at the moment. Hopefully that will not be for long. I'm sure they will find something else to gossip about soon enough. Heather's mom is a sweetheart, coming to give Heather a hug and me a kiss. She was showing those at the tables that we were still being us, and not violent, and so nothing to worry about. I do not feel anything negative from either of her parents, yet mine were worried about what all this meant and were concerned about how it would affect the kingdom and the people. Would they be concerned about their safety now that two very large lichens lived in the palace? Stupid, I know, but I'm sure we would happily move out if us being here was detrimental to the well-being of the kingdom. We may look large, but deep down, I was sure we were a couple of softies that would not hurt anyone without provocation. The food went down well. Heather and I were starving after all the bedroom activity we had been having, and we were content to sit and watch the people around the room. They were now more comfortable with us being here. Others you could feel and smell the fear coming off of them. My lichen hearing and smell was so much greater than a wolf that I could hear staff down the hall whispering about us, and I was amazed by it. Heather showed no outward signs that this was upsetting her, but every now and then I could hear the quietest of growls escaping her lips as another bit of gossip reached her ears. Our parents were being very talkative. First it was our clothing and the need to get some decent clothes made before they could present us to the people, and when they should present us and how would they present us. Then it was about how to use our new abilities to the kingdom's betterment, and then our rooms would need refurbishing. As I had mentioned, the shower was too small. The chatter went on and on, when all I wanted to do was go back to bed. I was feeling a little tired from all the negativity and the need to hold my mate, if for no other reason than to reassure myself that this was not a dream, and we are these two abominations, as some were calling us. Suddenly the alarms went off and everyone stood, staring at the doors, and soon Mum and Dad's security guards came running into the dining hall and surrounded Mum and Dad, prepared to protect them the best they could. Heather and myself stayed seated. I had felt no fear of an invasion. This was something else. But what, I could not even guess. Heather grabbed my hand from under the table and gave it a reassuring squeeze and waited for whoever was coming. "Son?" Dad queried, but Heather and I did not move or look in his direction. My head had turned to look at the door like everyone else in the room. This made Dad and Mom and Heather's parents sit back down, and we smelt the fear radiating off of those in the hall, and that included our parents, though not strong. I guess they had more control over their emotions than most in the hall. Why did Heather and I feel no fear? I could make lots of guesses. Once we were huge and large lichens, it would be hard to kill either of us. So maybe we were feeling invincible in our new bodies. Whatever the reason, we did not panic or show fear. I tried to act natural and grabbed the jug that was acting as my glass and took a large swallow of juice, and Heather did the same. She kept telling me all was okay and not to panic. I had no idea what she was talking about, but I trusted her. A group of very large lichen men walked into the room. They were all in some sort of formal warrior attire, and they were followed by a number of other elegantly dressed men and women. They stood in two lines, facing forward, and looked as if they were waiting for something. The people in the room stood quiet and still, not wanting to provoke the visitors, I guess. Heather was fine with all of this. She acted as if she was expecting it, and though I felt closer to her than ever before, she was still stronger than me and could control her emotions, blocking them from me, and I could not hear her thoughts, only words that she wished for me to hear. Soothing, comforting words. An old woman entered the room, a man beside her helping her along. They walked up between the lines of lichens and stopped before our table. The woman looked at me. She had a sparkle in her eyes and a knowing look that I could not interpret, and her mind was closed off so I could not hear her thoughts, and then she turned and looked over at Heather, and her face softened and a smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. The men and women who had arrived before the old woman, they all stood at attention and waited for a signal or something to happen. They made no sound. They had all turned their heads and watched the old woman as she walked down the middle of the hall between the tall, elegant lichens. The old woman then did something that shocked me. She slowly lowered herself down to the floor with the aid of the man beside her and knelt in front of Heather. Her head bowed as low as she could go without hitting the floor with her head, her bones giving out loud cracking noises as she bent down to the floor. No sooner had her knees hit the floor than the sounds of the others, joining her in a kneeling position on the floor, including the man who aided the old woman through the dining hall and to our position at the top of the room. A room full of over 50 huge lichens all knelt before Heather and waited silently before her. People around the room had gasped in shock at this unexpected behavior. Heather spoke to the old woman, but I did not understand the words she had used, but my dad seemed to, and his eyes lit up as Heather spoke in the old tongue. Something I think I'm going to have to learn to speak.
Chapter 97. Heather POV. Welcome, old woman. We meet again. I said to the old woman in a soft, welcoming voice as I got up from my seat at the table and walked around it, heading casually to the old woman on the floor. She had yet to lift her head up, and I smiled to myself, thinking this woman might be the one. I had heard her speak softly to me when I was waking up in the other place, and if so, she was the reason I rushed back to the palace and took Mason as my mate. Though I recognized her scent, there was another woman in the room at the time, so until I hear her voice, I'm not completely sure it was her. As I stood beside her, looking down at her submissive position, I placed my hand on her shoulder and sent a warm, healing warmth to her old body. The sounds of her creaking bones worried me a little, and as I am a healer, I saw no reason not to heal the old woman for what ailed her. The glow of the soft green light left my hands and engulfed her body, and many of the palace people gasped in surprise. No one had seen me heal before. It was always kept quiet, or I would have been overwhelmed by people wanting healing. But all the lichens had remained kneeling on the ground, low and deep. Some had their heads resting on the floor. They would not move without the old woman saying so. Or I could. I'm not sure yet. But as yet, I'm not letting them up. They could stay a little longer kneeling on the hard floor, for daring to come and kidnap me in the first place. I felt no rush to let them up. Stand, old woman. You are too old to be kneeling before me. I changed to speak in the common tongue, so the room could understand what I was saying. I knew the king and queen could understand what I was saying earlier. Even my mother would have, as she read the same books I had, when I took them from the library to learn the tongue, that we would often talk to each other in that language, when we did not want others to know what we were talking about. I offered the old woman my hand, and she lifted her head to look into my eyes, and gently placed her hand in mine. I assisted carefully and helped her to her feet, and led her around the table. Zoran's guards all moved back as I came around the table and sat her in the chair I had vacated. The man who aided the old woman had his head on the ground and waited like the rest of the lichens for some sign or word to allow them up off the floor. "Old woman, what is your name?" I asked, as she had yet to speak, and I could not stop the smile on my face as she looked at me. "My name is Leone, my queen, and thank you for the healing. My old bones have never felt so good," she replied softly, a voice I remembered from the Lichen Palace, and it confirmed I was right. When I saw her enter the hall, her scent I immediately recognized from the bedroom, as I had not yet opened my eyes at the time. I was not 100% sure it was the woman's voice that I had heard, as there was another woman's voice who was not so nice, and I was worried I was giving the wrong person the niceties. "Would you like to join us at the table? We are nearly finished our meal. Your members may partake too," I offered. The king and queen had not said a word. Having sat back down and waiting for something, I'm not sure what, I could hear their thoughts. They were worried about what all of this meant and were confused. I was being called the queen. I blocked out everyone's thoughts, as it was becoming rather busy. Everyone was having their own opinion. I decided to move forward. I would listen only to someone's thoughts if I felt the need, or if I felt threatened, or if I did not trust them enough not to hear what they were thinking. And right now, I did not feel the need to read anyone's thoughts. "Would the king and queen of this palace mind if your people got up from the floor and joined the meal?" Although she addressed the question to me, it was for Zoran to answer. I looked over at him and smiled. He gave a nod of acceptance, and I felt like this might be a new beginning for all. "Rise, Lichen, and pledge and greet your new queen, then take an empty seat and enjoy breaking meat with your queen," the old woman, Leone, called out to the lichens on the floor, and they all stood as one, placing their hands over their hearts and pledging their lives to me. I nodded to them, and I felt this sort of pressure of being released. And now the pressure was gone. The pressure would have stayed on the lichens until they had all pledged to me. This was not my doing or the old woman's. Just what happens when a new king or queen is in place. We only gave a sigh when the pressure on her was gone. The released lichens also gave a collective sigh and moved around to find a place to sit. Not all ate, but sat quietly and looked around the room. Some sat and stared at me and Mason with looks of confusion and worry. The mixed looks told me not all wanted to come and pay their respects, and I made notes of the ones who had a sour look on their faces. Whether it was because they were seated amongst all these wolves that smelt of fear, or because they were here in the first place, I wasn't sure. But I would not trust a single one until they prove loyalty to me and Mason. And I won't go listening to their thoughts. I feel like that's an intrusion. I certainly would not like them doing it to me, but if what Brenda said is true, they can't hear what I am thinking. But I blocked my mind anyway, just to be on the safe side. Mason shifted in his chair, and I turned to look at him. He was staring out across the room. I followed to where he was looking and smiled at him. He did not like the large lichen that was staring at me. I guess Mason doesn't like the thought of competition. Sweetheart, we're mated. None of these lichens hold a candle to you. Plus, you're his boss now. I giggled at Mason.
Boss? What do you mean?
Mason sounded very confused. Had he not listened to what that woman called me? Did you not hear the pledge from the lichens? I asked softly in his head. He broke the stare he had with the lichen and looked at me. His brow furrowed, the glazed look as he tried to enter my head, but I refused to allow him in. Too much was going on in this hall for me to open my mind to anyone.
The pledge. It was for you,
he answered softly. You're my mate, so that makes you king, I said. Mason's face changed to one of surprise. He had not taken in that little bit of information. It seemed he was happy for me to be queen, but not him being a king. How weird. Did he think he would be something else?
Mason, POV. When the old woman joined us at the table, I was a little surprised the rest of the lichens had not stood up. They stayed where they were, and I could feel some sort of pressure in the room, as if they could not stand up unless that pressure was removed. I wondered who was putting that pressure on them. I looked over at Heather and wondered if it was from her or the old woman beside her. Not wanting to interrupt whatever Heather was doing with this woman, I would wait and question her later. The old woman seemed content to sit by Heather and chat like two old friends, in a language I did not understand, but it seemed Dad and her mum were fluent in it. I glanced about the room, looking at those lichens that had arrived, and wondered what they were doing here really. They were all here because of Heather being the new queen. How did that even happen? I was confused by all of this. I noticed our guards had been excused and had left the room to go about their duties. Does this mean I am not going to be a beta now? The lichens around the room talked either with their other lichen mates or not at all. They did not look like they were enjoying being here. The noise in the room was dull. Not many of our people wanted to talk either, but Heather and this woman were having a great chat, and so was her mother. She seemed to be full of endless questions, and the old woman appeared to be content with answering them. Heather reached under the table and grabbed my hand, having moved to sit beside me again, and her mother moved too, so the old woman was between the two of them. "Would you like to know what we are talking about?" Heather asked me in my mind, and I nearly jumped out of my skin at her voice entering mine. It is now like a normal mind link between us. I'm not sure if there are even words to describe it. She is in my head a lot like the wolf is in my head, but I can feel my wolf inside of me. I cannot feel Heather. She is just there. "Yes," was my brief reply. Then a warmth covered my body, like someone had just poured warm water over me, and I could suddenly understand the words they were speaking. "Neat trick." I chuckled at Heather. She shrugged her shoulders as if it was nothing, and never took her eyes off the old woman and her mother. The three of them were talking about Brenda, the woman I met in my dream, and I was a little surprised to know that it was the lost princess. But then I should not have been that shocked. This was confusing. I was not sure how I should have known that. To me, it was just a dream. But listening to these women talk about this lost princess and what they had managed to work out about her, this very old woman was her mother. That made this woman just over 4,000 years old. No wonder her bones cracked and creaked when she knelt before Heather. Today was one shock after another. The discussion had shifted to the palace where the Lycans lived and how soon we would be moving there. I looked at Heather to see how she was reacting to the talk of moving, and she seemed to be calm, as if it was expected. Poor Heather. She had just been ripped away from her home to come live here, and now she is being removed from here too. Wait, that means I am moving too. Do I get a say in this? I want to be a beta. I have trained to be a beta. I don't want to be the king. Heather said something about a week or two before we would move to the palace so soon. I should have been listening to their conversation instead of feeling sorry for myself. That was why Heather did it, so I could understand what they were saying, and I ignored them completely. Now who looks stupid? Dad said he was going to get a lot of changes made, with how easily these Lycans just waltzed into the palace as if they owned it. He was livid by it all. We needed more notice of their pending arrival, but none of our preset warnings were set off. How did they pass by our alarm system? Dad agreed we needed to look into the security videos and make sure we did not have a traitor in our midst, but that did not make sense to me. Surely we would have noticed a larger-than-life person living here. They would stand out like I do, wouldn't they? My brother said he would look at the staff's movements, but I think we won't find anything. Just like when the body was thrown out of the vehicle, we did not see it coming till the body was thrown out and we all rushed out to see. Sabrina was showing signs of being uncomfortable, and I suddenly worried about her going into early labor. Heather must have felt my anxiety rise as she turned her head and looked at me with a questioning look. "Sabrina," I said, and she looked past me and watched for a few moments as Sabrina squirmed in her seat, with Harold holding her hand, trying to talk to her and calm her down. Heather got up from her chair and walked quickly to Sabrina at the same time as I stood up and followed her. Heather sent a wave of green light over Sabrina, and she gained some color in her cheeks, but Sabrina still looked a little off. "Harold, it is time. Get her to the birthing room. I will follow shortly," Heather said, and Harold picked up Sabrina in the bridal style and rushed out the door, and I followed behind. I looked behind me as I left the room, and Heather was talking to the old woman before she and her mother took off in our direction. Leaving Dad and Mum to handle the Lycans in our dining hall, my brother was about to become a father. I was not too worried over Dad and the Lycans. I could hear Sabrina give out a cry in pain and saw the worried look in Harold's face. She was not due for another few weeks, and for a werewolf, that is too early. We only have 5 months gestation, so a few weeks is a very long time in pregnancy terms, and with the poisoning before, I worried about what effects it may have had on the baby.
Chapter 99. Heather, POV. Leonie filled me in with who Brenda was, and how it hurt her so much when Brenda went missing. And then she felt her die, and her world fell apart. But she felt that she had passed on her legacy. But when they could not find her over the years, with the improvement of technology, they found my grandmother, then lost her somehow. Then knew my mom existed, but not sure where she was. And that was why they had the professors snag the king for many years to look at the DNA. It was more than just finding lost people since the war, though that was a great idea. it was ultimately to find me. She said she knew when I put on the pendant. It linked me to her. And she knew I was going to be the next queen, and the hunt for me grew more urgent, as she felt if I mated with Mason before knowing about my Lycan heritage, I could be in for a huge shock, and so would Mason. Leonie did not know about Brenda still being around. She thought she had transcended to where our kind went to, and was pleased that she taught me a few things, and warned me about treachery within the group. I told Leonie who Brenda said to make sure she had been taken away, and Leonie said she would deal with it, and would get a few things sorted before Mason and I came to live in the palace, and she would also have my suite refurnished in the colors of my choice. I noticed Mason was not paying attention, so I most likely would have to explain all of this to him later. Mom seemed very interested in all that was being discussed, and was learning a lot about her own heritage. Even though she was not going to be queen, as they had not chosen her, she still had some hierarchy over the Lycans here in this room, and at the palace. She was above every one of those seated in this dining hall.
Leonie, the pressure on the people, did that start when Mason and Heather mated, or earlier?
Mom asked, curious about why it was even the Lycans on the room.
Yes, well, it was a low pressure at first. That was how we knew someone had been chosen to replace me at long last. But today, it grew to unbearable, and those in this room had insisted we come and pledge allegiance to their new queen, so the pressure would be lifted. Those who have not attended today will feel that pressure until they pledge to the queen, or they will die in the fight to not support you. That pendant Heather is wearing is what is giving off the pressure. It demands that the queen gets the respect she deserves, and that the pendant has a lot of things it can do. Like Heather may already know about the portals, only the queen can do that, since the queen is now linked with that pendant. And there'll be many more abilities which I am not going to indulge in the moment. We have been in some very difficult times without the wearer of that pendant.
Leonie was trying to be mysterious, but just mentioning the pendant was enough for me to get an overload of information, and I had to tell the flood of information to cease for now. We would call for it another time, and the information stopped. It was brilliant that I had learned to control that. One thought plagued me, though. If Brenda was wearing the pendant when she disappeared, how come she was not the queen? Suddenly, Mason felt stressed. I looked over at him, wondering what was making him so worried. His one word sent a cold feeling running down my back.
Leonie, this is very interesting, but I have a woman going into early labor. I need to leave. I got up without waiting for a reply and headed to the stairs to where Harold would be taking Sabrina. I paid no attention to the Lycans or anyone in the room. My mind was on Sabrina. I gave her some strength to help her through what needed to come. I was not sure if stopping the birth was the right thing to do, and the arrival of these uninvited guests may have triggered the early labor. As I reached the birthing room, I felt my mom behind me. I turned and saw Leonie was with her, and I looked at her with confusion. Please, let me help. I have been bringing new life in for 4,000 years. I might have some knowledge that could help, Leonie begged. I saw my mom nod her agreement to allow Leonie in. Okay, but if Sabrina says get out, you leave, I replied, unsure how Harold would feel about that. What could I do in that moment? We need all the help we can get. Birthing, even for a healer, can be tricky. It's not the same as healing a broken arm. You have two life forces in play, and sometimes the mother can push the healing onto the child to save its life, over her own, and then you end up losing both. Harold had laid Sabrina on the bed, holding her hand and brushing small kisses on it, unsure of what to do in the situation. No matter how much training you have, when it comes down to seeing your mate in pain, all that learning goes out the window, and the need to protect takes over. Harold, we would like Leonie to stay and assist Sabrina.
Are you guys okay with that? I asked, softly, as I reached the bed and started to assess how the baby was doing. Sabrina said yes. At the same time, Harold said no. Good. Harold, you need to leave. We can't have you in the room. I spoke as gently as I could, but with authority, making it hard for Harold to fight me about this. It was common. The man wants to stay, but can often be a hindrance rather than a help. As much as Harold wanted to argue, Sabrina urged him to leave. His face was sad and worried, but he complied reluctantly with her wishes. Now, young lady, when did you start labor? Leonie asked as she took a hold of Sabrina's hand, and Mom went to the other side of her, each holding her hand. I stood at her feet, while a nurse rushed about getting the things that would be needed to set up at her feet. The incubator was turned on, and it was getting ready for the small child to arrive. Yesterday, Sabrina answered, and I looked at her with shock. She had been going through this all day and had not said a word? But then I had been rather busy myself. But not even a word at dinner? How did I miss this? The baby is doing fine, no sign of stress. Could you be more further along than you first thought? Leonie was calm, and I could feel her sending warmth. And Mom was working on the baby. Together, they could both be kept alive. I could be. I was surprised when the doctor said how far along I was. It was at least 2 weeks less than I calculated, but who am I to argue with the doctor? Sabrina sucked in a breath when the next wave of pain went through her. I managed to put a block on her, so Harold would not feel her pain and stress, and it would not stress him out any further than he already was. Together, the three of us worked on bringing a new life into the world. Another 2 hours, the sounds of a healthy baby boy arrived, with a very healthy set of lungs. Sabrina cleaned up, and Harold was allowed back in. There seemed to be no residue to be an issue with the poisoning, and the three of us left Harold with his new son and headed back to the dining hall to announce the news. The hall was full of tension. The Lycans were grouped together at one side of the room, and our people were on the other, both staring daggers at each other. Goddess, what happened when we were gone?
Mason POV. When Harold came out of the birthing room, he was so distraught. Like all males, he wanted to stay with his mate and try and soothe the pain. But the higher the hierarchy of the males or females, the harder it is for those trying to aid the woman. So more often than not, the male is kicked out, and we are then left to try and help the distraught father through the waiting game, whilst he can feel his mate is in great pain and has to fight the urge to rush back into there and hurt everyone who is hurting his mate. But the only one hurting his mate was his pup, trying to come out. She did not want me in there with her, Harold growled out in frustration and pain, not coping with the rejection from his mate, and we understood. He did not mean to be so angry, but there was little he could do. Men in the birthing room would just not work, and he would come around. When he gets it in his head straight and understand he was not rejected, just too hard to get things done when he growls and barks at anyone who gets close to his mate who is in great pain, and I have to tread lightly in case I trigger his rage by accident. He would be on tenterhooks at the moment, and the slightest thing could set him off. I led him back to the dining hall and to where Dad and Mum were waiting, and wondered why the room seemed to be full of tension. What happened in less than 10 minutes? Setting Harold down in a seat next to Dad, thinking he would be the best one to keep him calm, I looked around the room again and felt that the tension in the room had nothing to do with Sabrina going into early labor. "What is going on, Dad?" I asked, using our mind link, shocked I still had it, thinking I would lose our links once we changed packs, and becoming a Lycan was more than just changing packs. It was a whole body and mind change, and I was still getting used to being nearly 2 feet taller and my voice so much deeper. I hardly recognized myself now, or Heather for that matter. She was sexier now. 4 of the Lycans had found their mates in our women, and they seemed to be in an argument about taking them as their mates. The women didn't seem to mind, but the girl's family was against it, and this had brought a division among the people. Mom answered in her calm tone, not the least bit shocked by the commotion in the room, as if she had expected something like this to happen. I growled out loudly, making all those in the room fall to their knees from the power of my growl, including my own mum and dad. I had not meant to cause them to all submit. I have yet to get used to being such a large Lycan and apparently a king, like my dad is for the werewolves. Seeing people fall on their knees kinda shocked me, and then reminded me that I am more than I was before, and most likely not yet as powerful as I'm going to be, and I may need to be more mindful of my reactions to things, as I can cause some unexpected reactions. Well, unexpected to me, that is. Who are the ones who have found their mates? Come forward now, I demanded, and 4 large Lycan males came forward, and 4 tiny werewolf ladies rushed forward too. The parents of the girls tried to come forward, but I raised my hand to stop them from coming forward, and this action had them scuttling back to their seats with their tails between their legs and a mixture of guilt and annoyance on their faces. Pair up. Let me see who is with whom, I growled softly, trying to keep my power out of my voice and not force them together. The lady now standing next to her mate. The size difference was huge. It reminded the difference between Heather and I before she changed me. If you mate with the woman beside you, will she grow larger like Heather and I have? Will she become a Lycan? I asked, as I was not sure how this worked. I know what happened between Heather and I. It was magical and rare. But if a Lycan finds his or her mate, do they change to Lycan? Yes, she will become a Lycan. Not as fast as you did with Heather, as you are king and queen, but it could take up to a week to make a total change, one of the men answered. Why take so long to make the complete change? Dad asked, as curious as I was, and forgot I was the one asking the questions. If they were to change as fast as our queen did, they would not survive. They need to adjust to each step and have the body cope with it all. We are there for every step, giving them love and support and strength. We need them to make it through with as little difficulty or pain as possible, and now we have our queen. She might grace our mates with healing and stow any pain they may incur. Can the lady die from the change? This was interesting. I really wanted to understand. If I had Heather here, she would have reminded me of all the information I had received, and these questions would have been answered. But I guess in some ways I needed to ask these questions out loud so the parents of the girls would understand too. Not that I knew that at the time, but having thought about it later, it would make sense. No, the change will not harm them. We would die with them if it was dangerous. No Lycan would risk being mated, if at high risk of death. Ladies, do you wish to be mated to the Lycan beside you? Do not be intimidated by those around you. I want the truth, I asked with authority, and I felt the shudder go around the room, and my power swept the room. It even surprised me. Yes, the voice said with little to no hesitation. Then I see no reason for that pairing not to happen. The 4 pairs turned to each other, and the men leaned down and picked up their mates and walked back to their seats, taking their mates with them. The parents of the girls watched in disappointment as their daughters willingly went with their mates, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. The king had spoken, meaning me, and it felt good to give a good verdict. I do not believe in keeping fated mates apart or taking a mate unwillingly. There are a few things that I disagree on when it comes to mates, but forcing a mating or denying the two who want to be together are 2 areas I would never agree to. Mother may have done everything she could to help us find our mates, and I may not have agreed with how she went about it, but after having to work and change for the better for my mate. I would encourage any that is hesitant to bond with their fated to do as Heather had done, and make the mate work for it. I may not have liked it at the time as I went through it, but I think I have come out a better person, and my mate a happier one.
Chapter 101. Heather POV. In the meantime, the labor was brutal. And though not long in terms of how long she was in pain, it was too long for that pup to be struggling. I wanted that pup out of her quickly so we can give it proper healing. The old woman and I worked together well. I worked on keeping the baby as strong as I could. The old woman worked on Sabrina. I have no idea why she started labor early, and because of the poisoning. Before I was concerned that someone had done something to make her go into labor. I thought the culprit was gone, but maybe a maid was just a pawn in the middle. Leonie, can you smell poison or something that caused this labor to start? She looked at me in surprise at the question, then closed her eyes, and I could tell she was searching through Sabrina's mind or even her body. I had somewhere in the back of my mind that it was possible, but I didn't have the time to go investigating all the information I had received, and I guess neither had Mason. Yes, she was given something to bring this pup along. I would say this morning sometime, she said, looking concerned. I nodded. I thought we caught the person who was poisoning her, but I guess that wasn't the main person. I offered more information to Leonie and hoped she could figure it out. I was too close to the situation to see it clearly. A man. I will find him, if he's on the hall. When we're finished, you can ask him and I can have some fun too. The man is evil, but I know about the attempt to bring the child on. I can work about getting that out of her system. It's too late to stop the baby coming, but at least it won't have any side effects from what this person has done. I do not understand people who harm children. This one is not even born yet. Maybe I am extra sensitive because of losing my Brenda all those years ago. Leonie offered, and I nodded, and we continued to help Sabrina and her almost there little boy. The cries of the newborn pup filled the room, and Sabrina beamed at the newborn. Leonie took him from me and left me to clean and heal Sabrina and finish ridding her of the toxin that the man gave her. We could not risk doing anything too drastic until the pup was out and safe from harm. I could not wait to get to the dining hall and grab the man that did this. Leonie came back with the little boy and placed him in the newly healed and cleaned up Sabrina. She was sitting on the bed holding her son and showing him where to get his milk. Sound of snuffles as the boy attempted to latch onto the nipple were heartwarming, and I looked forward to having a pup of my own one day. I left the room and went to the dining hall with Leonie by my side. We were both happy with the safe arrival of the pup. We met an anxious Harold halfway down the stairs.
Is she okay?
Harold asked, knowing the pain had stopped, and he could feel she was happier. Go and see your mate and your son, I cooed softly at him. His eyes widened, and he took up the stairs 3 at a time. I giggled at his rush, and Leonie nodded her understanding. I think she and I are going to get along, though if I really put my mind to it, she is my great-great-great-grandmother, or maybe a few more greats in there, but who was counting? It was a credit to her to be alive and strong as she is. Entering the dining hall, we headed straight to the top table, where my mate waited for me. He seemed to be relaxed and not at all stressed, like I expected him to be. We sat down and looked at the sea of faces staring back at us. Leonie said some words that only I understood, a spell or incantation, as it were, and a man I had never thought would ever work against us walked toward the table with confusion on his face, as if he had no control over his actions. And he didn't. Timothy, why? I asked, and he frowned, unsure of what I was asking, or trying to act innocent, but failing miserably. Why, what? He asked, frowning at what was happening. Why did you try and kill Harold's son? I stayed calm and kept an even voice, even though I wanted to jump over the table and strangle him. His eyes widened, and his face looked guilty as he flustered about for a comment, opening and closing his mouth. But no words came out. He hurt my sister. I wanted him to feel real pain. He eventually spat, after failing a few times to tell a lie. When? What are you talking about? Mason fumed back at the man he thought was a friend. He took her innocence, then he dumped her like yesterday's trash. She was so heartbroken, she left and stayed with her sister. He spat back at Mason. Did she find her mate? I asked softly, knowing that a lot of young ladies lost their innocence to these men. She left and went to stay with her sister. She was gone 6 months when rogues attacked, and she died. So no, she did not find her mate. Just a lot of heartache. And I wanted Harold to feel my pain. He mumbled sadly. I will leave your punishment to Sabrina and Harold, I said to him, and he cringed at the idea. Take him to the cells. Tie him to the wall, Mason ordered the guards. They seemed saddened by the turn of events. One of their own was now going to the cells.
Mason POV. Heather and I left the dining hall, so the pressure of our power over the people would be reduced, though we managed to subdue it considerably, and the emotions in that room and what had happened today had made it hard to keep it low. We headed to bed, feeling drained and ready to relax. Heather left Leonie in charge of the lichens, and Dad, of course, will sort out the werewolves. At the moment, both Heather and I just wanted the craziness to stop, though we both knew it was most likely just the beginning. Sleep was restless, and I tossed and turned most of the night. When I eventually gave up and went to climb out of bed, I noticed that Heather was asleep on the lounge, and I felt guilty that I had not felt her leave the bed, or that I even noticed she was missing from the bed, or even climbed out of it. I must have fallen asleep at some point, and had been in a deeper sleep than I thought I had. I am so tired, as if I had not slept at all. I left Heather sleeping on the lounge and headed to the shower. The hot water was what I needed, though the shower was frustrating, and I hoped when we got settled we could get a shower that was big enough for us. This being huge is not all it is cracked up to be. I'm not sure if Heather feels the same way or not. Being 8 feet tall might have some advantages, but it also has a lot of disadvantages, like the shower. Yep, I'm complaining like a spoiled child. I miss a simple shower where I can put my head under the water and enjoy the spray. I'm squatting under the shower to get it right, and that is not the way to enjoy a good shower. I don't think I could even share it properly with Heather, and that was something I wanted to enjoy. I liked the idea of sharing the shower and washing her long hair. Heather entered the bathroom and I heard her using the toilet. She did not flush. I was ready to dart out if she did, but she tried to join me in the shower and had to laugh when there was so little room to enjoy each other's company. We made do with what we could, and I climbed out first, leaving her to rinse off the suds I had lathered up on her body. She had a lovely toned body, and I couldn't keep my hands off of her. I also can't wait to get out into the forest and go for a run with her wolf. She should be a beautiful one, even more so with the changes, and I wanted to see what the changes had done to her. She was a large lichen, so her wolf must be huge. We ate in our room and then went to check on Sabrina and her pup. She was nursing him when we arrived and welcomed us into the room, so pleased we had popped in and not at all worried about her being on show whilst feeding her son. She had named her son Lucas, after our great-grandfather, and the middle name of Mason after me. I was so overwhelmed that she had done that. She said it was to remind her that I was here for the birth, and if I did not visit often, she would set him on me, and I almost choked up as I thought of leaving her and never seeing my brothers again, or my new nephew. I could not think that was right. Maybe we could work something out with Dad or Harold when he became the king. For now, I just had a few days before we had to leave. Apparently, the time Leone wanted to give us was cut short, but all the Lycans wanted to come out of hiding and go into the werewolf city and see if they too could find their mates. That was a whole new issue waiting for us to arrive, and the longer we delayed, the more likely the Lycans would just come anyway. Dad? I met him in his office, and Harold was there too. It involved both of them. What is going on, son? Dad asked in his usually calm, loving tone. I have a lot to live up to. My dad has been the best role model I could ask for. The Lycans are talking about visiting our cities and going on the hunt for their mates. They are ready to come out of hiding. After all these years, too many have not found their mates, both male and female. How do you feel about this, or how would you suggest we go about finding their mates, with the least amount of trouble? I asked, wondering if we could organize a ball, maybe every 6 months or so. Harold and I have been discussing this. Since 4 were found, theirs just by visiting here. We thought of having a ball or party once a month, Dad said, and Harold nodded his agreement. The palace could control how many come at once. They can house over 2,000 here, and maybe do hunt events and stuff like that. Is once a month too often? I asked, thinking about how that would work and the enormity of having to feed and house that many people every month. Not at the beginning. We can send out invitations to come here. That way we can control the amount that attend. Starting with a few packs at a time, you can send what Lycans you want at a time. I understand your Lycan lifespan is much longer than ours, and some may have already outlived their mates. Do you think they would get a second mate if that was the case? Harold looked at me as if I had all the answers, and that made me think of the information overload I had when I first transformed. So I asked my head the question. Silly, I know, but I was not sure how else to word it. My head is full of stuff I had yet to even start to look at, a virtual library of information gathered over thousands of years. So if we send you some Lycans, a mix of men and women who have not found a mate yet, you will gather, say, 10 packs at a time, or maybe more, depending on the response. We want to start with those who have not had a mate, not those looking for a second chance or chosen one. That sounds good. When you go to your new home, you will get a better feel of how maybe Lycans are in need of mates, and we can talk more when we have an idea. I do not feel comfortable with Lycans roaming around our packs looking for their mates just yet. Many are still afraid of you, rather large people. Harold was doing most of the talking, which made me feel that Dad had asked him to take over, just not made the ceremony yet, not with all that is going on. Have you thought about the man we just put in the cells? Are you going to kill him? He tried to kill your mate and pup. I asked, wondering if Harold had even thought about this yet. I wish to talk to him first, find out who the girl was, and more about her death. He may be angry at me for no good reason. I do not remember ever taking a girl's innocence. Maybe it was one of our brothers, but I want more information before I go and kill a man who may just have the wrong information, though he will never have a place of trust again.
Chapter 103. Heather, POV. The week went way too fast. Saying goodbye to family and friends felt so final. We were heading to an unknown place, with little known people, and all I had to rely on was my mate. He was the only one I could trust. Funny how things had changed. I had wondered what would happen if I had not been dragged to the palace and met Mason, and if I refused to give blood. Would they still have found me? I could sit here and think about it all the what-ifs, till the sun rose and set and rose again. But it would not change one thing. I am now the Lycan Queen, Mason the King, and I'm over 7 feet tall. My wolf is going to be huge, I can feel it. Sky said she was now bigger than a horse. An average wolf would come to just above our knees, and the elf is about our shoulder height. And that is one very large wolf. She assured me that we would still run on all fours and not two legs, as some had informed us when we were kids. I was relieved. The image of running on two legs just looked wrong, and I was uncomfortable with that. I was going to be so different, as well as being so large. To run on just two legs seemed too weird. A line of 6 massive limousines arrived to take us to our new home. I have no idea where the pack lives. Mom and Dad came to say goodbye, along with my younger twin brothers. They will miss me the most out of my siblings, as I had been tutoring them, getting their grades up, and teaching them the gamma position. Dad was going to miss my organization skills, and Mom would miss me, like losing a good friend. We were more than just mother and daughter. We shared a lot. She would come to me when she was concerned and confused about my sisters, who were being stupid. My mom would ask me what they were doing. It was at those times we had a good laugh, when they tried a new product and it didn't work, or when they tried a new dance and it was hilarious to watch. But they thought they were being sexy. The line of limos arrived, and it was a sign of their wealth and strength. It was a little overboard. I could have just ported over to the other pack house, but Leonie said it was more for our people than my family and friends, as they needed to see that I was now the queen, and my mate was the king. I thought it was stupid, but who was I to argue with their protocol? If that was the way they needed to be to prove who is who, I guess it's fine. To me, it was like wearing a ball gown to go shopping. Stupid, right? Mason and I sat in the back of a specially made limo. It was bigger, higher, longer than any I had ever seen before. It needed to be, because of our height, and our legs would never fit in an average limo. I looked around the inside and giggled. Mason looked at me and raised his right eyebrow. We had an agreement not to look into each other's minds. It had become an issue, and we needed to know when our thoughts were our own. So I agreed we would be as before we were mated. And though it could be hard sometimes, when I feel like he wants to get in my head, I asked that he do a sort of knock. When he wants to talk to me, scratch any feelings, that's the way to go about it. Can you see Jerry driving this? I said, as I chuckled at the thought of Jerry behind the wheel. He would be too small to see over the steering wheel. It was that large. Mason chuckled and nodded to where my mind had headed, and it was funny. It looked like a child driving a car. The driver was shorter than us, but still larger than the average person in height, and poor Jerry would be lucky to reach his shoulders. Not that Jerry was short, but definitely not large enough for this vehicle. The driver often glanced at us through the rearview mirror, and I wonder how much the Lycans knew of us arriving today, or about who we were. So much was not explained, and I'm not one that copes well with half information. My organizing mind likes to have as much information as possible. Even Brenda had been quiet lately, and that worried me. I was expecting her to be rambling away in my mind right now. I had to double check that I had not inadvertently blocked her out. The trip to our new home was an 8-hour drive. That did not make sense to me, as I thought they had arrived a lot quicker than that. Maybe they broke all the speed limits? Before, when they kidnapped me, they ran through the forest and came out at some point on the other side. I remember them throwing me into a van, but how long that took, I don't clearly remember. I had lost track of time whilst under the influence of whatever drug they sprayed over me. Mason must have sensed my unease as he reached over and pulled me to him. I snuggled into his chest, and somehow, with the warmth of his body and the constant beat of his heart in my ear, I ended up asleep. I woke up to being carried up some stairs and soft voices talking. I wriggled my body a little to get comfortable in his arms and relaxed. I was not totally asleep any longer, but I did not want to open my eyes and look around. I was too happy being in my mate's arms, knowing that he would protect me if need be. Mason lowered me onto a soft bed and covered me with a blanket before leaving the door. I'm not sure why he left. Maybe he wanted a tour? I wasn't really interested in this place yet. My last visit was not a happy one, and I was warm and comfortable lying here. I could calm my mind and prepare myself for what was to come. I must have dozed back off to sleep, because sometime later I was awakened by Mason. He had brought up some food for us to enjoy. He was in a towel, having had a shower, and I had slept through it all, much to my annoyance. I would have had a fun time having a shower with Mason, feeling his hands roam my body, the tender, soft touches. And now I was getting aroused. That is not where I had intended my thoughts go to.
At least they have a decent shower here. I can fit under it and have some space above the shower head. That's great. One of the few things I was complaining about back home.
Mason was in awe of the bathroom, something I only vaguely glanced at when I was relieving myself the last time I was here. I just wanted to get out of here fast. You're so easily pleased, I grumbled as I stretched out the kinks before sitting up and sniffing the air to see if I could recognize what Mason ordered for dinner. What time is it? It was dark outside, and I had no idea how long I had dozed off for.
Midnight. We got here about 2 hours ago. I thought I'd let you sleep while I had a look around here. This place is huge, larger than the palace, and not far away is a huge city, where the Lycans more or less run the whole place.
Mason sounded like he was in awe of the place, and although that felt weird, I was glad he was maybe going to enjoy living here.
Mason POV. Heather was asleep in my arms as we drove to our new home. I kept kissing and stroking her hair, trying to give her my love. She has had a hard time. I may have a lot going on in my mind, with many wanting my attention, but mine is only minor compared to how she was being mentally bombarded. We are both trying to learn how to push all the intrusions to one side. We have yet to recognize what ones are important and which ones are just being a pain in the butt, and we have to let our wolves enjoy some peace too. They have been questioned by many other Lycan wolves too. I had not thought that wolves would do that, but I guess they need to see the leader of the pack and submit to them. So our poor wolves are exhausted from all the Lycan wolves trying to get to know them and want to organize a run where they can come and rub up against them and get their scent. Heather and I had to learn how to block the intrusion of our wolves too. It took a while for us to experiment on how best to help them. We have found a compromise, but not a total solution yet. This is all new to both of us. Think of a pack link, then multiply it by about 100, and you might be close. So many smaller packs within the packs. It was mind-blowing the things we have yet to wade through. I just hope Leonie can help us through these beginning, stressful times, or maybe Heather will have a breakthrough and sort them all out. It is beyond my logic at the moment, and I have to be guided by Heather, though I may not like it. She is the boss and has been since we met, and that is a fact. I chuckled at the thought, thinking of the day we first met and how headstrong she was. Looking at what is happening now, it is a good thing she is stubborn and headstrong. Seeing the palace for the first time as it appeared out of the front window and still a long way away took my breath away. It was huge, bigger than our castle, and it was hard to say how many floors it had, but I could easily see 6 floors above a very high wall. We had driven through a large city. I was not sure what the name of that city was. I did not pay attention to it, having almost dozed off myself, but it was one I had not visited before, and I had visited many. Then we went through a thick forest, and breaking through the trees was this large palace. It had battlements and towers like our castle does. It was a magnificent sight to see, and I was glad this drive was nearly over. I needed to stretch my legs. The entry to the palace was lined with people waiting to greet us. I climbed out of the limo with Heather in my arms and pulled her closer to my chest. The woman, Leonie, seeing how Heather was asleep and how I was being so protective of her, Leonie shooed everyone away and led me to our room. It was on the top floor. The elevator showed 10 floors, and Leonie whispered that the top floor was all ours, and no one was allowed up there unless we gave them permission, not even the maids. The top floor was opulent, way above anything I had ever had before, and I thought we were extravagant. Everything was a large size. The ceiling was high, a good 15 feet high. I had no worries about hitting my head on anything in this place. There were floor-to-ceiling windows and doors. Our room was at the end of a long hall. Wooden, ornate double doors were swung open by Leonie, and I followed her into a very large bedroom. The bed was supersized, which I was glad to see. My feet won't be dangling out of this bed. I placed Heather down onto the bed and covered her with a soft, fluffy blanket and kissed her forehead, leaving her to sleep a little longer. She needed it, having been a very hectic week leading up to our departure. Leonie led me to the dining hall where I joined her to have a light meal. I was hungry from the drive, having little to eat along the way, and asked Leonie to have a tray made up for me to take to Heather later. Leonie filled my head up with the basic rundown of the place, and after a light meal, which she queried, told her I would eat a larger portion when Heather was awake, and the tray should be for the 2 of us, and nodded her understanding. I noticed her eyes lost focus briefly, and then I knew she had just ordered a meal for us. Leonie took me around the palace, showing me the main library and our office, a large beautiful pool and gardens I know Heather is going to love, our personal gym and the training area. I noticed a lot of people gawking at us as we walked around, or was it me they were staring at? It did not faze me. I was too busy looking and taking in all the stuff Leonie was explaining. And if they did annoy me, Leonie said all I had to do was growl at them, and they would scatter like the rats they are. I chuckled at Leonie's comments. I think we are going to get on well. She was my mate's family relation, as Leonie was her great-grandmother a few times over and held the position of the previous queen for many years. She would know all the people in this building, and more. Leonie yawned and excused herself to retire for the night, leaving me in the kitchen, getting a meal sorted for Heather and myself, taking it up to the 10th floor on a trolley, and shooing the maids who tried to take it from me away. I pushed it into our room and was pleased to see that Heather was still asleep. The shower was a treat. The shower head way above my head, and plenty of room to share the shower with Heather. This is going to be my favorite room, and I can't wait to bring Heather here. They even have a very large tub that we can sprawl in and enjoy each other's company. I know I have said things here are big, but in this room, I appreciate the size very much.
Chapter 105. Heather, POV. Midnight. I must have been tired to have slept so long. We had so much going on before we left home, and I had to make sure that Sabrina was fully healed, and the tiny baby was fine. Leonie said I was fussing over nothing. Healed is healed, and though in most cases I would agree, I had a special place with Sabrina and the baby, and I think I did not want to leave without one last cuddle. Leaving felt like there was some kind of finality to it. Leaving all my friends and family behind was harder than I thought it would be. Harder than when I had to move away from home the first time. The food Mason brought up was consumed like two starving beasts. I could not believe the amount I could eat now, and Mason ate double the amount I did. And I think we both looked longingly at the empty plates. Once the food was gone, I headed to the bathroom. I needed a shower, and when I entered the bathroom this time, I appreciated all that Mason said earlier. The shower was bigger and better, and I loved the multiple shower heads hitting me from all different sides, and you could change it to being from only one and from the bath. Oh, I couldn't wait to fill it and climb in with Mason beside me. Mason dragged me back to bed, where he enjoyed teasing me. His kisses and biting, his hands roaming my body in gentle movements. I was hungry again, but not because of food. This was a deep down hunger that crept up on me. I grabbed Mason's now rock-hard member in my hand, barely about to go around its girth, and squeezed it gently. "Can we use this, or are you just going to play with me all night?" I cooed in his ear and bit down on his lobe, tasting his blood. I had bitten harder than I intended, but instead of him yelping in pain, he groaned as if he enjoyed the small amount of pain I had inflicted. He thrusted his hips, taking his member and sliding it in my hand. I giggled at him. "Is that a yes?" My eyes were closed as I kissed his neck and slowly hunted his face for his mouth. The moment I found his lips, he thrust his tongue into my mouth and danced with my tongue, rolling me over so he was now on top of me, my hand no longer holding his erection. His tongue thrusted in and out of my mouth in a provocative motion, mimicking his intent. As I moaned under him, he lined his erection at my opening and pushed ever so slowly into me. I growled at how slowly he was entering me, wanting to lift my hips and make him enter quicker. But Mason was in control, and I could not move as I wanted. He had one hand on my hip, holding me still as he teased me with his length, not plunging all the way in, but maybe halfway, then pulling back a little, making me growl again at him in frustration. He chuckled into my mouth as his tongue continued to dance and play. I wanted more, but he was keeping me on the edge, showing me who was the master in the bedroom. And he was, no denying. He had lots of experience, and it showed by his control and his understanding of my needs. Was I jealous of those other women? No. He was mine now. And whatever happened in the past, I can't change that, even if I wanted to. And I've never been a girl to be jealous. I had two sisters who showed me that they could get a man into bed really easily. Mason thrusted deep into my core, and I screamed out in pleasure. Our rhythmic motions of lovemaking were now steady and strong. Slowly, the pace gained speed as we both felt our end nearing, the quest for release urgent. Mason had long stopped kissing me, our need for breath more urgent as we panted from the exertion needed to reach our peak. Mason moved his arms so he was leaning on his elbows. His hands were holding my head gently as he thrust deeper. I lifted my legs around his waist and felt him go even further, hitting and rubbing a place that sent me skyrocketing into bliss as I screamed out his name, as I exploded and wrapped in ecstasy. Mason soon followed me with a roar of his own and filled me with his warm liquid. He stood resting on his arms, keeping his body weight off of me the best he could, his breath ragged and short, his eyes closed as he savored the moment. I looked at him with so much love as I took all of this in. He was such a good mate, considerate, loving, and, lucky for me,
bloody fantastic in bed. This was our first tender moment in this place. We have now christened this place with our love, and I have to admit, this bed, being so much larger than our old one, is perfect for us. We have plenty of room to roll around in and enjoy each other's company. Exhausted, Mason rolled off of me and turned me around so I had my back to him, and he spooned me from behind. It was not long until I heard his breath slow and deepen, and he succumbed to sleep. I was not yet ready to fall asleep, so I enjoyed the warmth and comfort of my mate's arms as I considered what needed to be done. In the coming weeks, Leonie had mentioned several internal troubles and had not elaborated on them. Trying to guess what they were was useless and time-wasting, and I was not the type to dwell on the unknown problems and end up making ones that don't exist. I like to know what I'm up against and work with that. The sooner I get settled into this place, the sooner I can get family to visit, or I can visit them. I have a nephew I want to hold again. Closing my eyes, I looked into my mind. Yep, that is literally what I did. When I did this, it was as if I walked into a large library with lists of subjects to investigate. When my mind touched, it was like a hand reaching out and grabbing a hold of a subject. It sort of opened like another doorway, and rows of books lay in front of me, each with information of that subject, broken down into smaller pieces about the subject that I touched on. I touched on the history of the lichens. The information goes back thousands and thousands of years, and I would be reading it forever. I decided that was too much to take in today. I closed that subject with a brief thought and smiled to myself. I had not thought about what I was doing. It was as if I already knew how to navigate through this minefield of waiting information. I found what I was looking for. After the last war. This was something I felt I needed to know, so I opened the section and grabbed the first book, and was shocked. I did not need to read it like we read a book. When I opened the book, the information bloomed in my mind, and I instantly knew what happened. And not just in words, but pictures of people and places were shared. I was concerned about my ability to remember all this information, but my brain was no longer working like a normal person's mind. This was scary and exciting at the same time. To put it in the easiest way I can think of, I was now like a huge working computer with unlimited storage and memory ability, and my analytic mind was super fast. I found the part where I shared things with Mason, where we had joined together and overlapped, as it were, where we could read and hear each other's thoughts, and made some changes, so we both had our privacy back. And looking at the history, it was common for mates in the past to have the same issue, where the overlapping thing happened, so I did not feel bad about closing that door for now. Having worked out how my information passed on to me worked, I relaxed deeper into the arms of my mate and fell into a dreamless sleep.
Mason POV. I was dragged from my sleep by someone knocking on our door. Groggily, I stumbled to the door and pulled it open, not thinking about how I was dressed, or should I say not dressed, or where I was. My brain had not even woken up, and I had forgotten for a moment where I was. A scream from a woman on the other side of the door gave me pause. I looked down at this old woman and her shocked face and realized I was naked, and she was staring at my flaccid dick. "What, old woman? Have you never seen a naked man before? We are werewolves. We are often naked." I growled at her, trying to cover my own embarrassment for not thinking. Usually at home, if someone is banging on my door at this hour, it is one of my brothers in a drunken state, and I had momentarily forgotten where I was, which was stupid really, but I had not had much sleep. "A course I have," she sputtered back, red-cheeked, still staring between my legs, almost making me feel uncomfortable with her staring at me down there. "What do you want? I was sleeping, or is that something you don't do in this palace? Be quick, I want to be back to bed before you wake my mate, and she is a scary woman when she is woken up too early." I had no idea if Heather was a grumpy person when woken like I had just been, but it was worth hurting this old woman. At least that got her looking up at my eyes and away from my groin. "You have visitors. Some elders are here demanding to see the king and queen," she all but whispered back at me, trying to look past me and see if Heather had been woken up. "What time is it?" I barked back, already desperate to end this conversation and get back to bed. 5 a.m., sir." She was still whispering, but her eyes were back down to my groin, and I was now getting annoyed at her and her staring. "How rude of them to demand to see us at this time. I've had 3 hours sleep. I'm not going to go down there to see people who have no respect for me or my mate, or what a reasonable time to call upon us. If they are not dying, I don't want to know. Now in the future, only wake me up in an emergency, and get out of here and go tell them to fuck off and come back this afternoon." Then I slammed the door in her face and away from my groin, not caring for how I had just behaved. I walked back to my bed and climbed in, spooning Heather, and fell back to sleep. Sometime later, Heather started to stir, waking me up. I pulled her close to me and nuzzled her neck. "Asleep. Tired," I croaked out, not wanting to start the day and face that old woman again. She did not seem to care how uncomfortable I might have been seeing an old woman stare so blatantly at me like that. I had no problem being naked or being stared at, but that woman was so old. She should not look like she wanted. "We must get up. We have duties to perform. Some important elders are coming today." Heather sounded like she had to be ready for some important meeting, and I just told them to fuck off. "They came at 5 a.m. this morning. I told them to go away," I mumbled back. 5 a.m.? Why come that early? I'm glad you told them to go away. I would not have appreciated getting out of bed at that time. We had barely fallen asleep." At least Heather was in agreement then, that it was too early to be visiting anyone. "What is the time now?" I asked, not wanting to move out of bed yet. I was very comfortable. 11 a.m. Guess we had better get up and head down," Heather said, and her stomach took that moment to rumble, and I chuckled at her body's agreement of getting up and going downstairs. Reluctantly, I got up with Heather and got dressed. Neither of us wanted to start the day, after such a late night and our loving activity. When we reached our room, down the long hallway, looking at the pictures on the wall, not knowing any of them, some old statue of a man and a woman sitting either side of each window. It was as if they were looking out over the land. It was eerie. That was on the right-hand side as we left our room. The left-hand side was the doors. I guess one day when I have time, I might go look at what we have in this suite and see what Heather would like to decorate. I might as well, if what they say, we are going to be here a very long time. We entered the dining hall. Many people were seated, eating lunch. I followed Heather to where she wanted to sit, and I pulled out her chair and she sat down. I looked at what was on the table and then behind me on the long table. The coffee was up on the long table, so I left Heather to pick up what she wanted and headed to get us both a coffee. So far we had said no greeting to those in the hall, and they all just stared at us as we walked in and found a place to sit. When I came back to the table, Heather had made 2 plates and had started to eat hers. I looked at what she chose and grinned. Lots of love meat and gravy. We both love our roast meats, and though my wolf may prefer it raw, he never complains when the plate is filled with meat. I ate that plate load, and while I got up to grab more coffee, Heather filled our plates again. We did this 3 more times before we were seated. Our new lichens have huge appetites. It took a lot of food to sate even Heather. At the table around us, the eyes watched us and followed our every move. as we kept eating. Still, none made eye contact or spoke. I was not sure if they were not allowed to unless we spoke or were too afraid to speak. Heather and I talked about what we thought we needed to do today, and we both agreed we needed to find the office and see what was waiting for us before we started to look for other work.
Chapter 107. Heather POV. The food was good, just the right amount of spices I enjoyed. Mason seemed to devour his too. Both of us seemed to have gained a large appetite, and it was more than just our new, larger build. There was plenty of food filling both Mason and I. We headed down a hallway, Mason leading the way as he had the tour and remembered where the offices were, and I was happy to look around and take in the pictures on the walls and the statues they have everywhere. I didn't understand their meaning that they had behind them. Mason did not knock on the door, but pushed the door open and walked in. I followed in behind him. Inside was Leonie, sitting behind the desk, doing something on the computer. Good. You are here. Sorry about earlier. If I had known the elders were coming so early, I would have made sure they did not wake you, Leonie said when she got up from her chair and walked around the desk to give me a hug. Something I was not expecting. We're not that close yet. Then she did the same thing to Mason, and he stiffened as he, too, was taken by surprise. Leonie just had a way with her. I guess 4,000 years of experience does top us.
Thank you,
Mason replied.
I have to admit, I loved the way you answered your door and then told Jessica to tell them to fuck off. I was laughing for quite a while after she came to me all flustered and flushed bright red. I don't think she's seen a naked man for a long time. Her description of you seemed to be stuck on one region, and she was impressed.
Leonie chuckled and turned a little red herself. Mason looked at her with a frown, lost with how to answer or comment on that. The whole palace would know how well endowed my mate is, I guess now. I chuckled along with Leonie as Mason stood glaring at us both, and that made me laugh all the more. Eventually, he joined us with a laugh and nodded and shrugged. What else could he do? He answered the door with it full on display. The elders are waiting in the main meeting room. I stuck them there at 5 this morning, and they've been pacing the floor waiting for you to arrive.
What's this all about?
Mason looked at her with confusion and concern. It's our first day. There were already problems? Mates, of course. You allowed 4 to take werewolf mates. Now there is division between those wanting a mate and those who say we can only have a lichen for a mate. This is an ongoing argument that has been going on for a very long time and frustrates many who are old and have yet to find their mate. We've already made that decision. I guess a mind link to all lichens should be made to clarify our stance on that, I suggested to Leonie. Can you speak with the elders before you make such an announcement? Or maybe we send the announcement to the alpha of each section first? Leonie pushed.
We can. Please, lead the way.
Mason stood to the side and waved his hand to the door, indicating for Leonie to go first. The room the elders were in was huge, and I guess I need to get used to things being that way. Lichens here don't do small things. About 30 men and women were in the room, some seated enjoying a drink and chatting, a few walking around, obviously bored and impatient. As we entered the room, all eyes darted to us, and they stood and walked before us, kneeling on the ground before us.
Stand and take a seat,
Mason calmly ordered. Most lifted their head to look at me as if asking for permission, which made Mason growl, causing any doubt to be gone. They rushed to their seats and waited for permission to speak. I sighed. Mason could have been a little less harsh. The power he carries now was a lot higher than before. A simple growl like he had just done almost made them cower, and I don't want that.
Sorry.
Mason mind-linked me, and I felt his surprise at the level of power his small growl made. I guess we have a lot of things to adjust to. Taking a seat, just a few chairs down from the head of the table, this caused small murmurs to run around the room. They had expected us to take the main seat, but we both agreed to meet them on equal terms and go from there. If we needed to put on more authority, we would. But to start out, we would be a little more casual. We needed them to talk and not be afraid of us. We tower over all of them anyway, and Mason is nearly 2 feet taller than all the women, and a foot taller than most of the men. We both must look intimidating to all of those who don't know us.
Speak.
Mason tried to ask as calmly and as softly as he could. The whole room started to talk all at once, and I rolled my eyes at this. One at a time, please. How about we start from this lovely person to my right and go around the table? I suggested, and the man next to me turned bright red.
We want to know your stance on mixed breeding. Will that not weaken our Lycan side?
He stammered out, trying to convey what he meant, and I knew exactly when he meant, and I needed a moment to think about the answer. Name? I barked back instead, getting them all on the back foot.
Marcus?
He shyly replied.
Is this the reason for this meeting? Not to get to know us and greet us, but to demand how we feel about mating?
Mason tried to keep his voice calm, but it still was powerful and made many cringe back from his tone.
Well, yes, we need to know,
another man started to say. I put my hand up to halt his speech. Please, go around the table, starting from Marcus, and give us your names. Each person said their name, some elaborated on their title, as if that made any difference to me, and then waited for me to speak again. My voice was more controlled and less intimidating than Mason's. Thank you. Now regarding our stance on mating. If you find your destined mate, regardless of the species, you should claim them as your mate. The goddess gave us that mate for a reason, and to deny your mate is going to make you weaker, though the ultimate choice is your own, and finding your mate is a guide for the best you can get. Why would you reject them and take the second best? I was annoyed with people rejecting their mates because of species. Playboys were another matter, but I came around. I did believe in destined mates, but I was more disappointed in mine. In the beginning, who wanted a Playboy as their mate? But he found his way into my heart, and we got over the bumps along the way. Was I a bitch in the beginning? You bet. I was shocked and hurt that I had been given a mate that had been with more women than I even know. And he proved that he could be what I needed. And then I stopped being a bitch.
Mason, POV. My tone of voice and the power that radiated from me surprised me a little. I know things have changed dramatically since I became Heather's mate, and I also accept that I'm still getting stronger each day, and I'm not sure when our changes will stop. Even though Heather had some more changes. They are not as noticeable as when we changed size, but we are still growing. And I think what is going on in my head has changed too. Even my wolf is still changing. His abilities are stronger, faster, and more flexible. I like these changes, so far. But I have still got to learn to control all these changes. I do not know if I'm doing as well as I hoped, but I will continue to wing it. These so-called elders were driving me nuts. They have stupid reasoning, and yeah, Heather was against me at the beginning, but I deserved all I got, and at no time did I think she wanted me to reject her, just to hold off a bit longer and prove myself. I get that. I was stupid and reckless, but these elders who are supposed to represent the people are crazy if they expect us to bow to them and agree to what they are saying. No way. Everyone deserves to find their fated mate. Stop. I growled at the elders as they continued to argue with Heather about mates. The table instantly stopped their arguments and stared at me. The king of the werewolves is organizing a ball. Once a month and on the full moon, all the alphas will get informed of this, and they can submit the names of those interested in going to the ball, male and female. I will converse with the king, and we can work out numbers that can attend, and we will be allowing all unmated lichens to go over time, not all at once. We cannot accommodate huge numbers, but we'll work that out before the next full moon. Anyone who does not want to find a mate like this can simply not submit their names. However, you will not victimize anyone who wishes to attend or take a mate from the ball. I growl out my orders and make sure I put a little bit of power into them. I see it had the desired effect on them. What about those who don't like it? One brave elder asked. Are you saying you do not like it? Heather asked softly, and I felt a shiver go down my back, knowing she was up to something and these people had no idea what was coming. I have been the recipient of that tone, and I'm glad it is not directed at me. No, I do not agree with that, one of the elders spat out in disgust, as if that would make a difference to what was about to happen. I was actually looking forward to seeing what she was going to do. At the moment, I had no idea. Does anyone else not agree with it? 2 more elders showed their dislike to finding mates this way. Does your whole pack feel this way, or just you? Heather asked, still calm and controlled, and I was loving every part of it. She is so sexy when she gets like this. The pack will abide by our decisions. We are the elders, and they do as they are told. One answered the wrong answer. I could feel it. As your queen, I will remove you from the Elder Council. Leonie, can you please take note that these 3 members are now no longer council members, and can you please organize a letter to go to all the packs, letting them know about this and to submit new names that they consider good candidates for the new positions available? Maybe it is time to change all the elders in the council. Also, could you let them know about the ball and submit the names of interested parties so we can get numbers on how many are interested? Heather politely asked Leonie, whose eyes widened and a grin filled her face, beaming out with joy. I object! You cannot do this! One of the dismissed elders stood up, yelling at my mate, his face red with rage. Heather did not say a word. She turned her beautiful eyes at the man, and you could see him trying not to fall to his knees. But in the end, he was prostrate on the ground, begging for forgiveness for his outburst. This meeting is over. Oh, and if you wish to be part of the Council of Elders, make sure your name is submitted. As of this moment, none of you are council members. Heather growled out and stood up. I stood with her and so did Leonie, and we left the meeting room, leaving behind arguments between the comments and complaints about opening their mouths. Now they were all out of jobs. We headed back to the office and shut the door. Leonie, can you suggest a person who would be our personal assistant? I didn't expect you to be the one doing all of this. It was just good to say that at the meeting. I suggested, and Leonie gave me a soft smile. That is the best meeting I have been to. In years, too. They have gotten too big for their boots and needed to be taken down a peg or two. Thank you for making my day. Leonie sat on a chair and chuckled away as she typed away on her laptop. Heather sat on the desk chair looking at the computer, and I felt like I was left out, not knowing what to do at that moment. I looked around and found a coffee pot and made all of us coffee. By the time I had the coffee made and placed it on the table, Leonie had sent out the emails to the packs, and Heather had finished looking through the computer. Thanks, Leonie said absent-mindedly, still looking at the laptop. Leonie, we are getting responses already. With interest in the ball, names will be forwarded tomorrow, Heather said, as she stared at her computer and was smiling at the emails she was getting. Mason, come and look at this. Relieved I was going to be included in this, I moved to the other side of the desk and looked at the computer. She already had 20 email responses on the ball and 3 for suggested Elder Council members. Wow, they were only just sent out. I responded to the volume of responses in only half an hour. You are only giving the people what they have been asking for. I was too weak to fight them. Too many against me, but with the 2 of you, it is wonderful to see them. I am excited for our people. Oh, I have called 5 of my ladies and 3 men to come and see you. They should be here soon. They are the few I would suggest might be suitable for your personal assistance. And Mason, I have organized your office to be cleaned. You should be able to enter it tomorrow and start fresh. I suggest the 2 of you decide who is going to do what. There is enough work to keep you both very busy, Leonie said as she continued to type away on her laptop. Shortly later, a knock on the door, and Leonie got up and answered it. I smiled at her doing the simple tasks. She was queen only a few days ago and was now working as our assistant, and she did not act as if it was below her at all. Mason, Heather, these are my trusted helpers, and you can pick one or all of them to assist you. The group of 8 stood tall and waited for an order or whatever we had in mind. Come and sit down, please. We have some questions, Heather suggested, and the 8 sat at the table, and I stayed behind the desk and Heather went to sit at the table to interview the group.
Chapter 109. Heather, POV. These few were all that Leonie trusted. It was a shame that there were only 8 people. It made me shiver, thinking how hard it must have been for Leonie to have so few trusting people. All the others were fighting for power. That was why they hunted for me, hoping one of their own would mate with me and shift the power somehow. I had not been in this type of situation before. Most of the people I work with were family or friends of family. Only at school were there people who you could not trust, and that was mild compared to this. Could you tell me your name, please? I asked softly. They gave me their names, and I slowly asked silly questions, and then more in-depth ones. Not sure how deep to go. They all knew the computer system and had worked with Leonie for a while. They each had their own specialty, and I think I would like for them all to work with us. Maybe I have 4 with me and 4 with Mason. I would let them work out who was the boss of the 8 of them. I could always change it later if I felt the need. Leonie was happy that we took them on. Apparently, they were worried that they would be out of a job now that we had taken over the place. We still had lots to learn, and I would not consider having taken over as much as a side shift for now. Mason was learning about the security in the castle, so I was hoping he would look into the security system here and see how we could improve it. I would be happier if he took over that side of things. He looked a little lost when we returned to the office, and I can understand why. I hated it when I was training my brothers and had nothing to do in the office, like a fish out of water. Mason, would you like to see about the ball and the dates and the quantity and accommodation? I can put a list together of those who are interested. It should be fun. Do we want to attend the ball to see how the first one goes? I asked, getting excited about the ball. I love going out and having fun and dancing. I don't like crowds in clubs, but this type of party I do enjoy.
That sounds doable. We can make a weekend out of it and go see my family too. I think you would love to see your mom again,
Mason said, and I could have kissed him in that moment. He was that adorable and considerate, nothing like I had imagined in the beginning. Time flew by, and we got to find out fast who we wanted around us and who we did not. We did get every one of those that I did not really like to get on their knees and give their fealty to us. They needed to give us a pledge of loyalty, and though you could see some wanted to resist, they gave in. and we are now working toward a better Lycan image. We may be big, but we are beautiful. That is my logo at the moment. My slogan, if you will. I was lying on my bed, watching Mason get dressed. I did not feel like getting out of bed just yet. We had been here for nearly a month now, and the first ball was almost upon us, and I was feeling rather lazy. "Mason?" I called out sweetly, trying hard not to let my voice give away that I was about to say something, and I could hopefully catch him by surprise. "Hmm?" he said distractedly, as he tried to put on his tie. Not sure why he's always struggling with it. I think he ties it wrong, so I will come and fix it, and give him the opportunity to hold my hips. "You're going to be a dad," I said casually. Okay," he said, and I knew he had not taken in what I had just said. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What? Oh, he did not reach 10. Nice. "You heard me," I replied, climbing off the bed and coming to him to make his tie.
You're with Pup?
He asked softly, pulling me closer to him as I reached him to fix his tie. "Yep," I answered, leaning back a bit to reach his tie.
Forget the tie for a moment.
He dropped to his knees and placed his ear to my belly, as if he could hear the baby's heartbeat.
My wolf is ecstatic. He said he can hear the heartbeat,"
Mason said, reverently, and stroked my belly with his hand, as if he's petting his pup.
"Hey, little one, this is your dad speaking,"
he says to my belly, and I giggle at him. He's so adorable. Standing up, he takes me into his arms again and gives me a searing kiss.
"Have you told your mom or dad yet? My mom and dad?"
he asked excitedly. He was like a kid in a toy shop. "No, you're the only one I have spoken to. I thought you would like to be the first to know," I answered, having now had the chance to fix his tie.
"We gotta tell them. We should do a mind link. That includes your mom and dad and my parents?"
Yeah, I had learned how to do that sort of thing. I was a little surprised at first, but apparently, most alphas can make mind link groups. Okay, want me to do it now?
"Yes."
Well, as you can guess, our parents were over the moon, and so was Leonie, and our small group. Although this group is getting a bit larger now. Mason had fixed the security to the way he liked it, and changed the people who looked after it. We made a lot of changes, and one of them is to be seen more often outside. We are no longer the long-lost Lycans. Things are looking up, and I can't wait for the little pitter-patter of tiny feet running around the palace. I haven't told Mason yet, but we're having more than one pup.
Mason, POV. Walking with Heather on my arm, she was dressed in a full-length formal gown and flat shoes. She felt she was tall enough to not need more height, which caused me to chuckle. Heather made sure my suit matched her dress and color, and I was glad she had great taste and style. We looked great together. Her hair was left out, making it flow over her shoulders and down her back. I love her hair. It was almost to her knees now, and I had heard her threaten to cut it more than once, but thankfully she had not gone through with her threats. As I walked with her, I was sure I was looking as proud as a peacock with all its plumes spread out on display. Showing how proud I was that I was going to be a dad, you could not take the smile off of my face. My wolf said he was confused. He thought he heard more than one heartbeat, but I reassured him. that he was most likely hearing the echo of Heather's heart, and he seemed to accept that. Mum and Dad were not the first in line to greet us at the grand doors. Harold and Sabrina were. They shook people's hands and welcomed everyone as they arrived, so we greeted them first, with a warm hug and congratulations and something along the lines of about time. Then I went on to Mum and Dad. While I had been away, Dad had completed the handover to Harold and Sabrina, having waited for their pup to get stronger before giving the final reins over to them. Mum's eyes lit up, and her face bloomed with a huge smile when she saw us arrive. You should not miss us, being so much taller than anyone near us. One of the benefits of being so tall is you can see over everyone's head and know what is going on ahead of you. Most people moved aside when they realized we were behind them. Dad gave me a strong hug, a huge smile on his face too. He was glad to be getting more pups to love and was interested in seeing how our little lichen would develop. And then it was Mum's turn. As I crouched down to give Mum a quick kiss on the cheek, she took that moment to give me a hug and a kiss on the cheek too. And then we continued inside. Behind us were a lot of lichen males and females hoping to find their mates. They would follow our lead and behave. They had been told that if there was any misbehavior, it might jeopardize future balls and finding potential mates. We need to be seen as civilized. So far, we had barely made it through the double doors, and we could hear the word mate for the first time, and hopefully the first of many, being called out behind us. I just felt today was going to be a big day for both the werewolf kind. I was hoping this ball would have a great turnout of mates finding each other. It would be a relief for many, and as a lichen can live so much longer than werewolves, many are already a few hundred years old and still have not found one. We had briefly talked about the female having found her mate, and it was agreed, what if the male would come to join us, as the lichen geist in the ball had sightseers arriving too. They had made a small roped-off area for the host family, and of course that included Heather and me. We were given a place of high status and were seated with Harold and Sabrina and Mum and Dad. My brothers had opted not to sit at the table with us. They had hoped to walk around the guests and maybe hook up if they didn't find their mates. None of them had high expectations. They loved being sexually active with any willing female. I did not miss those days at all. After finding Heather, all other women ceased to exist. The music was a soft melody, and Heather nudged me. I glanced at her gorgeous glowing face and nodded her head to the empty dance floor. Understanding her gesture, I happily stood and presented my arm for her to take. We walked to the middle of the dance floor and proceeded to do a slow waltz around the floor. This action worked as more and more couples joined us on the dance floor. The room was starting to get crowded as I moved around the floor one more time. I noted Mum and Dad were now seated at the table, along with Sabrina and Harold. I guess the majority of guests are now here, and the ball can be officially opened. When the song ended, I walked Heather gracefully back to the table and pulled out the chair for her to be seated. She giggled and complied. A man behind us hit his long staff on the floor, making a loud banging noise, gaining the attention of those in the room, and all eyes turned to him. Harold thanked the man and stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming today. Welcome to the very first mixed breed ball. We hope to have one each month for the rest of the year, and depending on how successful it is, as to whether we continue monthly or change it. Let's hope there will be lots of mates found today. I have heard that word being uttered a few times already, and it warms my heart. Don't forget to let Matilda know who had been lucky enough to have found their mate, so we can mark it on our list as being successful. Harold's voice boomed around the room once he was seated. The music started to play and the food was brought out, hot and tasty. We were lucky as our table had its own platters of food, and for the rest of the guests, food was placed on long tables along the wall on a buffet-style arrangement. Finger foods were on offer, and lots of drinks. Soon another group of people arrived through the main doors, late arrivals, and the word mate was growled out again. This was a great night, with many finding their mates. I think all those naysayers will have to eat humble pie tomorrow.
Chapter 111. Heather, POV. Mason and I danced to one of the slow songs, enjoying the moment together. Many people left the dance floor to let us dance alone. I almost growled out, annoyed by this. I had looked over at Harold and given him a pleading look. He chuckled at me. Standing up, together with Sabrina on his arm, Harold joined us on the dance floor. It seemed to shake those around us out of whatever had frozen them in place, and they rejoined the dance floor. We danced a few dances before I became more and more aware of people watching us, not really dancing. I had no idea what had caused them to stop again. I looked around and there were at least 20 couples still on the dance floor. But for some reason, Mason and I had gained their attention again. When the song finished, I pulled back, and Mason got the message and walked me back to our chair. Heather? Alice leaned over and whispered to me. I turned my head to look at her, tilting my head as if asking a question. Her eyes were wide, and there was a grin on her face. You're glowing, she whispered. I frowned, wondering what she was talking about. Mason leaned over and nibbled on my ear, and then whispered into it. You have the pregnancy glow, and people can see that glow. You're radiating. Mason glowed with pride. My mouth formed an O as I looked at him, still a little shocked that I was glowing enough for others to see. This was strange. I can't say I have seen a significant glow before with other ladies when expecting a pup. Alice did not say anything else. She just looked at me for a little while longer, taking in my appearance, before turning back to the conversation she was having with Sabrina. I did not expect anything else. Sabrina is the new queen, and I'm sure they have lots to talk about. I don't think Alice has given up all her reins yet. With Sabrina being a new mother, Sabrina is most likely okay with Alice's assistance. Mason asked if I would like to announce it to the people here tonight, and I shrugged my shoulders. I guess they could tell already. I had no idea that I would glow like this, and I wondered if it was a lichen thing, or because I was the queen. When Harold returned to the table, Mason asked him, when he made the announcement of how many had found their mates and had paired off tonight, if he would include why I was glowing. Harold looked over at me with a genuine smile and nodded his agreement. I whispered in the mind link what I would like him to say. His eyes widened and his smile grew. As the clock hit midnight, Harold stood waiting for the attendant to bang his staff and get the crowd to acknowledge him. The hall got quiet, so he could make the crowd settle down, and he looked at Mason with interest as he waited for everyone to pay attention to him so he could start his announcement.
Good evening, lovely people. It is now midnight, and everyone who we feel will find their mate today, I expect, have found them. With that in mind, I would like to announce that tonight has been a success for 103 newly formed couples. This result has been more people finding their mates, more than I expected at our very first ball, and I am overjoyed by this huge success. Congratulations to all of you who have found your mates. The crowd burst into loud applause and whistles. Harold waited a little while, letting the crowd enjoy the moment. He raised his arms and used his hands in an up-down motion for the room to quieten down.
He continued as he looked at the crowd of excited people. Even those who had yet to find their mates were enjoying the atmosphere of the room.
Also, the next mating ball will be on the next full moon. Your organizers will let you know if you are on the new list. We are going to offer this ball to a different group of packs, but you never know. You may be on the list. Today, I am personally excited after some news I have recently received and have been given permission to announce to you all tonight. It is my great pleasure to announce that the Queen of the Lycans and my sister-in-law, Heather, is expecting twins, and that is why she was glowing so brightly tonight.
The roar of the crowd went higher than the cheers of the announcement of the mated pair numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What? Mason, who had been watching the crowd's reaction to all of the news, turned to face me and growled beside me. It made me chuckle. He nearly made it to 10 this time. It had taken a little too long for the news to sink in on what Harold had added to the announcement of my pregnancy. He had not expected that added bit of information. I looked at him smiling, waiting to see what he would say, and knew he was still processing it, digesting the word twins.
Really?
Mason's shocked face morphed into one of pure delight. He leaned over and kissed me gently.
You kept that one for me, you little minx.
He nibbled my ear again, and tingles ran down my body. This was going to be an interesting time if my being pregnant had my mate even more horny than before. I thought it was supposed to be the other way around. I could tell Mason wanted to do more than just kiss my ear. His eyes were gleaming with joy and promise of what was to come. Harold said we could use our old room for the night, and when Sabrina used the excuse of needing to feed the baby to leave the ball, I too used the excuse of being pregnant to leave too. After saying goodnight to my family, Mason placed his hand on my lower back and walked with me to his old room. When we entered the room, the smell of home and comfort helped me relax. Mason's scent was still strong in this room, telling me they had not given this room to anyone else to use yet, and for that, I was grateful.
Mason, POV. The news of Heather having twins still had me reeling. Heather had kept that secret well hidden, the little minx. I can't wait to watch her belly swell with my pups. My wolf is gloating in my head as he has multiple pups, and he had said he had heard more than one heartbeat, and it was not an echo of Heather's heart as I had believed. I'm not sure how I am going to control my wolf as she gets bigger. He is going to be so overprotective. I hope Heather is understanding, or she might just send me another room until I settle down. We settled down for the night. I was concerned Heather might really be tired. Heather had said that was why she wanted to leave the ball early, and I did not know if she was exhausted or not. Heather did look a bit tired, but she was still a healthy glow, and it was all my pups growing in her belly. Heather stripped off her clothes and climbed into bed. She moved slowly, and seeing her move so slowly made me feel concerned. Heather, are you feeling okay? I asked her, wanting to soothe her and make her feel better. Oh, yeah, just tired. This had been a great night. Seeing Mum and Dad and enjoying the company of so many friends, and seeing so many find their mates was so exciting. Now I am emotionally drained, she replied, and I understood that, and I hoped that was all it was. I remember Sabrina having so much trouble when pregnant with her pup, and that was all I had to guide myself through that. I know Heather is not Sabrina, but what else do I have to do? We made it home the next day after another emotional goodbye, and Heather's parents promised to come visit, and her mother suggested she come and stay with her for the last few weeks of the pregnancy. Alice was going to be at her side, constantly guiding her through what to expect. The pup's room was nearly completed remodeling. Heather was keeping them both in the same room until they were old enough to ask for separate rooms. The time had flown by. We could have the pups arrive any day now. Jane had been there with us for a week now, and Heather was getting so large that she could barely move around. My wolf was so proud, preening in my head every time he saw her. The mating balls have been successful each time, with over 100 pairs every time, and not just lichens but werewolves too. Harold was as pleased as we were, and we were going to keep it every month, at least until the pairing reduced and less than 100 found their mates. We will continue it at the Werewolf Palace. We had thought about holding it here, but Heather talked us out of it. She is right, though. There are more werewolves than lichen, and the werewolves are more comfortable going to the palace and greeting Harold. I guess we still scare most people. We are a mystery. My powers are under control now, and I'm surprised at my strength. I can run fast, a good 60 miles an hour, like a nice jog. I have yet to see how fast I can go, run at full pace. None of the warriors could keep up with me, so I slowed down so they could be with me. Heather had been told to not shift until after the pups were born, but I bet she could keep up with me, and I looked forward to going for a run with her. My stomach suddenly felt like it was a huge cramp, and I buckled over and sat on the floor, wondering what the hell had just happened. After breathing a few minutes through the pain, I got the mind link saying Heather was in labor. Well, that explained my stomach cramps, and I hoped I would have to go through the whole labor with her. I'm not sure if I will cope with that pain for long. I had never felt such pain before. I rushed to the birthing room and saw a hive of activity, all setting stuff up. Heather looked at me and gave me a soft smile. "Sorry, my love. I did not block the pain out fast enough." She looked at me guiltily, and I got the message loud and clear. I would not have to suffer like she would. Grabbing her hand, I settled on a chair next to her and stroked her hair. Watching her breathe through each contraction made me cringe, knowing how bad it must be for her. I sent her my love, and I knew Alice and Jane were working on keeping her energy up for the long battle ahead of her. 8 hours later, an exhausted Heather growled out, "I want to push." The room's atmosphere changed as Alice went to her feet and lifted the sheet, while Jane placed her hand on her belly and smiled. "Good girl. Next contraction, you can give a little push," Alice said softly with her eyes glued between her legs. The next few minutes were crazy, and my son was soon screaming out his lungs, and 2 minutes later, the girl was pushed out. After a bit of work and cleaning up, I kissed Heather's forehead as she was handed her newborn pups. She kissed the head of her son and handed him to me, and then took the little girl. Now our new life was starting again. We had just gotten used to being Lichen King and Queen, and now we had to learn to be parents. Oh, what fun. Heather is going to be a great mother, and I have a great role model to live up to. I just hope I can be half the dad he has been.
Chapter 113. Heather, POV. Once the pain of the contractions was over, my babies were handed to me. It was as if all the memories of the pain disappeared as I looked lovingly at the rewards at the end of these long hours. Mason was great, sitting by me the whole time, holding my hand, and whether he was aware of it or not, he was giving me energy throughout our mate link. He was strong and so supportive. He's going to be a great dad, and I'm so glad he is my mate. Even if I had my doubts in the beginning, he had proved his worth in so many little ways. that not once was I angry or disappointed that I had not warned him about the lichen change that he went through. I could not have asked for a better mate.
What are you gonna name them?
Mason asked me as he kissed the head of his son. His eyes shone with so much love, and the little bundle looked so tiny in his huge hands. You would have thought I was having an elephant with the size I'm at, but though these two are tiny bundles to us, they were already the size of a normal werewolf baby of 1 year old. They were a normal baby size, very large, but to us, who are larger than normal, tiny. And I would have it no other way. I'll name the girl, and you can name the boy, I suggested. I already knew what I wanted to call our little girl.
How about Reese?
Mason suggested, softness in his eyes. I'm sure he would have accepted any name I suggested over his, but he should have a say in his son's name. I have no idea if that name has a special meaning for him, but I would agree with anything he said. Reese it is then, I replied, and leaned over to kiss Reese's head. Hello, Reese, I whispered softly, and smiled up at Mason, who was watching us closely with so much love in his eyes. This was a very emotional time for both of us, and he is openly showing his vulnerability at this moment.
What about our girl?
Mason whispered softly, and then he copied what I had just done, whispering his name to our son with reverence, and then looked over to our little girl, who was still sucking away contently. Brenda, I replied, and kissed our little girl on the head lovingly. Mason's eyes widened at first, and then a smile beamed across his face as he took in his daughter and her new name and the significant meaning of that name.
Giving honor by naming a new life after the lady that started to learn of our new life. It's a nice thought, Heather. I'm sure Brenda would be proud to have our daughter carry her name.
Mason looked pleased by my choice of name, and I'm sure Brenda will get in contact with us before she moves on. Move on. I had not thought of her moving on and leaving us. I liked the thought of her being around to help and guide us. I have no idea what happens once we leave this life, but I'm sure whatever happens, Brenda deserves the best, and I would be selfish to hold her here. Mason watched me feed the two, and he talked to those who came to visit and left. Just as I was finishing up with the feeding, Mom and Dad rushed in the door, beaming with joy at the sight before them. Mason was on one side of the bed, holding Reese over his shoulder, trying to burp him, while Brenda had a few more sucks to fill her belly. I could already tell she was going to be the hungrier one of the two.
Sweetie, how are you?
Mom asked, most likely already knowing I had a boy and a girl. Fine, Mom. Would you like to hold Brenda? I pulled the baby off my breast and handed her over to Mom. Mason handed Reese over to Dad. Both now held our children. I climbed out of bed and kissed the top of their heads. I need a shower. Be back soon. Waving to the family, I went to shower, knowing my children were in the best hands possible. I turned on the hot water and enjoyed a long hot shower, washing my hair a couple of times and thinking about what I needed to do next. I would not take time to sit and enjoy our children like most mothers do. I have a kingdom to continue to run, and still have a few more issues to iron out. Mason is going to organize some security detail for our babies, and a new nanny, since I don't really like the one we hired. She was nasty to other staff members, as if being the nanny to our children gave her extra privileges. I'm glad that Mason suggested bringing them here to live for a while before the babies were born to see how they would act around others. And one lady was not a very nice person, or should I say, someone I don't want to have any influence around my children.
Mason, POV. The babies are settled now after having had their first feed, and Heather is taking a shower. Her parents were wonderful and supportive. Jane is going to stay for a few weeks to help with the babies and to select another nanny. I was hoping by asking her, she would see the nannies in a different light. I was rather critical after finding one of the nannies bullying a cook because the food did not have enough spice in it. She was dismissed immediately and sent out of the palace. I won't tolerate bullying and intimidating anyone. My presence in the palace is usually enough without others upsetting the household. So many are still getting used to me being around. Most have adjusted and are willing to have a joke with me, while others still shy away, and there is little I can do, at 8 feet and a little bit more, as I seem to have grown some more since I arrived here, and some people are scared of being in a room with me. That is enough to put most on the defensive. I am scary to look at now. Jane takes the 2 babies to their new room to put them to bed. The new nanny follows her, taking her cue from Jane. Jane advised me that she would be interviewing ladies today for the other nanny position. We were going to have 2, one for the girl and one for the boy. No real reason, just something Heather had said she wanted. And what Heather wants, Heather usually gets. Well, within reason. Ben is with me as we head to my office. Ben wants to chat about his pack and how we can be more involved with the Lycans. Now his daughter is queen, and though my mum and dad, or should I say my brother, are king of the werewolves, and have a place already established with our mutual agreement with the ball and integrating mates, Ben wants to clear up a few of his doubts. We settled in my office and I ordered some coffee and nibbles. I was a little hungry and, to be honest, I was starting to get tired. It had felt like a very long time in the birthing room. Although I was there to give support, I am now emotionally drained and could do with a nap. Seeing my pups born was the most fulfilling moment of my life. Except taking my mate, of course. But holding that new tiny life in my hands, knowing I was part of its conception, and now the responsibility to make that child a strong, well-balanced child, is daunting. I did not realize how hard that responsibility would weigh on me. Mason, how can we be a stronger part of our grandchildren's lives? I feel I am drifting away. My son is taking over the Delta position soon, and I will have plenty of time to be here after that change has happened. Jane and I would like to spend more time here. Ben started with his reason for wanting to talk to me. You are always welcome here. Where has this come from? I sputter, not sure where he is going with this. I would never turn them away. They are my mate's parents. We would like to move here to the palace and be near Heather. You know, Jane and her have a special bond, and though Jane did not turn into a Lycan, she is still her mother and of Lycan blood. I had no idea why she did not transform into a Lycan, but we would like to be the babysitters of your twins. He carefully worded his request and looked at me with longing. You sure you want that? I asked, surprised they would want to live here and not with their other children. Jane is finding it hard being away from Heather. The bond she has with her is stronger now that Heather has transformed than ever before and seems to be calling out to her all the time. I see no issue leaving the other children. The younger twin boys are going to share the Delta position as per my Alpha's request. The youngest is going to university and will be living on site, so he won't be home anymore. The twin girls are old enough to look after themselves. Of course, the house belongs to the Delta sons when they take over, as it has always belonged to whom the Delta is. And if they wish for their sisters to stay, it will be up to them. The twin girls already know this, about the house and that they might have to move. They think we have a sway on that decision, but we don't. We would both like to move here, and if you permit, Become part of your pack. Ben gushed this out quickly, as if he didn't spit it all out now, he would forget some of it, back out of asking. You want to be part of our pack? Our babysitter? Are you sure? I asked incredulously. They are higher ranked than a babysitter. If they come here, I would like to put him to work in our security area. I know he is capable. Yes, he answered with surety. Welcome to the pack. We can do a private ceremony once you have finished what you need to do with the twins and move to the Delta position, although I would like you to join our security team. I trust you more than most here, and know you will have my back, I offered. Really? It would be an honor to be part of that team. And Jane? He asked, unsure of how far he could push me. Jane could be the babysitter that she wants to be. I'm sure Heather would love to have her mother in charge of the twins and not some stranger. I offered my hand to shake as a done deal, and I nearly had my hand shaken off. Ben was that enthused. Can't wait to tell Jane. She's going to be so pleased. Oh, we better go and see her before she starts the interview. Ben stood to walk out the door and then turned to bow at me belatedly. None of that. You are my father-in-law. Only bow in public when it is deemed necessary. Joining Ben to go tell the girls of our change of plans.
Chapter 115. Heather, POV. It's great having Mom here with me. She said she would stay for about 2 weeks, and I really needed her in those early days of becoming a mom myself. I was nervous, unsure of how I was going to cope. Mom said that was natural, but I didn't feel natural. I felt lost and afraid I would mess up and hurt my baby somehow. Like, one would start to cry and I was just lost. I had just fed them, but Mom picked her up, burped her, and put her back down. How was I supposed to know that was what the baby wanted? I have to learn, I know, but it's as if all my brain cells were fried. Like, I should have known that the baby most likely wanted to burp. I remember doing that with my little brother, but for some reason, I left my brains in bed today. Mom laughed at my forgetfulness and tried to make light of it. And I had to hide that her laughing made me feel worse, not better. We ate some lunch and had a chat about how things had changed. My brother is taking over my dad's job soon. It would be good for them. They had been working really hard to learn how to do it. But my dad's job and running his businesses can be run almost anywhere, like even from here. You just need to visit them every now and again, just to keep the managers on their toes. Which is why Mom can stay here for 2 weeks, because Dad can do things online and by phone, and not need to micromanage everything anymore. The ceremony for my babies will be in a month's time, giving them a chance to grow a little before we present them to the packs. We need to organize a large party, as the 5 packs will be there to pay homage to the heirs and pledge their loyalty for them. It sounds really pompous to me, but we do need them to pledge, so I don't have a Brenda issue again. They still have not found out who caused her to be missing. Brenda hasn't told me either, just to watch my back. With all the extra security we have in place, I'm hoping we have that covered. But you never know. We might have some unknown factor involved, and we have to be extra vigilant with our babies. So far as to always have a tracker on them. Is it too much? Maybe. But at the moment, we don't trust many people. Mason and Dad came waltzing into the room, the one we had set up as our relaxing place. I'm not going to be too far from my babies just yet. My need to be near them would not let me wander too far. Mason had a big grin on his face, and I wondered what Dad and my mate were up to. Have you had lunch? Jane asked when we sat. We ate while we chatted, but I missed my mate, so here we are. Mason said. I was shocked at his soppy behavior. He was never like that before. Has he gone soft since the babies arrived? Only your mate? My mom was quick to reply before I had even processed what he had said, and giggled at his face when I frowned at her. We have news. My father broke. He was excited about something, and looked like he was about to burst if he did not tell us soon. Speak. My mom barked, and I jumped at her tone. What was going on here? We're staying, Dad said. Staying? What does he mean? Mom jumped up from her seat and wrapped her arms around Mason. I watched as Dad got involved in the group hug. I had no idea what they were talking about, and had to wait for them to explain. Were they going somewhere? They turned and looked at me with huge smiles. Care to explain? I asked, still confused. Ben is going to join our security team. Jane is going to be our babysitter, so we don't need to find another one, Mason said, beaming with happiness. You're going to stay here? What about your pack? They're going to join our pack, love. He saw I was not on board with their excitement. Joining us? But you're leaving your Delta position, Dad? The Alpha wants to step down. The ceremony will be soon, and I'm no longer going to be the Delta. The twins will still be there, and I get to come here. Your mom is having trouble being away from you, Dad said. I looked over at the red-faced mother of mine. You are being drawn here? Mom nodded. Are you sure? Mom nodded again. I got up and wrapped my arms around my mom, and another group hug was formed. We can stay in the room you've already located to us. That way I can be nice and close to the babies. Ben and I have discussed this a few times over the past month, and we spoke with our Alpha too. He is more than happy for us to shift packs to be with you. He knows how important you are, and how I am being pulled apart being this far away from you. We won't be any bother. I promise you whatever you say goes, even if I don't agree with it. You are the boss of those two darlings' upbringings. My mom was trying to let me know that she was not going to take away my being a mother from me, in the best way that she could. But that was never the issue for me. I know that my mom has similar thoughts as me, and we're usually on the same page with most things. And you, Dad? You're okay with being with the security team? That's a step down for you, I asked, worried. I was planning on retiring. So how can any job that I'm given to do be a step down? Dad looked confused. Sweetheart, I've also assigned an office for your dad, so he can continue with his businesses from here. He can be the head of the internal security. He will liaise with your other team's security leader, who will look after the other side of security. Mason tried to reassure me that all would be well. And though I love having my parents here, I wonder what they're really sacrificing to be here. Is my mom being pulled to be with me that strong?
Mason, POV. Heather's response to her parents moving to live with us did not go as I had expected. I thought she would be overjoyed having them here, but she seemed a little distracted. It made me wonder what was going on in her head. And though I was tempted to try and find out, was it worth her anger later for pushing for those answers? We were invited to the Alpha title transfer in Ben's pack. We get to watch the twins take over from Ben as Delta, which was in 2 weeks. In the meantime, Ben and Jane were treated as guests here. I had not informed anyone of their moving to our pack permanently. The Beta and Gamma were already assigned to me and are the ones that served the previous queen. I was holding off transferring the title until I got to know the people better, I had thought about one of my brothers, but as they are not lichens, I was not sure how that would go down. I'm still waiting for one to feel right for me, and so far, other than a number of people trying to suck up to me, I have not felt the need to change the beta or gamma yet. Another ball was coming up, and I did not want to go. So far, I have attended each ball to make sure the lichen behaved and was there, even if I need to make one of them submit to me. With Heather acting a little strangely, I was concerned and did not want to be away from her for long. I was still hesitant to ask questions, but with the balls so close, I had little choice but to find out what was going on in her head. Heather was in her office, doing some paperwork. She was humming away to herself and seemed to be relaxed. Entering, I walked behind her, kissed her cheek, and nibbled her neck, gaining a groan from her. And she tilted her head for me to have better access to her neck. I played along and nibbled and kissed her neck a little longer before I felt my pants getting a little tight and had to stop before I took my mate right there in the office. "What did I do to get your kisses?" she asked huskily. "Would you like more than kisses?" I offered, and was not disappointed when she shook her head no. "What is wrong, sweetheart? You have been a little down lately," I asked tentatively, watching her face for her reaction and looking closer attention to our bond for any changes. "Learning to be a mother has been conflicting with my work for the kingdom. I'm just a little overwhelmed. Mum says it will all fall into place, but waiting for it to fall into place is frustrating," she huffed softly. "Would you like to come to the ball? It is tomorrow night," I asked, hoping she would say yes. She needed a break. "Sure, on one condition." Heather seemed to be hiding a small smile. Her eyes were shining brighter than they had for a while, and I was pleased to see her happier. "Name it," I urged her to go on. "Can we travel by portal? It would be safer and quicker," Heather suggested, and I was surprised at first and then grinned at her. Yep, that's my girl. She is back and she is feisty. Love to. That way we can be back in our own beds when we have had enough. I pulled her to me and gave her a searing kiss. That made me hard as a rock and groaned in her mouth as she giggled at my reaction, rubbing her hips against my hardening groin. "Would you like to go to our room and do something with that?" she asked seductively. How could I say no to that? I nodded my head and felt the surrounding air change. When I looked up, we were in our room. Sneaky. That was not what I expected. I mumbled in her ear as I nipped her earlobe gently, gaining a low growl from her. "I can't wait for us to get here. Do you know how many people will try and stop us and talk to us? The urge will diminish, and I don't want to miss out again because we are in high demand." She undid my tie and then unbuttoned my shirt, one button at a time, slowly, kissing me on my chest after undoing each button. When that was gone, she unzipped my pants, and then it was not long and I was naked and she was fully dressed. This would not do. This is a little unfair. I huskily growled at her and pulled her dress off of her, ripping it into shreds. Oops. Hope it was not one of her favorite dresses. I lowered my head, captured her hard nipple, and suckled. "Oh, milk. Sorry, babies. I took some of the next meal." I say, not that I forgot about having babies, but I did forget briefly about Heather feeding them. "Don't stop," Heather said, all breathy, and pushed my head back to her chest. I licked and played with the enlarged nipples. The babies did me a favor. They are nice. I wonder if they will go back to normal size after the babies are no longer on the teat. Heather groaned some more and tried to get me to lay on my back on the bed. Of course, I complied. It is fun and saucy when she takes over. Luckily for me, she is all healed up and we can play again. She is one very horny woman at the moment, and I am happy to give her what she needs. Nothing like a happy, contented mate, and I get all the rewards. The rest of the day and night was spent in the bedroom, trying out the shower, the hot tub, the table, the floor, and yeah, even the bed. It was like my mate could not get enough. Even our lichens came to the surface for a round. It was the most amazing time in our bedroom since we moved here, and I hope we have more of these. Exhausted, we found sleep. In the wee small hours of the morning, soon we have to get up and be prepared to put on a nice, happy face while we put up with a lot of eager people wanting to talk to us at the ball. I hope I can wake up on time. It was my last thought as sleep found me.
Chapter 117. Heather, POV. Waking up from the best night I have had since coming here and becoming queen, and the birth of the twins, I blocked everyone out. While I spent time with my mate, I needed that. I originally asked my mother to mind the twins so I could catch up on paperwork and other stuff that had arisen in the kingdom. And then I got the opportunity to spend some time with Mason, so I warned my mother that I was going to have some time with my mate. She was only too happy to have the twins for the whole day and night. She said they were better behaved than her own twins. Mason was only too happy to let me have my way with him, and we ended up having a wild day and night, finding and trying things and places and ways I could only dream of. I was getting wet just thinking about our time together, but I couldn't take advantage of my sleeping mate. We have places to go to today, and if I start again, I'm sure we would be late. Now it is time to get ready for the ball. Mom is going to look after the twins again, and I think Mom is looking forward to living here permanently. We talked the other day, clearing the air after I had my suspicions about why she really wanted to move, and I think Mom is going to transform. The pool she has is more like a mate thing, or needing to be with me and the twins. I feel Mom did not transform because she needed to stay hidden until I became queen, like the other children had since Brenda left the palace. And we still have a lot of work to do, and have to try and look out and work out who took her. Brenda says she believes she knows, but I have to wait and see if they show their hands. She has been very careful not to give too much away. I tried to look into the story and all the information that we gained when we transformed, but for some reason, that part has been blanked out, hiding the information. Brenda said it was for my safety, and I guess I had to trust her. She spent a lot of years undercover, investigating, as it were, hunting her kidnapper and watching the treachery in the Lycan Palace, trying to confirm her suspicions and give me proof. I just hope we can find all of it before someone is hurt, before someone I love is hurt. I woke Mason up after my shower and started to get dressed while he showered. He grumbled about not showering together, but I knew if we had, we would still be in there and I would not be using the bathroom for the purpose that it was built for. My dress was a simple one. This day was not about me, though I guess I had to look the part of the queen, so it was a little dressier than I normally would have done if I was still the simple Heather. I pulled out a suit. I wanted Mason to wear it, so we would match, and placed it on the bed. Then started with my hair and makeup. I only use mascara and lipstick, as I still have an issue with makeup on my skin. I break out in nasty blotches that makeup just can't seem to hide. Mason walked out of the bathroom, walking through a bloom of steam, and approached me with a smirk that told me he knew what he looked like walking through the steam like that, naked with his manhood standing upright. He was showing me what I was going to miss out on, or was hoping I would like to take him up on. I really wish we had more time. I really would like to continue what we were doing last night. He is so good looking, it has to be a sin. And with him looking ready to go, I found myself staring at his offering. He stopped, standing perfectly still, letting me take all of him in. By the time I reached his face, his eyes were sparkling with mirth, and I realized he was waiting for me.
Is that the suit you want me to be wearing today?
He asked, pointing to the bed. I looked at where he was pointing and giggled as I reached over, lifting it from the bed. I handed it over to him. Yes, pair it with that blue tie and the one with the little diamond shapes on it, please, I said. He lifted the suit out of my hands, grabbed my hand before I could lower it, and kissed my knuckles.
Anything for you, baby.
He had his come-to-bed voice on, and it melted me inside. And I really wanted to forget the ball and take my man right there and then. He turned and went to the other side of the bed and grabbed some boxers before putting on the suit. I watched him in the mirror as he got dressed, and by the time I was finished with my hair, he was ready, except for his tie. What is it about him and ties? Is he always leaving it for me to finish it off for him? Who tied his tie before me? Don't answer that. I don't want to know. Ready? I asked as I finished his tie for him. I took in a deep breath, taking in his scent. Yummy and all mine. He gave me a gentle kiss, and I opened a portal and appeared in Mason's old bedroom. The room had not changed in any way. It seemed they were not going to give the room to anyone else, so it would always be Mason's room, for him to come and go as he pleases.
I'm not sure I'm ever gonna get used to that,
Mason huffed as he looked around his room.
Why here?
He asked. It seemed like his room had not been changed. It was exactly as we left it when we went to the Lycan Palace. I thought you would like to appear in a room that you would be comfortable in, and maybe find your brothers before we head downstairs to the hordes of people. Mason pulled me to him and kissed me gently.
Thank you. That was really thoughtful of you.
Yes, it does make it better to arrive in a familiar place.
Let's go see if we can find Harold.
He wrapped his arm around my waist, and we headed to the door.
Mason, POV. No matter how many times we have traveled that way, I'm not sure if I will ever get used to it. The disorientating feeling I have felt as we move through space. It is a bit disconcerting to me. Heather is getting better at getting us to places quicker and to unfamiliar places, and the time from one place to the next is almost instant. That is the part of what I feel is disorientating. Heather tells me to close my eyes, and then, when I open them, I find I'm in another place, almost like magic, and slowly I find I don't even feel I have moved. The different gifts or abilities Heather has are amazing. I don't think we have discovered them all yet. Every day something new is found, and the look of wonder on her face each time melts my heart. She's like a child with a new fascinating toy, though I know this is more serious than any toy. We head down the hallway towards my brother's suite, stand outside his door and knock. A maid opens the door. I don't know this one, but I know after the incident with the last maid, Sabrina is much pickier about who is around her private area now. Come in. The maid bows and opens the door wider to let us in, and I can feel her eyes on me, and not in a way that Heather would like. Who is it, Bertha? Harold called out, his booming voice making the maid jump in surprise and turn from perusing me. Your brother, sir. She looks back at me and smiles at me, and does a sort of flutter with her eyes as if it would appeal to me. I heard Heather growl at her, in a very low tone, making the maid blush and scurry away with embarrassment. I chuckle at my mate and glance over at her. She is sending daggers at the retreating back of the maid. This makes me feel really good inside, my ego being brushed like that. The ego was not because I am a man and like the attention of the maid I garnered, but because of my mate's possessiveness, at the maid's half-hearted attempt to impress me. "Which one?" Harold asked, still not coming out of his bedroom. I guess he was still getting ready. I didn't hear a reply from the maid, and I heard the audible sigh from Harold and his heavy footsteps coming our way. I guess the woman did not give him an answer, or did not know which brother I was, though I find the latter a bit odd. I thought everyone knew who I was by now. I have yet to meet another male my height, which to me is an obvious giveaway to who I am. "Mason!" Harold's voice booms excitedly as he enters the room to see who entered, pulls me into a hug and then turns to Heather and does the same, Heather patting him on the back. She is a good foot taller than he is, and most likely the tallest woman I know. "Glad you are here, Heather. Can you come and take a look at Sabrina? She has been a little off today and I need her to be feeling a whole lot better than she is. If I am to allow her to go to the ball, I cannot work out why she is sick. We have been so careful that since our last incident, we have changed security and only 2 staff members have permission to come to our room to clean. Getting rid of that maid would be a good start," Heather mumbled softly to herself, but I heard it, so it is most likely Harold did too. "What? No, she is Sabrina's family. We trust her. Though she can be pretty useless at times when she gets flustered," Harold said as we followed him through the suite. "What is going on with Sabrina? Her symptoms?" Heather looks at me and gives me the stink eye before walking through the door to the very large bedroom. What have I done now? I thought, my mind reeling at the look I had just received. "Oh, it only started today. She is nauseous and lacks energy. I thought it might be something she ate, or maybe because of being up so late last night with the young one. He is quite a character and insists on stories and pretending to read along with us. I never thought being a dad was so rewarding, though in the early days, it was all for the mother. I have found if I can find the time, the child is happy to just be with me and join in on whatever I'm doing, even if it is pretending." "Heather, it is so good to see you." Sabrina looked at Heather as we walked in. She did look a little bit tired, with dark rings under her eyes, but that could be from being up with her child, who was gaining more teeth. Heather gave Sabrina a hug and a soft glowing light surrounded her briefly. It happened so fast that if you blinked, you would have missed it. "Congratulations, Harold. Your mate is not sickly, just with pup again." Heather was still looking at Sabrina as she spoke, watching her reaction, and I guess it was not what she expected, because the next thing I knew, Sabrina gave out a loud squeal, and Harold was holding her in his arms, giving her small kisses all over her face and neck. And Heather was sort of pushed aside in all of this. I chuckled, pulled Heather to my side and kissed her on her temple. She leaned into me and we stood there watching the 2 lovebirds say sweet nothing to each other while we waited for them to compose themselves again and get over the little pleasant surprise. It is nice to see my brother taken off guard like that. He is so protective, and here we go again. Will he let her even go to the ball? Now she's carrying his pup. He was so annoying with the first one. She was not allowed to do very much at all during the pregnancy. Finally, they must have realized we were still standing there. He turned pink-faced and came and shook my hand, and I slapped him on his back while Heather gave Sabrina another hug to congratulate her this time, and then I held Sabrina and Harold, hugged Heather, thanking her in a soft whisper. But I heard it anyway. My hearing and sight were even better and stronger since I became a lichen. "What was wrong with my cousin that you growled at her, Heather?" Sabrina probed now the pleasantries were done, and Sabrina was back to normal. She fluttered her eyes at my mate, and was making a soft purring sound to attract him, and my lichen did not like it. Heather replied with no remorse in her tone, and I was surprised. I had not heard a purring sound. Yes, she does that a lot. I think she is worried she won't find her mate. She is 22 now and no sign of him yet, Harold answered instead of Sabrina. Maybe today. I heard you almost doubled the number of attendees tonight, I suggested as he walked over to the window and looked down at the gathering people out on the lawn. They had the men in the garden area away from the ladies who were gathering in the hall, so any mate finding would hopefully be close to the same time. We had one ball where they mingled, and a fight started because a woman was talking to a guy and the mates saw and did not like it. We have extra warriors on guard now to break up any fights, but when the fight is with higher-ranked males, Harold and I have to do the breaking up. The alpha wolf, if he finds his mate and sees her with another male, could provoke his wolf to take over, and even a strong alpha can be taken by surprise. If the alpha has been waiting for a long time, and it can be even worse, the male who was innocently talking to his mate could find himself dead or in a very bad way.
Chapter 119. Heather, POV. It was a relief to know that Sabrina was not really sick. It was just the start of morning sickness, and that news was warmly welcomed. The security was strong now, and it would have been a big shock if someone was trying to harm Sabrina again. I guess once you have been targeted, you are paranoid that it will happen again. The four of us sat on the raised stage, along with the king and queen from the south. They brought 100 men and women with them. Harold and Mason had been working hard with them to get the four kingdoms united, along with the Lycans. They had talked about the king of the east, and thought maybe they were the ones who took the Lycan princess, but we had no proof yet. With the aid of the king from the south, we were expecting to have some answers very soon. The king of the south had a plan, but I had more questions, and I was going to put a security watch on him. Something felt a little too good to be true. Mason was stroking my leg subconsciously, and I was enjoying the tingling, when I noticed my twin sisters entering the room. Being late was not the shock. What shocked me was how they were dressed. They were stunning. Both were wearing the exact same dress, and were made up to look exactly the same. I had not seen them do this in many years, and it thrilled me to see the twins like this. The way they were dressed, the careful makeup, it was how I would have put it on. They were gorgeous. Nothing like how they normally dressed. Usually, they would show lots of skin and wear short dresses, but not today. They had come dressed for the ball. I loved it. They saw me and quickly made it to our table. With a quick curtsy to the other royals at the table, the twins raced around the table and pulled me in for a hug. "Wow, you look stunning, both of you," I said, looking at them, and they twirled around to show off their dresses. "We've changed. We want our mate. Seeing all our friends and family with those cute babies, we were feeling left behind," Sylvia whispered softly, looking at the others who were seated at the table, hoping they could not hear. "Well, I hope you do find your mate then. You both deserve to have sleepless nights, like I'm having," I replied, and the girls laughed along with me. The men were let into the hall, and soon shouts of "mate" were spreading through the hall. There were many happy people, and the atmosphere in the hall was great. And then, something unexpected happened. Right in front of me. My sisters both said mate, and a handsome fellow of some power came before them. And to my shock, he said mate to both of them. Lucky fellow, he gets to have both my sisters. And they could not have been happier. They always did like to share, and were worried they would have to separate once they found their mate. And that had been part of the reason why they would delay in hunting for him. Watching them all leave together, on either side of their mate, I was happy for them. They got what they wanted. I guess Michael won't be able to take them as chosen mates like he had been contemplating doing. Let's hope the rest of Mason's brothers find their mates very soon. The Queen deserves to see all of her boys happy, even if they do not realize having a mate is exactly what they need. Mason leaned over and whispered into my ear.
That was very unexpected. They do look spectacular, though. That color suits them.
I knew what he meant. They had put a lot of effort into looking good for the ball. Mom was going to be thrilled. She was worried about her girls. They had shown no sign of wanting to find their mates for so long. Slowly, as the ball turned to dancing and laughter, and fewer people came to the main table to bow and meet us, the chatting at our table went back to the kidnapping of the princess all those years ago, and who the king of the south thought it was, and the reason behind his thoughts. If what he is saying is true, then the perpetrators died the same day as the kidnapping. That went horribly wrong. But then why all this cloak and dagger stuff? Why make me believe someone is out there, or some faction is out there that still wants me dead or what? With the kidnapping going badly, did the reason disappear behind along with them? I was led to believe the problem was still festering somewhere. But where? In the East? I need more information on what happened that day. There are too many holes in the information that I have. Could there be another Lycan faction I don't know about? Now I'm just clutching at straws. I need real information and proof, not innuendos and someone's fabricated ideas. Mason, what do you think about all of this? Do you even know the kings in the East? I asked, still not convinced, and worried if I did not take this seriously, using a mind link so we could talk softly.
I agree something is not right. Do you think maybe it was the South? And that they're trying to deflect the blame, thinking we're new and may not know the real history?
Let's talk about it later, and let's see how far this king tries to take it. The rest of the night went well. We listened to many people talking about dresses and mated couples, and we tried to avoid talking about the kidnapping. The king of the south tried to probe for more information, trying to find out what we knew, but it was easy to pretend that we knew little. He was baffled by how I was even queen, and he seemed a little bit agitated. I wonder who his informant was. He knows a bit too much for this to just be idle gossip. Though, knowing that he could not jump about the countryside, it did ease my mind. It seemed only I could do that. It was a gift from the goddess, and it was going to be needed. I am still experimenting with the abilities I have. One thing about my jumping about experimenting yesterday was an unexpected surprise. I jumped to a place where people were having a picnic. I thought it would be nice to be invisible and observe. I stood there for a while, listening to the conversation. They were talking about me, and that was why I did not move. Someone walked right through me as if I was not there. I almost gasped out loud when he went through me. I was not sure if it was because I was invisible or something else. And that's what I was currently working on. If I can move and be out of sight, I might be able to find out who is the danger to me and my family, and figure out why we are the target.
Mason, POV. I laughed to myself when I saw the alpha claim Heather's twin sisters as his mate. He was shocked to claim them both. The girls were, of course, thrilled to have one man. They have always enjoyed sharing. Michael had raved about the twins for weeks after a night with them. Now they're off the market and Michael will have to keep looking. So far, none of my brothers have found their mate. This shocked me a little. I would have thought that with all these balls, at least one of them would have found their mate. My gut feeling was the King of the South was pushing too hard for us to believe the King of the East had something to do with the kidnapping of Princess Brenda all those years ago. I have asked him to bring proof, but it is over 1,000 years ago. Why should it be a bother now? I understand the person or people is most likely still alive, as Lycan lived a very long time. But would they still harbor a grudge or something that is many years old? After a few more dances with Heather, she whispered she had had enough and would like to return home. The hype of the ball had gone off the boil, and I think she also is missing her babies. She was taking them off the breast, and they will be bottle-fed, but they still get at least one feed from the breast. I don't understand all that side of things and have to trust they know what they are doing. I love being able to hold a child and feed them. It also gave Heather a break, which she needed, like coming to the ball. It was fun and she got to have a laugh or two and catch up with friends who attended the ball. We bid Harold and Sabrina a good night and headed upstairs to our room. Once we were inside, Heather wrapped her arms around my neck and pulled my face down for a passionate kiss. When I looked up, we were back at our home and the minx had sidetracked me, so I did not notice we had ported. I did not even feel disorientated. I was so engrossed in our kiss and the feel of her body. Jane came to our room, having felt our arrival home. "Hello, how was the ball?" Jane asked, handing the twins over to Heather and me. "The twins found their mate," I said, and Jane squealed with delight. "Tell me everything you know," Jane demanded eagerly. "He is an alpha, so you will be hearing about it soon," Heather said as she took a seat, removed her top, and commenced feeding the baby she had in her arms. She might be weaning them off of the breast, but I think she still likes to feed them when she can. "You mean they are sharing a man?" She squealed again, as if this was the best news ever. "Jane, how much do you know about the kings of the South and East?" I asked, hoping she may have heard something. "The Lycan kings. All. Lycan disappeared around the same time. From what I have seen in history books, there were a lot of fights about 1,000 years ago, and the South and East were fighting the most. Why do you ask?" Jane was curious, but not pushy. "The king of the South was at the ball. He kept saying the East was behind the kidnapping of the Lycan princess. Seems to me it would have been the other way around. Let me get the book from pre-kidnapping and you can read what I have." Jane left the room and Heather gave me a look that I could not decipher. Jane returned with the largest book I have ever seen. It looked to be very old and I was worried about touching it. It was so old I thought it would fall apart at any moment. Jane placed it on the table with a loud bang and it landed on the surface. I thought I saw dust fly off of it. "What is this?" Heather asked, looking at the book Jane placed on the table with a skeptical eye. "This is a book about our history. I received it from my mother. She said it had been handed down from mother to daughter for generations." I opened the book and read the first page. What language is this? It was not written in one I recognized. Old script, the same language Heather greeted her mother and father with when she was dragged to the castle to explain why she had not attended the mandatory meet and greet of her sons. Jane chuckled as she watched Heather, growled at her mother's reminder of that day. I can't read it. Well, I couldn't. I had never learned. Don't worry, Heather will help you with that. Jane took the baby from me and handed the child to Heather and took the other one, placed it over her shoulder, and started to pat the baby's back. It was not long and the sound we expected came from the child, and Jane went to the change table we had in our room and started to change the baby. This was a common routine for us. The last feed at night, no matter how late was. For Jane and Heather doing a swap over in feed time, sometimes they would sing a soft tune, other times just chat. But every night it was this bonding time and I got to join them. When I'm there in the room, I am still a little uncomfortable with those tiny bundles. I'm still not used to being so huge. Not that I'm complaining. I like being over 8 feet tall. I have yet to have anyone try and challenge me. Jane took the twins out of the room and back to the nursery, where she would put them to bed. Heather came and stood beside me as I flipped through the pages of the book. It had some pictures in them. Someone had drawn them to depict a person or place at a time and place. A long time ago, the period clothing and styles were interesting.
Chapter 121. Heather POV. The book was interesting. It was not the same information we had in our minds. This was something new, from someone else's point of view. I read the first few pages and wondered who the author was. It had not entered anywhere as to who wrote all of this. The maps were of the 5 main palaces and castles of the Lycan clans, something I had not known about. I thought there were only 4, but apparently the 5th one, being here, is at the top of the hierarchy chain. The others were not really kings and queens, but they like to call themselves that. Confusing? Yes. No matter what way you read it, they're more like lords and ladies, and only my descendants are the true kings and queens. Scary reading. Where they tried to rid themselves of their true bloodlines, they try to make them recognize kings and queens. I don't really care who is king and queen, but it seems others do. Jane was right. It seemed like the South was the main instigator for a lot of trouble all those years ago. And the 5 came to an agreement to make clear boundaries that each king and queen ruled over. I have no problem with that. I would have to read further to see if there were any other signs of a big battle that made all the Lycans withdraw from society.
Come to bed. You can read that book later.
Mason called me from bed. He was now settled in for the night. I picked up the book and put it in a drawer, out of sight, and climbed into bed. Mason was quick to pull me to him and snuggle in behind, sniffing my neck and making sounds of pleasure. The baby's crying woke me up in the early hours of the morning. It wasn't loud, and I assumed Mom got up to them, but I was awake now, so I shuffled down the hall and went to the nursery. I was right. My mother was rocking my son. My daughter was still asleep, but it would not be long, and then she would also wake up and would want her nappy changed and would want to be fed. I walked in, picked up my sleeping girl, and took her to the changing table. "Morning, Mother," I whispered softly, and Mom nodded back to me, giving me a soft smile before turning back to the baby she was feeding. Brenda slept through the whole change of the nappy, and I carried her with me as I warmed up a bottle for her. I did not feel like giving breast today. I had reduced how often I gave myself to them. The weaning was going well. They took to the bottle quite quickly, and it made it easier for my mother and the other nanny to look after them. My duties in the office had grown again, and I found I was spending more and more time in the office and less time with my twins. I would have to look at changing that, but I have yet to work out how to do that. I sat and placed the teat of the bottle into my baby's mouth, and without even opening her eyes, she started to drink. "Mom?" I called gently, gaining my mom's attention. She raised her eyebrows at me in question.
You read the book?
Mom nodded. All of it? Again, Mom nodded. What do you think? Is it real? Can we believe what is written in it? And does it answer who kidnapped you-know-who? Not wanting to voice her name.
In my opinion, it is an accurate recording of the events at the time by the person who was writing the book, what was happening around them, and their opinions on who took the girl. They admit at the time it was chaos, with all the fighting everywhere, and then when the fighting stopped, she was gone. No eyewitnesses.
Mom spoke calmly, as a matter of fact, as if none of this was anything more than a story. Who were fighting?
Central was defending against the South.
Could any of those other factions be involved in the child missing?
The book makes it clear that only one side that was in conflict was the South, until the girl went missing. The South mounted attacks against all factions at the same time, and when the girl was noticed missing, all fighting with the Central faction ceased, and the hunt for her began.
What? How? You can't just stop fighting the enemy. I'm confused.
The writer says that when it was noted the girl was gone, they made one final push and went south out of the gates and closed them up, and then the hunt for the child began the next day. Groups scoured the countryside, but never found her, and the blame for who took her began.
So no one knows if she was actually taken, or if she just wandered off and got lost? So for over 1,000 years, all ties to the other factions ceased, because they did not trust anyone.
It seems that way. Without proof of any kind, they could not do anything but hunt for her and lose the trust of everyone. The whole Lycan people became embroiled in the blame game and disappeared from life, not trusting anyone.
So, with technology, they did blood tests to hunt us down. Now they have found us. So, what are we to do? They called me queen, and I guess it was obvious with my transformation that I'm Lycan and a descendant, the one they've been looking for. But I'm still a little bit lost as to what they are expecting me to do. We have the werewolf king on our side, and at least I trust my brother-in-law, Harold and Sabrina, and that will continue since they're family. But I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing about the rest of the factions. The King of the South is trying to blame the East, so he's definitely a person I'm watching. He lost any trust from me when he started the blame game. We are going to be inviting all the factions, one by one, to meet them. I'm going to ask the North and the West to come and visit first, get an idea about them, and then bring in the East. I've already met the South, and am in no hurry to bring him here to my home again.
That is a start, at least. We do need unity. There are not enough of our kind in the world for us to fight amongst ourselves so easily.
It is difficult when you feel like you have to watch your back all the time.
That is normal at any time. And you should never stop watching your back, even in peaceful times. Someone will always want what you have.
Mom, she looked at me when my voice changed to a more questioning tone. Are you changing into a Lycan? I was sure I was seeing some changes in her, and I needed to be sure that my mom would not change as fast as I did. I'm not sure why I had such a change, or even why Mason changed the way he did.
I think I am, dear. Your father, too.
I walked over and gave my mom a hug. She was coming into her heritage, and I was glad I would not be alone. What about the others? Will they change?
No, I don't think so. But we can only watch and wait for signs of change. But I truly don't think so. You're the only one that the gene passed on to. That is what the DNA said. So they should stay as they are. The repercussions if all siblings, cousins, and etc. started to change could be quite scary. So at the moment, I think it's just your father and me. Your father because he is my mate, and me because I am a direct descendant, like you. I am glad it was not me but you who took the kingdom and the throne. You have so many talents, and I feel you can cope better than I ever could. My mom hugs me again, and a soft sob hits my ear as my mom has a moment of tears. I'm not sure if the tears were a relief or a sadness at the whole mess we found ourselves in. The next task is to see about bringing peace between the Lycan factions. There is enough war out there to not have to fight between ourselves.
Mason, POV. Going to bed was the best suggestion Heather had made. That guy from the South faction was grating on my nerves. I was so close to pulverizing him. I loved how Heather brought us back to our room. Her sweet kiss, and then the feeding was so beautiful and natural. Watching Heather nurse the babies, she has a glow around her when she is feeding them. And I wonder if it is something to do with her gifts, or is a natural mother glow. Either way, it was so beautiful. Sleep came quickly, with my mate in my arms, and I had a dreamless sleep until I had woken up to Heather's movements as she left the bed. I heard the faint noise of one of the babies and knew that was where she was headed, and I grabbed her pillow and sniffed it, sighing. I snuggled up against it and fell back to sleep. The shower was the next noise that woke me. I crawled reluctantly out of bed and headed to the bathroom. I relieved myself and then stepped into the shower behind Heather. I love these showers, being able to take both of us. Heather was responsive as I took the loofah from her and soaped it up. Slowly I washed her body, from her toes to her hair. She moaned and groaned as I placed gentle kisses on her body at different places, watching her different facial expressions and hearing her moans, making being in the shower with her so much fun. You never know what you are going to get from Heather, but I would not change one thing. I love all of it. My turn, Heather said when I had finished washing her body and had started to massage her lovingly. I allowed her to take over and she copied what I had done, and I too moaned and groaned at her gentle touch, and then she went further than I did. Heather knelt down before me, took my hard erection into her mouth and pleasured me. Her tongue twirled and her teeth gently grazed my length, and her hand joined in with a perfect squeeze, and it was not that long before she sent me flying to the sky of ecstasy. Heather was staring up at me as I lost my load, and she grinned at my release, her face full of satisfaction. Goddess, I love this woman. What she can do to me blows my mind. Never would I have dreamed having a mate could be this good and rewarding, regardless of the surrounding pressures. It is moments like these that make up for all the stresses that the kingdom brings. After the shower, we headed down for breakfast. No one was up yet. We were both early risers. The babies made sure of that, and though I did not get up with Heather, I was up the moment she returned and ready to take on a new day together. Heather had plans to visit the North faction today, and I was not letting her go alone. I needed to be with her all the way and show everyone a united front. "Hey, brother!" To my surprise, Michael arrived as we were finishing our breakfast. It is rare for him to be up this early. I wonder what changes are going on with him. He was always the first to be out partying. "Hi, Michael. I had not expected to see you this far away from home," Heather replied before I had a chance to say anything. He leaned down and kissed Heather on the cheek and gave me a knowing smirk. "I was wondering what was going on with you all, and thought I would visit and see my nephew and niece," he replied as he sat down and grabbed coffee and a plate. He filled it with a heap of bacon and sausage. I felt a wave of energy sweep across my skin and watched Michael suddenly sit up and look around, a little surprised by the feeling. "Don't panic, Michael. I have put up a sound barrier. We can talk without ear listening," Heather said, having seen Michael's reaction. Although I had felt Heather do this a number of times, it still makes your skin crawl when she does it. "Reason?" Michael asked warily, still looking about him.
Can't be too cautious. Besides, I wanted to invite you to join us. Mason and I are going to the North faction today, and I wondered if you care to join us.
Heather kept surprising me every day. I would never have thought she would include Michael or any of my brothers on a visit like this. It was a tricky visit. We had no idea how we were going to be greeted. We didn't know if we were walking into an enemy's camp or not. We had discussed this and agreed we needed to visit each faction and feel them out. One of Heather's gifts would pick up pretty fast if we walked into trouble or not, and she had tricks up her sleeve if anyone tried anything. But her offer to bring in Michael was a surprise. What benefit does it bring? I could not think of one, other than sharing a bonding moment with my brother.
Really? Yes, please, I would love to go visit other places with you. I've always wanted to travel further abroad, but Mum and Dad always found some reason to keep us close to home.
Michael looked ecstatic that he had been included, and I was learning a new side of my brother, one I had not thought about before. I agree, each time we tried to leave the kingdom, something always came up to make us stay close to home. Protective parents, I guess. It never really worried me, but talking now did highlight it.
Good. We will leave after we have eaten,
Heather said and continued to eat. I was a little shocked. I thought we were going tonight.
Heather, has something changed?
I asked softly, glad we were in a cover of silence.
No, I was always going to go after breakfast. But when we were talking earlier, we had ears listening, and I thought I would change things a little. Keep those around us thinking and on their toes, never knowing what we are up to. The East are expecting us soon.
You have problems here, Mason? Michael asked, looking around the room again. We are not sure, so we are being careful, I answered, and watched Michael as he took in what we were saying and nodded as he relaxed.
How are we traveling? Do I need to pack a bag?
Michael asked casually and bit into another sausage. No bag. We will be there and back today, I replied on behalf of Heather. We had already discussed where we should be at and had agreed with the gardens. We had seen pictures of the place and Michael spat out the sausage onto the place and gasped.
How?
Michael had almost choked on his mouthful and had to spit it out. Portal, I replied, enjoying Michael's surprise. It is rare for me to see Michael taken by surprise, so it was comforting to know he could be surprised.
Wicked! Always wanted to know what it felt like. When you popped back and forth, I've been a little jealous of that ability.
Michael's face filled with joy.
Chapter 123. Heather POV. I mind-linked my mother. I had been worried about her as she slowly went through her transformation. She was not coping as well as Dad was. He looks like he will be changed completely in a few more days, while my mother looks like it will be another week or so. I'm not sure why she is taking longer, and it seems to be tiring her out. At first, I blamed it on the twins and the time she was putting in with them. But it appeared to be more than that. Breakfast with Michael was the laugh I needed, and inviting him out was a gut feeling, and I've learned to always trust those feelings. It was going to be an interesting place to visit. The pictures of the place, if even close to being how it is now, is going to be a treat. The place is stunning. It's in the coldest place in the known kingdoms, and my wolf can't wait to have a chance to play in the snow and explore the kingdom. I keep telling her that we could not do that at this visit, but she keeps fantasizing about it. So I'm hoping that all goes well and there will be a chance to go back and fulfill my wolf's desires. She deserves a treat too.
Oh, they've grown so fast.
Michael is holding our son and cooing at him. Yeah, they are growing fast. My mom is doing such a great job. I do kind of feel bad for not giving them as much time as she does, but duty seems to keep pulling me away. I'm with them as much as I can be, and I get up at night when I hear them, even though my mom keeps telling me it is okay to stay in bed. I feel guilty for not doing my part.
Come on, it's time to go.
Mason was eager to get out there and meet all these people. He thinks once we have visited all the factions, we can gauge better what our next move should be. He hates all this speculation and all the innuendos. He likes hard facts and truth. But so far, it's been so confusing. Even with all the information we have, some things are still missing. And it's all really confusing. Where has this information in our minds come from? Is it all just Brenda's memories and learning? It would explain the lost information. When she was taken, or whatever happened to her, she lost important fragments of information. We head back to the small office that we have in our suite, and Michael looks at me with expectations, his eyes sparkling with joy and excitement. Mason stands beside him and places his right hand on his shoulder. And I touch both their hands. I don't need to touch them, but Mason said he likes to feel me when we travel in the beginning, as it took longer to get where we are going, and if I had not been to the place before, I kind of hover in the other space and look around before appearing. It's like when I arrive, I can hold off appearing. I'm there, but invisible to others, until I make that last step and we appear. That is what I'll be doing now. We reached the garden. It was covered in snow, and I looked about before appearing. Michael exhaled a breath in the air, and white plumes came out of his mouth, and he chuckled. Mason looked around for danger, but I think it was too early for too many to be outside in the snow. I took the lead and walked to a side door. It was not locked. After entering, I noticed the temperature change. The palace was nice and warm. Warmer than I expected. We walked down a small hallway and entered a very busy kitchen. The aroma of the morning meal filled the air, and my stomach said it could put more in it. A woman dropped a pan, lucky it was empty, and screamed in horror as she looked at the three of us. And I guess our arrival had now been noticed. Easy now, we're not here to harm anyone, I said softly, not moving any further into the kitchen. The poor lass fainted. The cook rushed in and caught her before she hit the floor.
Who are you?
The cook asked, fear radiating off her. The unconscious girl lay gently in her arms. The rest of the kitchen staff stared wide-mouthed at us, frozen in place. I am Queen Heather from the Central Faction. I did not get any further than that when the guards came in, rushing into the kitchens. They stopped in their tracks when they saw us, and the look of confusion on their faces showed they were not sure what to do. But to my surprise, they all knelt before us and waited in silence in the kneeling position on the floor. And then a man and woman came to the room, walking carefully around the knelt people on the floor. Queen Heather, it is an honor to meet you. Come through to the dining hall and enjoy a meal with us, the woman said, telling me she was the queen of this faction. Your name? I asked as I moved forward, feeling Mason and Michael follow me close by. Oh, my apology. How rude of me. I am Agatha, and this is Mateo. They both bowed before us and waited for us to respond. This is my mate, Mason, and his brother, Michael, I said, and they bowed to both of them before leading the way to the dining hall. The hall was about what you would expect. many tables dotted about, a buffet style set along one wall for food and drinks, each table set for the breakfast meal, and a few people were already seated and talking amicably amongst themselves. That is, until they looked up and saw us walking in with Agatha. The sound of scraping chairs along the wooden floor, and all stopped talking as they stood up from their seated positions and knelt to the floor. Agatha said nothing, or even made a sign that this was not normal behavior of the people in the room. We reached the top of the table, and she offered me the head seat. I shook my head and offered it back to her. She gracefully took the seat, and I sat next to her left, leaving the right for her mate. Mason took the seat next to me, and Michael the next one, sending a woman who was sitting in that chair scurrying away to find another seat. I took a long sip of coffee and enjoyed watching the people arrive and the shocked looks on their faces before they found their seats. "How long will you be staying? Would you like a room made up?" Agatha said as she daintily ate her meal. "We will not be staying the night. I would like a tour and a chat, get to know you, and how you feel about my ascension to the throne." I spoke calmly and truthfully, and I was not worried at this point who was listening in on our conversation. "We are more than thrilled when we heard you take the throne and that you had a mate already, not one chosen by the hierarchy of the Central." That surprised me. I had not thought about how it might affect others outside our faction. At the time, I had no real understanding of the Lycan hierarchy and what I was getting myself into. As I learned something new, the box in my head opened up, and information filters through, parts of the missing pieces. And I wonder what's going on there. We chatted comfortably as Agatha ate. Michael and Mason ate too, but I was not hungry. I did grab some fruit and nibble on that, but it was the coffee I was chasing the most. Then a group of young ladies walked in, the most graceful ladies I had seen in a while. And then I realized that these were Agatha's daughters. The grace they had was the same as Agatha's. "Ah, they're up early for a change. Good. You will get to meet my daughters." Just as Agatha finished saying that, Michael growled the words we all wanted to hear, but we're not just sure if we should have expected to hear them right then. "Mate."
Mason, POV. Mate. Those words changed the morning conversation to a more personal one. Michael spoke those words when 5 young ladies walked into the room and headed our way. I was not sure which one was his mate yet, but they were all excited about it. Agatha seemed pleased, and that was a good sign. Matteo sat upright and waited to see which of his daughters was Michael's mate. 2 lovely ladies who looked like twins to me. They looked too alike to just be sisters, came up to Michael and both together spoke the same word. Mate. Michael had his private wish come true. He had always wanted 2 lovely ladies as his mate, so much so he had talked about Heather's sisters turning him down when he suggested a chosen mate. But here he had 2 lovely ladies. Now will the parents accept Michael taking both for his mate? Trying to choose would tear the other one apart. "Wonderful!" chirped Agatha as she clapped her hands in glee. Heather had a large grin on her face as she watched Michael accept both ladies in an embrace, and I could not have been happier for my brother. This means he will move here and transform into a Lycan. I wonder what he will look like when the change is completed. I can't wait to find out. I noticed a few sad faces around the men's table and a few envious ones from the ladies. Michael is a good-looking guy, and I can imagine a few broken hearts when they find out Michael is off the mating table. "Mom, Dad," I called out to my parents through a mind link. "What is up, son? Is everything okay?" An anxious-sounding mum returned through the mind link. "Yeah, just wanted to let you know that Michael had found his mates," I said happily, and waited to see if they heard me correctly.
Mates? As in more than one?
Mum asked in her happy tone, which told me she was glad another son had found his mate. "Yes, a set of twins. They are lovely and very graceful. Not sure how he managed to bag such pretty girls." I joked, and I could feel Dad chuckling along with me. Michael was the last one they expected to find his mate. He had been a bad playboy, bagging many girls and often more than one at a time.
Lycan?
She was starting to sound worried. Another child was going to be a Lycan. "Yes, Mum, a Lycan," I replied, wondering why it would make that much difference. A mate is to be cherished regardless.
I hope he can handle it. The word there is that the Lycan King is in some kind of war. I would not like to think my children will be stuck in the middle of that.
"When we return, you can fill the both of us in on this word you are talking about. I would have thought you and Dad would be the last to listen to gossip." I growled softly back at her, and I could feel she was shocked at my tone. Turning back to the conversation around me, I noticed that Michael was gone, and so were the twins. I must have been so caught up in the conversation with Mum and Dad that I had not noticed them leaving. I looked at Heather, and she seemed to have picked up on my confusion.
The girls were eager to be claimed and took Michael away.
Heather mind-linked me with a sly smirk on her face. She was pleased with Michael, but I can't tell if she was okay with him having two mates or not. It is not uncommon for twins to take two mates. Her sisters did last ball, so maybe I am picking up on something other than the mating part. "Come to our office and let us catch up and talk a bit about what just happened and how it will impact on our journey in life," Matteo suggested, and stood up from the table and led the way. I walked by his side, and Heather and Agatha walked behind, chatting like ladies do about how cute it was and stuff like that. Settled on the chair in the study room, coffee was offered, and I waited next to Heather for the other two to sit and clear up what was on their minds. They both seemed to be mind-linked, and I was not sure if it was a conversation between the two or something else going on. Heather did not seem to be concerned, so I relaxed as best I could.
Our girls have just told me they are not officially marked and mated,
Agatha started, and my eyes widened. That was quick. He must be going for round 2, as he had never been that quick. What? Only half an hour? No, he has longer staying power than that. I thought that maybe the girls in the mate bond had something to do with a quick mating.
This changes our relationship. We are now family, and so we would like to offer a blood oath to support you as the queen over all Lycans. Though we have titles as queen and king, it is of our faction. You should be over all factions. I have argued about this a number of times, but some do not support this. I think they want to be overall leaders,
Agatha stated calmly, and Matteo pulled out a ceremonial knife, ready for the commitment to be made. Would you have done this if Michael had not been mated to your girls? I asked, a little put off by the wording Agatha used. Yes, I was ready to give my support, but this makes it more interesting, don't you think? Matteo said with a wink.
Agreed. Let the South argue all at once,
Heather said, and Agatha stared at Heather for a moment, and then nodded her head.
It should not have surprised me so much that you had already figured it out. That faction has been causing trouble ever since Declan got mated to the Queen. He is power-hungry and tries to push all the blame on others. Most of us know better, and I was concerned about the two of you being, let's call it an outsider coming into your power, that you would listen to him. I am an outsider, as you put it, but I am not easily swayed by sweet talking,
Heather said, and I chuckled. They both turned to look at me, eyeing me to explain further. She refused to be my mate till I proved I was worthy. My sweet-talking did little to woo her to me. I chuckled again, as I remembered some of our moments of disagreement. Good girl, you will be the perfect queen, Matteo said as he placed the knife on a blue pillow made just for this ceremony. He said a few words over the knife and then nicked my hand. It was not deep, just enough to get the blood flowing, and soon all four of us had a nick in our hands, and Matteo and Agatha gave their oath. They did not go down on one knee or anything like that. It was spoken with sincerity over the held hands, and I felt the power of the oath flow through me and settle in my heart. Heather accepted on behalf of both of us, being the queen. I had no issue being in the background with this, and letting Heather be the powerful woman she is. I would be stupid to try and to be the boss when women are accepted as being the true bosses in a relationship.
Chapter 125. Heather, POV. The blood oath was better than I had expected. Then, having been told that Michael would become the future king was a shock, too. Apparently, the twins would be joint queens when the time comes for Agatha to pass on the title. That surprised both Michael and Mason. I was really proud of Michael. He was a nice guy, and he treated women well. My sisters praised him and had considered accepting him as a chosen mate. He was that good, they said. But then something changed, and they went their separate ways. We waited for Michael and his mates to arrive, chatting about the future, and they had an interest in joining in the balls that Mason's brother was having every 3 months. They would take days to travel there, but they were prepared to travel the distance, even if one had found their mate. Mason gave Agatha Harold's contact information and suggested sending an email first, as he was not sure when Harold would be available. Agatha nodded as she accepted the contact information, and also asked for Mason and mine's. I liked Agatha. She was kind, and I did not feel any falseness about her, and that gave me peace. We had what we came for, and more. I hope everywhere else goes as well as this one did. Michael arrived, and he had a mark on each side of his neck. He had given both his ladies his mark too. He was beaming with joy as these two ladies doted on him, and he lapped it all up. I hope he's up for the challenge. I can't imagine trying to keep two women happy all the time. Michael, do you want to go home and pack? I asked him softly. The others looked at me, frowning at my question. We can give him all he needs. He does not need to leave, Agatha said, as her two daughters grabbed hold of Michael as if he would leave them behind. Actually, I would like to grab a few things, Michael said, as he kissed his two mates and looked eagerly at me. We'll be back soon. Mason, can you stay here? I'll return soon. Mason nodded, and Michael took a hold of my hand. I took Michael to his room. He grabbed 2 suitcases and started to fill them with the things he wanted to take with him. His mother and father walked in and gave him a hug and wished him well. They helped him pack, and 10 minutes later, Michael was saying goodbye to his parents and looked at me to take him back. We returned to the squeals and joys from his twins. As Michael returned with the 2 suitcases in hand, they each took one and rushed to their room. Michael said his goodbyes to Mason and me and went to chase after his 2 mates. That was quick. I had no idea you could portal to places. You are truly the real queen, Matteo said, and bowed to me again. Agatha smiled and agreed with him. We talked some more about the ball and other issues that she was having, and I gave her some suggestions to try. It's time for us to return. We hope we can have a chance to visit again too in the not-so-distant future. Mason stood up and walked to me, saying his goodbyes to Agatha and Matteo, Michael having already said his goodbyes. This was a really lovely place, full of cheerful people, and I look forward to visiting again. We vanished before them and appeared in our suite. Although I was happy to be home, I was sad to have left. They made me feel so calm and welcome there, and we received so much more than we had expected. The sound of one of my twins grizzling drew me to the nursery, and I was shocked to see my mom collapsed on the floor. "Mason!" I called out as I ran to my mother and breathed out a sigh of relief. She was still breathing. Mason rushed in and stopped short. She's alive. Could you take the twins and change and feed them? I think Mom is struggling with her transformation. I need to take her to our room and work on her. Can you do that, please?" I begged as I lifted my mom from the floor. She was sweating and pale. "Go. Look after Jane. I got the kids," he said, and picked up our son, who was the one fussing, and took him to the change station. "I don't know where the other nanny is, or if Mom let her help out," I started to explain, but Mason put his hand up to stop me and shooed me out the door. I left the room quickly, taking her to our bedroom. I walked into our bathroom and turned on the bath, filling it with cold water. I stripped my mom while the bath filled up. When I was satisfied with how full it was, I lifted Mom up and gently set her down in the bath. And then I started to send energy into her. I could not change what she was going through. The transformation was something personal for everyone. I felt guilty for not being here when she needed me the most. I had left her with the babies and did not think anything more about it. Now I wish I had checked up on her when I brought Michael here to pack a bag. I started to sing a song that my mom often used to sing to me when I was down, or when I had done too much healing and was weak. She had always been there for me. As I sang, I poured water over her and pushed energy every few minutes into her body, hoping I was doing the right thing. She was at the end of her transition, and I needed her to complete it. I wonder where my dad was. If he was feeling Mom's suffering. I hope he's all right. Mason entered and stared at me for a brief moment, before taking those last few steps into the bathroom and kneeling beside me.
Twins are fed, and they're asleep. How's Jane doing?
He asked so softly. You could hear his emotions flowing through him. I don't know. Alive, but that's about as much as I could tell. She's at the final stage of transition. It's up to her now. Mason rubbed my back and watched for a little while longer. Can you go check on Dad? I don't know if he's feeling this, I asked, and Mason left the room to hunt down Dad. Mom's breathing then got ragged, and she broke out into a sweat. She thrashed about in the water, going into what looked to be like a fit, before going very still.
Mason, POV. In the meantime, the twins were beside themselves when Heather and Michael disappeared. Agatha and Matteo, though surprised at first, comforted the girls, reassuring the twins that this proved that Heather was the real deal, the real rightful queen, which seemed to settle the girls a little bit. But then when they were told that Michael was my brother, they squealed in a high-pitched sound that they were mated to the king's brother, and that seemed to make them even happier, though I was not sure who they thought Michael was other than their mate. No introductions had been made at the time, and we had arrived unexpectedly early in the morning. Agatha and Matteo knew we were going to visit, but had thought we were traveling the conventional way. "Will they be gone long?" one asked, and I still could not tell which one was which. They were too alike for me. I would need to be around them a little longer to pick up any differences. "Only as long as it takes Michael to pack a few things together in a suitcase. He does not realize he won't be able to wear any of it soon, as he will change into a lichen and grow out of his clothes, but I did not have the heart to tell him not to go and pack." The girls giggled at this, and I could see these two will keep Michael on his toes. I can't wait to see him work through the mate and the changes he has to go through. Michael, arriving back after only a short while, was treated by the girls as if he had been gone for weeks, not a few minutes. He was happy to be lavished on by their attention, and Heather beamed proudly at Michael and his behavior. He was making his dreams come true. We did the niceties and left the kingdom, pleased to accomplish what we have set out to do. We have so much to accomplish, and the quicker we can have it done, the sooner we can settle into a routine of life. I was getting changed into some workout clothes, was going to head to the gym and get some training done, and felt I had been slacking in that area lately. I was happy to be home. Heather was headed to check on the twins, and knowing her, she would most likely like to spend some moments with her mum. I let her be. Her mother had not been well lately, tired and antsy, not sure what was going on, other than the change was taking forever for her, and Heather was worried. It was not like it was an illness she could heal, and that made it frustrating for Heather, being unable to take the pain away from her. I had just reached my closet and was about to strip when Heather called me. Her voice sounded panicky, and I rushed to the nursery, unsure what I would find, and stopped just inside the door at what I saw. Poor Jane. She looked so pale and lifeless on the floor. Heather asked me to take over the care of the twins, so I picked up Reese and changed his soggy mess, wiped him clean, redressed him in nice dry clothes and nappy, grabbed the bottle from the warmer and fed him. He never made a whimper. Once I picked him up, his eyes tracked me the whole time, and he gurgled a happy sound as if he were talking to me. I was in awe of this little guy. He was growing so fast. Once I had finished feeding Reese, I placed him down in his bed and picked up our girl. She was still sleeping. This girl loves to sleep. She is rarely any problem. Only Reese is the one to gain our attention. I changed her, and as I fed her, she opened her eyes and looked at me. Her eyes were shining, and it was as if she could smile while drinking. I'm sure she was smiling at the moment at me, and when I had completed the change and fed her, I laid her back in bed. Both twins are now changed, fed, and sleeping. I went on the hunt to find out how well Jane was doing. The moment I opened the door to our room, I knew things were not going well. The feeling I was getting from Heather was intense and full of fear and sadness. When I knelt beside Heather, I knew things looked bad. Heather and I spoke for a few moments, filling her in with what I had done, when Jane started to thrash violently in the bathtub, splashing water everywhere. And then nothing. She was lying still in the water, and I dreaded the worst. And I thanked my wolf for the great hearing that I could hear her heart beating, slow and steady. Whatever happened was a catalyst of her transformation, and I prayed to the goddess that it was over for Jane, and that she would wake up and be the wonderful lady I know her to be. Over the past few weeks, Jane had grown in height, and muscles seemed to have developed, but her pale, sickly appearance was of concern.
I will take Mum out of the bath now. Could you go check on Dad? I have no idea how this is affecting him,
Heather said, pulling the plug out and letting the water drain away before she could take her out of the bath. I grabbed some towels, placed them close to Heather, and went in search of Ben. Reaching Ben's room, I found him out cold on the floor. I picked him up and carried him to our room, where Heather would be with Jane. I thought maybe the mate bond would help the two of them. As I entered the room, Heather lifted her head in my direction and frowned at me, carrying her father towards her. She was in the middle of drying Jane, who was lying naked on my bed, looking like she was gaining a bit of color now, and that was a relief. I placed Ben on the bed next to Jane and waited for Heather to give me more instructions.
Chapter 127. Heather, POV. The water slowly swirled around the drain, and I watched it as it disappeared, hoping all the stress would go with the disappearing water. Mason was checking on Dad. Mom was now motionless, but alive. The steady beat of her heart and the rise and fall of her chest was my only comfort. Grabbing the towels Mason left beside me, I lifted Mom up and wrapped one around her, and carefully lifted her out of the bath and into the bedroom, placing her on my bed. I raced back to the bathroom, picked up some more towels, and started to dry her off, trying to make her more comfortable. She still looked pale. Mason carried Dad in. It did not surprise me to find him out cold. He would be commencing his final change too, being so closely bonded to my mom. Once they were side by side, I pushed them together, so they were touching all the way down, and sent energy into both of them. They had nothing I could heal, and I did not even know if what I was doing was the right thing to do. There was nobody to instruct me on this transformation. Usually, any transition will start to take place very close to the day you were marked. But my mom was never changed into a lichen. For any change to occur, it was only because of me becoming queen that her and Dad's change had begun. They had both grown in height and body mass, though not as large as Mason or me. It seemed a lot larger than before the change began. Dad's coloring was not as pale as Mom's, so I'm assuming he is coping much better than she was. I'm not quite sure how that was working out. I hoped what we had done was correct. Mom should have changed years ago when she mated with Dad, but for some reason she did not, and now, because of her age, I presume the change is taking a toll on them both. Reaching over, I grabbed Dad's hand, and then Mom's, and I clasped them both together in my cupped hands and sent energy into them both. Suddenly, Mom and Dad were surrounded by a bright, white, blue light, which also engulfed Mason and me. It was a warm glow, a gentle heat that flowed over me. I watched as Mom and Dad gained some color, and soon both of them opened their eyes and took a long, deep breath. I let go of their hands once the glowing light winked out. Mom and Dad sat up and looked at us both, confusion written on their faces. Mason wrapped his arms around me and pulled me tight to his chest. I was on the verge of tears of relief. I thought I was going to lose my mom and dad. Now they were both sitting up, staring at me, and not saying a word. Though relieved they were awake, I was waiting for them to say something, anything, to let me know that all was well. Mom's face softened, and she opened her arms for me to go to her. Mason released me from his hold, and I rushed to hug my mother in my arms. Mason moved to the other side of the bed and held onto Dad. We were both relieved they had made it through this tough moment. I thought I heard Mom sobbing, but I did not want to let go to find out. I held on tight and waited for my mother to let go first.
Sweetheart?
Dad called out softly, seemingly a bit baffled by what was going on. I looked up at him and waited for him to say more.
Why are we in your bed?
Mason burst out laughing at this innocent question. Of all the things my dad could have asked, this one was the furthest from our minds. Mason went on to explain how we had found Mom and then Dad, and how he ended up in our bed. Dad looked down at his hands, as if seeing them for the first time, then looked up at me with wonder.
I'm a lichen,
he said. I'm not sure if that was a good thing in that moment. I had so many emotions going on in my head. Mason nodded.
How is that possible? Jane, you're a lichen,
he said again. He seemed to not really be thinking clearly yet, as he stared at his mate with love in his eyes, a small smile on his lips, He still looked like he did not believe what he was seeing just yet. My dad reached out his hand, tenderly touching Mom's face as if he expected her to disappear at any moment. Mom reached out and placed her hand over his and leaned into his hand. The love the two of them had radiated from both of them. Mom, why don't you and Dad go to your room to rest for a bit? You two have gone through a rough time, I suggested, and with Mason's help, we walked them slowly to their room. Both of them still a little bit weak.
That went well. They both look good,
Mason said once we closed the door to their room. Yeah. We headed back to our twins' room and looked in on them. Again, I wondered where the other nanny was. I had not seen her for a few days. The children were sleeping peacefully. I pulled up the blanket and recovered Reese. I leaned down and kissed each of them, and then left the room, making sure to leave the door slightly open, so I could hear when they woke. We did have a monitor, but I like to hear them through the door, rather than a machine.
Mason, POV. The relief to have both Jane and Ben make it through the change at the same time was like a huge weight had been taken off of my shoulders all at once. I was not sure if either one had not made it through, the other would die soon after, and my mate would be a mess for a while. She was very close to her parents. The twins were sleeping and the suite seemed to be quiet. I wondered where the nanny was. I thought we had two. We went to our room, made a coffee and just sat beside each other. No words were needed. Her company was fine with me. We looked out over the balcony to the woods beyond, and I had the urge to go for a run. But I doubted right now was a good time. I think Heather would like to hang around a little longer and make sure her mum and dad were fine. I rested my head on her shoulder and just enjoyed the quiet and peace of the moment. It was not long before the sun would go down and dinner would be served. I wanted to enjoy a few more minutes with my mate, but we hardly got to have a real quiet moment together. Every time we do, something always interrupts us. I must have dropped off to sleep because I woke to a terrifying scream, and the sun had gone down. Heather jumped up beside me. She too must have fallen asleep. We rushed to the twins' room where the screaming was coming from and rushed through the door. Jane had the other nanny by the throat and had lifted her up, making her legs dangling in the air. Jane turned to us and said the worst thing I could think of. When I came in here, she was trying to strap the children to her body. She was going to kidnap them. Jane's voice was cold and unemotional. The nanny did have the evidence still strapped to her body. The nanny's face was turning blue, and if Jane did not drop her soon, she would suffocate, and I had to find out why she wanted my babies. Drop her, Jane. We need to question her. You can kill her after we have some answers, Heather said softly, asking her mother. The nanny dropped to the floor, holding her neck and gasping for breath, which she gulped in with long, deep pulls. Speak, Heather ordered in a voice I had not heard before. Heather had always been soft and kind, but this was her queen voice, and the goddess helped anyone who crossed her. That voice would be scary to be the receiver of, and Mom is stronger now. She has changed. I was going to leave here and get paid a lot of money to move somewhere else. I've had enough of this kingdom, the nanny croaked out, her voice raspy from the damage Mom had done. What were you going to do with the children? Heather growled out in a low tone. Give them to a woman. Where? I growled out. The merchant's in 2 hours. What does she look like? Long black hair, red lipstick, red dress. We'll sit at the back near the kitchen doors. Anything else? How tall? Is she lichen? No, not lichen. I don't know what she is, but not lichen and not a werewolf. Maybe a witch. The nanny was being very cooperative, and it was amazing watching the ability of my mate. Before I could stop her, Heather disappeared, leaving me to keep questioning this woman. I was so annoyed with my mate taking off like this. Then Heather arrived back with a woman in a red dress, struggling to get out of her hold. "Is this the woman?" Heather asked, pushing the woman forward to the nanny. "Yes," the nanny answered, and the woman whom Heather had pushed forward said words I did not understand, and the nanny dropped to the floor dead. Heather grabbed the woman by the neck and raised her high in the air. The woman struggled and gurgled out words, and Heather laughed at the woman and her futile attempt to use her witchcraft on her. "You think your magic will work on me? You are a fool. Tell me, witch, are you the one that kidnapped Brenda all those years ago?" I felt the power of Heather and some kind of magic I did not know my mate could weave flow over the woman, causing the woman to stop struggling and answer her questions. "Yes," she replied. "Our coven wants the werewolves gone, and we nearly managed that, but that girl escaped, and we had no idea where she went. We had to try and bluff our way for years, but it failed. Where is your coven?" "South of the gorge." With that, Heather dropped the woman, and like the nanny, she breathed her last. "We now have our answers. That also means we are right. The King of the South is in cahoots with them. Dad, what do you think?" I had not even noticed Ben entered the room. I was so consumed with the events before me, but my mate rarely missed a thing. "I agree. We thought something off when that king came here to attend the ball uninvited. But Harold allowed him to stay, but this is not good. We need to talk to Harold and get some groups together." Ben was talking tactics, and this was something I could get involved in. "No, Dad. I think we need to keep it here. I think we have enough people to take on the witches. I think they should be taken out first," Heather argued back, not letting up on getting to the witches and stopping this stupid war. "How about we get a hold of Harold and see if we can maybe invade the South at the same time as you take out the witches? Are you strong enough to take them on?" "Mom, are you up to this? I know you have some of the same powers as I have. Could you take on some witches?" "Of course, dear. We can take them on together." Jane looked smug and ready to take on those who dared touch her grandchildren. "Mason, do you want to be part of this?" "Yes. Do you want me to be with you or Harold?" "With Jane and me. We might need your strength." That surprised and pleased me, and I got to fight alongside my mate. "Let's get someone we trust to be with the twins, and then see Harold about getting a group together. We can open a portal that Harold can use to cross through. We just need to know where and when. We cannot let the witches regroup or the King of the South get wind of this." "How about taking the twins to Michael and his new mates, and while there ask Agatha if we can give us some warriors too? They may have some questions too. We have little knowledge of the South and the other kings and queens. Plus, we can take some warriors from here. We have enough to make a good fight," I said quietly, while my mind thought of different aspects of the pending fight.
Chapter 129. Heather, POV. How dare they try and take my babies? That was not going to happen to me. I think the witches were going to double-cross the King of the South. They want the werewolves gone. They must have been very convincing for him to fall for their lies and believe that there was something for him at the end of all of this. Look at how long this has been happening. How many lives have been lost because of this greed? Or maybe there's something more to it? Mom looks great. She is at full strength, raring to get her hands on the witches, who dared to try and take her grandchildren. Mom said she woke up with a voice telling her to get up and go to the twins now. And when she made it there, the nanny had put our daughter in a sling that she had around her waist and was working on picking up our son. Mom had grabbed her by the throat, removed our baby from the sling, and placed her back in the cot, all while having this nanny squirming and thrashing about. Mom said she did not seem to weigh much at all, and that she could feel some energy coursing through her as she restrained the nanny. "How's Dad?" I looked at Mom. She was still looking at the woman on the floor. Mason had called security to come and remove this piece of shit from our room.
"He is in the shower. We both are still a bit grotty after our ordeal, and he knew I could handle one stupid nanny. He looked so wonderful and all muscled up. He was great before, but he's even better now. Our strength is so much greater than ever before. I feel as though I've gained some kind of magic too, or some ability I had not had before. I have yet to investigate it."
Mom was excited to get her teeth into these witches and try out those new feelings or powers she may have gained. I think between the two of us, we can take on the whole coven and still have plenty of strength left. I wondered if some of this change in Mom, the magic she could feel, could mean that she could create portals too. I'm excited about that. Mom has worked hard all her life. If this makes things better for her and Dad, I am all for it. And if she can make portals too, that could take some pressure off of me in the future. We gather the sleeping twins and some clothes and food. Mom gives them a quick kiss and says she's going to join Dad in the shower.
Yeah, as if I needed to know that.
And Mason and I portal to Michael's bedroom. We thought that might be the best place to arrive. How wrong could I have been? A scream greeted us as we appeared at the foot of the bed, and the sight of the twins who were actively working on Michael on the bed. Only one of the twins had seen us. The other was still taking Michael in her mouth. I turned my back on the sight and repeated in my head, "Unsee, unsee, unsee." Oh dear God, what a sight. I did not need to see that any time again soon. And felt like what I had just seen would be forever etched in my mind. The last thing I needed to see. I was so stupid to think coming here was a good idea. "What the fuck, Mason?" Michael growled. I heard him get off the bed and turned around to face them.
"Sorry, brother, but we need you,"
Mason said. I hand over my little girl to one of the twins. Mason does the same with our other baby. The girls take the babies and coo at them, giving them baby talk. Their eyes shone with love at the little bundles in their arms, kissing them on the cheeks and sniffing their baby scent.
"What's going on, Mason?"
Michael asked, concern on his face, as he pulled on some pants as quickly as possible. The girls were not bothered with their naked bodies. They just sat on the bed and enjoyed holding the babies. Michael was dressing for my sake. I'm not sure if he wants his sister-in-law to see him still partly aroused. Ugh.
"Someone tried to kidnap our twins. We need to go and sort it out. We're leaving the twins with you, as this is the only safe place we could think of for leaving them,"
Mason answered, as he placed the bottles and all the other stuff we had brought with us for them.
"Who?" "The other nanny."
"Why?" "Something to do with witches and not wanting us shifters to exist," I said calmly. I was ready to take on those witches. They were going to get a bit of a surprise when they eventually met with me. I have more power than the High Priestess. Another little gift. And the pendant I'm wearing has a lot of surprises too.
"Those bitches,"
Michael growled out. "We're going to see Agatha. Could you and your mates protect our babies while we're gone, so we can end this once and for all?" I asked, a bit hesitantly. We had made some presumptions about their willingness to look after the twins, and now I'm second-guessing myself. "Of course we will," the twins answered, and then looked at me with surprise. Surprise that I would even ask such a thing. They looked back down at the babies in their arms with adoration.
"Where do you need me?"
Michael asked, looking at his mates holding the babies, with a soft, longing smile on his face. I could guess what that was about. He would love twins too, so his mates each had a child to cuddle.
Stay here. It would give me a peace of mind, knowing that you're here to defend them, if need be,
Mason said to my relief, as I did not want to have to mention what could happen if we failed.
Of course!
Michael's chest puffed up with pride at the responsibility that he had just been handed.
Mason, POV. Michael left the twins with his mates and walked with us down a long corridor, escorting us to Agatha and Matteo. Hopefully they have some troops we can use to take the Southern King's palace until we can find out if he really is part of the traitorous actions. We walked down the halls and past many doors, and I wondered how they navigated through all these twisting hallways. Although our palace is not this winding, the pictures on the walls and armored statues are in abundance. I'm not sure what I feel about the interior decorators. Might need to get a bit of color in their lives. We stopped outside a large ornate double door, and Michael rapped on the door and waited. A grumble of some sort was heard, and Michael opened the door and stepped aside to let us pass by him and into the room. He left us there, and I thought he might be returning to the twins.
Heather, Mason, what brought you back here so soon?
Agatha had a surprised look on her face as she asked the question at the same time as she rose out of her chair and came forward with her hand out to shake. Matteo stood up but did not move forward to greet us. We have left our twins with your girls to babysit. We have had a situation arise, and we would appreciate it and feel much better if we were to leave them here. It would most likely be safer too. No one knows we have visited here. Well, I hope the word has not got out yet, I said, as I took her hand in mine and shook it as gently as I could, knowing I was so much larger than she was. I did not want to break her, though being a Lycan too, it is unlikely, but it was how I felt. Sit and tell us what we can do to help. This sounds serious, Matteo said as Agatha gave Heather a hug and pushed her back to look into her eyes as if searching for something. I sat in the chair offered and waited for Heather to sit beside me before we started our story. Agatha had whispered something to Heather, and Heather nodded her head and wiped a tear from her eyes. I had not realized she was crying. Our emotions were all over the place, so it did not shock me, just surprised I had not felt her tears. She was blocking me again, and it is hard to get through when she tries so hard to be strong. I need to talk to her about this. We're a team, and she needs to let me in, the good and the bad, or it would eat me up inside. I thought we were past this. I guess when it comes to our children, she has to put up her walls to cope with what needs to happen next. I can understand that, so maybe I am reading this all wrong. Maybe the blocking is not so much trying to block me out, but to block it out of herself too, so she can think and put the need to protect those she loves behind her and block the rage she must be feeling at someone trying to take her young babies. And the more I think about it, the more I realize it must be what it is, because I want to tear the people who organized the attempt to take my babies apart. And I am most likely blocking all my hate and hurt from her too, and I did not realize it. I have to work on that too. Heather discussed with Agatha and Matteo what had happened earlier today, and why our babies are here now. Agatha was offering troops instantly, yet Matteo had more to say and seemed more cautious. I'm wondering how much of this the King of the South's doing himself, or could it be the influence the witches are having on him? There is a rumor that the witches have a dark crystal room. What I mean is that they have a crystal that channels negative energy and aids the witches to do their dark magic against others. If that rumor is true, then the breaking of the crystal might break the hold on the King of the South. I heard that many witches can't get close to the place as the dark magic picks up everybody a day's ride away. Matteo looked around the room, and then his face lit up. He opened up his laptop and opened a conference call to someone and turned his laptop around so we could see the face of the person he was calling. "Matteo, it has been a while. What have I done to get a call from you?" Then the face of a beautiful woman appeared on the screen. "Greetings, my lady. You're on a conference call. Before you are Heather and Mason. We have a situation and would like some advice from you." Matteo smiled warmly at the screen, and Agatha also greeted the lady. "Heather and Mason, the royal king and queen of the Lycans. Wow, okay. What can I do for you?" Her surprised face moved closer to the screen, and she fiddled with something, and then sat back. "We need information on the witches that are just beyond the gorge." Heather started straight to the point. "That's my Heather. No mincing words, and get it done quickly." "The Dark Crystal Coven?" The woman sounded like she had fear in her voice. "What is your name? Sorry I did not catch it earlier," Heather asked, and I was grateful as I had not really paid attention either and missed her name. "Melissa, High Priestess of the Light Coven, at your service." She did a sort of bow, and that made me chuckle. "Melissa, we have an issue with that coven. Any suggestions?" "What sort of problem?" "They have tried to kidnap our babies." Heather growled out in annoyance at having to voice it again and bring up those feelings she had already pushed behind her so she could get this job done. "So they are at it again. It does not surprise me. They have a room that has a crystal that aids their magic. It is an abomination of what they are doing." "If we can get into that room, would you like to assist us in breaking that crystal?" "You cannot get near the place. We have tried. The room has a protection shield around it, and our witches are not strong enough to break through it to get into the room." She argued back. "I can port you into the room. Are you with us or not?" Heather sighed at the banter. I could tell she just wanted to know who was with her and who wasn't, and not keep going in the same circle. "You get us in. We can deal with the crystal," Melissa reassured Heather. "Can you jump to my place?" Heather sounded calm, but I felt hope going rushing through her. "Of course, unless you have a barrier placed around the palace that we cannot break," she said with a smirk. "There is a barrier, but it would only be for the Dark Crystal Coven at the moment. I used the woman's coven essence to recognize that group when I had grabbed her from the inn." "Good thinking. They are a handful and a disgrace to the name of all of us witches." Melissa spoke a little longer, making arrangements before she disappeared from the screen. "Thank you for your help. We shall demobilize the witches, and Mason will go with a group of troops to the South Palace. I'm sure he will be able to sense if the king is under the influence of the witches, once we break the crystal." One last hug and we headed back home. I had to take a group of warriors with us to the South Palace, and from what I understood, Heather and her mum Jane would make a portal for us and then leave for her a bit of fun. I hope she is as good as she says she is. Heather can be hot-headed, and I would not like anything to go wrong and diminish her belief in herself.
Chapter 131. Heather, POV. It was a relief to leave my babies with Michael. I trusted him and those mates of his, and he had begun his change. I thought it would be slow like Mom and Dad, but he seemed to have grown a fair bit already. I briefly thought he might be changing quicker since he had 2 ladies to help him through it. And I was happy for him. He is going to be amazing when the change is completed. And now for the next part. Melissa. I don't know anything about her. My information does not include much about witches. They have kept to themselves most of the time, just like the Lycans had. Mason and I had a bit to do before we went headhunting, and soon got busy back in the palace, getting a group together for him to get through the portal and attack the Southern Palace. We were going to use the portal and take all the men straight into the main hall and burst into the hallways too. We have 1,000 strong warriors of our own, ready to go and get revenge on the South. And though Agatha offered some of hers, we decided in the end to take only our men. If the Southern King is under the influence of the witches, it will be evident when we break the crystal. If it is a spell, he will fall to the floor when the shard is in pieces. If he is not under any spell, but is doing this along with the witches, we will not see any change, and he will most likely continue as normal, showing very little difference. And that is when Mason will attack in force. Maybe by then, I could portal him back and still assist him. I will have to see what can be done. It all comes down to Melissa, and for now, I will have to trust her. We were waiting in the main hall, 1,000 warriors all hanging around in the garden, geared up and ready to go. We were just waiting for Melissa to show up. And Mason and I were sitting, eating our lunch. Mom and Dad were with us, but they were only having coffee. And though I wanted Dad to stay here, he refused to be let out of it. And Mom convinced me to let him go with Mason and have his back, as it were. It was a very large back to cover. I chuckled to myself over my mom's comment. It was what I needed to relax and enjoy my lunch with my family. The palace was a hive of activity. It seemed everyone knew something was about to happen. They wanted to be near to see it, but they had little to see. Just as I finished my lunch, Melissa and 11 other ladies arrived. They were all dressed in long, flowing white dresses, markings on their arms and faces, hair loose and flowing down their backs. They walked up to Mason and me and bowed gracefully in front of us. I nodded to them and offered them a drink. No, we are ready to leave. We have cleansed ourselves and are prepared to take on the dark witches.
Good, let's go,
Mason said as he stood up and headed for the side door. The witches followed him. They did not speak or look around to look at our palace or the grounds. They were focused on Melissa and copied what she did.
Heather, can you open the portal and send us through to the South Palace first?
Mason asked, as the men in the garden stood to attention. The portal glowed, and soon the gardens of the palace shimmered into view. Mason led the men through the portal. I was going to leave this portal open. A number of warriors were going to stay by the portal and keep guard over it. Until our men return, we don't want anyone to cross over by accident. So many people walk around the gardens. They're open for the public to enjoy for a few hours a day. Something I'm not quite sure about right now with all these strangers walking about our home grounds. But I don't have the heart to stop something so simple that the locals seem to enjoy. It felt weird. Lichens that seemed to have vanished from our sights years ago. They had so many people that knew who they were and visited their gardens with no fear of these giants. Once the men were through the portal, I put a spell on the opening, so only our men could come back through it. I opened the portal for us to enter. The dark crystal came into view, and the 12 ladies gasped at the sight of it, being the first time they had seen it, and the confirmation that the witches were indeed using the crystal to channel dark magic. It pulsed with dark power that you could feel through the opening that I made in the room. We have never seen it before. I am sorry I doubted your ability to open the room. The surrounding spells are powerful, Melissa said as she stared at the pulsing shard. Let's go, I said. Now was not the time to get into this right now, and without looking at her, I walked through the portal and entered the room. At first, the magic was oppressive, and it hit me harder than I expected. The ladies entered behind me, and soon they would surround the crystal, and once in place, they started chanting. Mom and I walked around the crystal and took it in. It stood nearly 10 feet tall. It shimmered and pulsed with power, and it seemed to fill me with sadness and pain. I blocked away those feelings and started to hunt for a place on the crystal that had any weakness or somewhere I could focus on. The lady's chanting got louder and louder, and it rose in intensity. Suddenly, I thought I heard the tiniest sound of glass cracking. I quickly walked around the pulsing shard again, my eyes running all over it, from top to bottom and then back up again, in hope. And then Mom found it. "Over here!" Mom called. There was a small crack at the base of the crystal. The ladies were doing a great job at building positive power and resisting negative energy. The shard was pushing hard at them. Quickly, I took the little bag I had and pulled out a small hammer and splinter and gave Mom the splinter. She placed it on the end of the crack, and I started to hit it with my small hammer. Tiny chips of splintered crystals flickered past my face. The faster I hit my hammer, the louder and faster the chanting got. A trickle of sweat ran down my face. I heard my mom start to chant too, but a different chant, one that I understood. So I joined in with her. With each strike of the hammer, I would say another part of the chant. A loud banging started on the door. With each chant that echoed in time with my hammer, the more urgent the banging on the door became. Then, all at once, the crystals shattered into millions of tiny pieces. We were all covered in tiny pieces of glass as it showered down on us. "Ladies, do you wish to fight the witches?" I asked, and looked at Melissa. The banging on the door had not ceased. "Yes." The answer came with no hesitation and in unison. I waved my hand in the direction of the door, and it flew open. A few women dressed in black dresses fell into the room. When the door gave way, we stood staring at them as they got back to their feet and waited to see what was going to happen. One lady, who acted like the leader, stood up and stared at us with attitude. Her ladies crowded behind her. She lifted her hands, the ladies copied her, and together spoke words I did not understand, and waited for something to happen. The look of confusion on the leading lady's face told me everything I needed to know. They had lost this fight. "Melissa, they are all yours. Can you get back on your own?" I asked softly, watching these ladies try other chants that were with little to no power. "Yes." I opened a portal and stepped through, taking my mom with me, leaving Melissa and her ladies to handle the situation, and rushed to Mason's side.
Mason, POV. The men joined me as we entered the large throne room, a place I had suggested we go to. It could hold most of us. It was a really huge room that held a throne on a high stage at the back of the room, and it towered over everyone. The king was there sitting on his overly large throne, his chin resting on his right hand, his elbow on the arm of the throne, and he looked into the room, seemingly rather bored. His eyes lit up when he saw us arrive, out of thin air, as if he had something to do at last. I wondered if he sat there all day being bored. "Welcome to my home. I had not expected a visit so soon. Can I offer you some food and drink, and maybe a little chat?" he asked, and I looked around the room. It did not have many people in it. The room was kind of sad to look at. I wondered if no one wanted to see the king. He has no issues. Our place has loads of people wanting us to solve problems, rising from shared land to who made the best cakes. It was stupid what some people came up with to gain our attention. "That would be nice. Do you have enough for all of us?" I asked, pretending this was a friendly visit and not out for war. Well, not quite yet. Heather's father stood by my side, never leaving me more than an arm's length away from him. The king waved his hand, and soon servants were walking in with trays of drinks. I mind-linked the men to take the drink offered, but do not drink it. We don't know what is in it. I watched as the king took a goblet of drink. The goblet was different to all the other goblets, and my suspicion grew. I pretended to drink and then put the goblet back on a tray as a maid walked by. I was not ready to use temptations. If I held the goblet, I might forget not to drink it. The men all did the same, and it was kind of awkward, not knowing what to do. Then I felt it, a change in the air, as if some spell had been broken. And the king slumped onto his throne, almost sliding off of it. Matteo was right. The king of the south was under the control of the witches, and he, having slumped in his chair, meant Heather had broken the crystal. This was a double win. I rushed to the king's side and lifted him up before he slid completely off the throne, and at the same time made sure he was still alive. I did not know how all this worked, and was concerned removing the spell could kill him, and that could incite a war. As I was making the king more comfortable, Heather and Jane appeared and rushed to the king's side. A glow from Jane's hands made the king groan, before managing to sit up on his own, pushing my hands away. "What happened?" he asked groggily, and he moved on his throne to get a little bit more comfortable. "You have been released from the Dark Witch's control. They won't be able to control anyone for a while," Heather replied softly, his eyes never leaving his. "Thank the goddess! That woman had me doing things against my control. Even my lichen had trouble fighting their spells," he replied, and the room that had been filled with unknown tension relaxed as if taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. "The crystal is broken, and the white witches are dealing with the other witches. I thought it was best for their own kind to deal with them and the aftermath of those witches' actions. Hopefully they can find out how far their control had reached and repair some alliances." Heather had a wistful voice, one of hope. "Good idea. Can we start again?" he asked, almost pleading. "You were the one to kidnap the princess all those years ago, or your faction?" I asked, needing the truth and wondering at the same time if he would answer honestly. "No, the witches took her, and left her near the East Faction Palace. That is why I thought they may have had something to do with it, but we never found the girl, so we could not prove anything. And then I fell into the clutches of those witches." "How long?" "Only about 10 years ago they took my lover. I was just lucky I was never bonded to her, or I would have died years ago. They killed her. She was the one I was going to take as my next mate, but they took that away from me and said they would do the same with each woman I showed favor to." He looked remorseful, and I could understand how easy it would be to give in when they have the one you love. "How about you coming to visit us? Once you have your kingdom back under control, I think you should make a few changes that need to be made. Then we can talk about a blood oath or something similar," I suggested. The king's eyes widened at the suggestion, but did not disagree. Heather turned to our men and urged them to return to our home. They looked a bit disappointed there would be no fighting. I, however, was more than happy that no one was going to die today. Well, no lichen, that is. Not sure how the witches will solve that problem. Others were entering the throne room as our men slowly drifted through the void in space. We are just over half through the portal, and I heard the first surprise of the day. "Mate!" One of our warriors called out to a lovely young lady that she had just entered the throne room. She stopped dead still and stared at our warrior, and then looked at the king and then back to our warrior. Did the king not want fated mates to meet? He brought a lot of men with him, and not one woman from his faction. I had thought he had brought some, but I was corrected by my brother, saying I was mixing up who was who. I watched and waited to see what would happen. Heather came and stood beside me, also watching the interaction. It was strange nonetheless. "Sheila, what are you saying?" the king asked, and I looked at the poor woman. She looked afraid to answer his question. She swallowed a hard lump in her throat. You could see her struggling before she managed to squeak out the words. "Mate," she whispered, but loud enough for our sensitive ears to pick up. "You sure?"
Yes.
"Well, Mason, it seems we have a blood bond after all. This is my daughter, and she is claiming one of your men. She is also the future queen, so your man will need to come to live here with us," he said smugly. The warrior looked at us questioningly. I nodded it was okay. I would never block the way for fated mates. They met in the middle of the room and were enveloped in each other's arms, and a whoop sounded out from some of our warriors. We watched them kiss and hold on to each other as if they were worried they would disappear. As the last of our warriors made it through the portal, we bid goodbye to the king, with promises of catching up again later.
Hell, and I have a lot of time to watch and learn. The end. Or is it?